they will have a comfortable majority. So let's see if the magic number, according to many Congress leaders I spoke to, is 105. Because if, sorry, 105 to 1110.
So if they have that, then they're comfortable, no bookings. If it's below that, then the bookings start.
No, the bookings have to start even if it is 110. Okay. But the problem is, if it is 105, then they don't have to go to the JDS. If they're below 105, then they have to have party to party talks. But if they have 105 or above, they will speak to individual JDS legislators and independent legislators and bring them in and fill the numbers up.
And that actually, Dhanya, makes it quite interesting because, again, another predictable template kind of thing that one hears about Karnataka is about the role of the JDS. I mean, the word kingmaker is very casually and usually thrown, but this time it will really be crucial to see whether JDS is able to play that role, whether it allows its individual MLAs to get poached, quote unquote, or really it has that sort of a standing from its numbers. So I think, and also we have to factor in that Kumaraswamy, he has friendship across the country with different alliances. So even considering a scenario whether JDS will go with BJP, for instance, it will actually have to be examined because you have people like KCR, you have people like Mamta Banerjee, all of whom are likely to forge and think of a bigger alliance.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think it brings us back to the point of why Karnataka elections are significant, what these actually hold as a larger picture going towards 2024, the Lok Sabha as well.
I think just for a little bit of context setting, just to talk about a few issues that I think were very important in this election, and I think price rise has to be one of them. You said that it's a diverse region, it's difficult to find, a consensus amongst all those regions, but I think when I was traveling and when our team was also in central Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, south of Karnataka, the one thing that we kept hearing was complaints about price rise. And the vote base that is most affected by this is women. So I think women are going to be very important to this election.
We have to see which they are hardly represented. I mean, in terms of statistics as well.
I'll tell you. So 49.69% of Karnataka's electorate is women. Women vote in large numbers. If you look at the voter turnout, the data that I have with me, women are only a shade lower at 71.5, men are at 72.3. But when it comes to representation in the House, it's only 3%. House of 224. Only 3%. This is one of the worst performances among all states. And there's one very interesting thing that in almost half the constituencies in Karnataka, women outnumber men when it comes to voting. So this is a very significant vote bank, if I may call them as such. And this election, we saw Congress really trying to woo them.
Yeah.
Promises made. The BJP also caught up.
I mean, every party tries to woo the women, but does not give representation. I mean, I'm sure we are going to speak a little at length. We also have a special guest.
We have a special guest joining us, Tara Krishnaswamy. Hi, Tara. Can you see us? She's joining us on Zoom.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi,
Thank you so much for taking out the time for joining us.
Hi, Dhanya.
Yes, Tara, namaskara. First of all, in Bangalore, are you able to sense that excitement? What's it reflecting? I mean, you can't probably see it on the streets because people might be consuming it and watching all these. How has it been in your circles?
As you know, Section 144 is in effect in Bangalore, so the streets are virtually empty. Okay. But there's just a lot of buzz these elections, and I think there's just a lot of excitement, and people can't wait to, get their hands on the results.
Tara, you're the co-founder of Political Shakti, and a bulk of your work is ensuring representation. So I just want to quickly ask you one question on low representation of women in assembly. How do you explain this? Why is it like this? Especially when you look at the numbers in terms of the voter turnout. Women outnumber men in many constituencies.
Yeah, I'm glad you linked the two. That, as you know, until 2019, we had the women's vote at a lower percentage than the men's vote. And at 2019, nationally, it crossed. Now, we like to pick that year of 2019, but indeed in the states, depending on the state, the women's vote was already ahead of the men's vote in certain states and districts of certain other states as well. Really, it was in the 90s when the Election Commission started to make a push for more women to come out and vote, that big gap of 10%, there'd been a gap of 10-15% between the men's vote and the women's vote, and that started to get bridged at that time. And then, it came very close in 2014, and 2019 it crossed over. I think women are asserting themselves as legitimate political participants. If you recall, in the first election, we didn't even have women's actual names. We only had them as wife of, daughter of, etc. And that was one of the reasons why women wouldn't even give out their names in parts of North India due to the cultural connotations there. So we've come a long way, and it's very clear from the increased percentage of women coming out to vote that they want to assert themselves politically, especially in the context of the other salient feature, which is that women's representation has historically and continues to be pathetically low, and even lower in states than in the national parliament. You must remember that.
Tara, I'm going to stop you here because the reason, it's very heartening to see the data that you have just shared. But is this data and what it actually means, the significance, lost on political parties? Why do they still consider the winnability, or rather they assume that the winnability of the women is low? And practically none of these parties which really go all out to promise gas cylinders and Shakti and Abhivriddhi and all the goodies, so to speak, do not consider women worthy of fielding as candidates. What's the
And in fact, I just
obstacle?
want to button here with the News Minute report that this time BJP, Congress, JDS fielded no more than 13 women candidates. So less than 5%.
That's right.
Go ahead,
That's right.
Tara.
So it's a bit more nuanced than that. We must remember that political parties are some of the most astute data-oriented organizations. And if you plot the rate of winnability of women from 1957 onwards, which is when the EC provides data by gender for candidates, you will see that in national elections, women have been winning at a greater rate than men. Let me say that again and pause for effect. Women have been winning in every national election at a greater rate than men.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't say state election because in some state elections, as you can see, in places like Nagaland, there are no women at all. For the first time in the history of Nagaland, there is, we have.
Yeah.
And then in many other states, you have, 5 women and 6 women. So the data point is not even reasonable. But in national elections with a large enough data set, we can assertively say that in every single election, women have won at a greater rate than men. It's a large enough data set to extrapolate and say that therefore, voters don't distinguish between genders and indeed, in some ways, patronize women at a higher rate than they patronize men. And political parties know this, Vasanthi, to your question.
Yeah.
So given that, why do they not field women? Again, you need to put this in a bit of context because if you look at states like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, you've consistently had more women in their state legislatures, more women elected to their Vidhan Sabhas than in the quote developed states like Karnataka or Kerala or Tamil Nadu or and part of the reason is because a lot of the women that are given candidacy in those states are wives of their imprisoned husbands. Well, there are a lot of men who are nephews and sons. I hesitate to say this. This is not just about dynasty and proxy because there's plenty of male dynasts and proxies. There's just no two ways about it, okay? But the point is that in places, in states where women are less assertive, less literate, sort of the human development indicators, their autonomy, their agency is documented to be far less. The men in the political parties are much more secure in giving more women seats because they think they can control the women. And this is something Shakti has heard repeatedly from the cadre of a JDU, of a BJD, even of a TMC, to say that women are considered more controllable, whereas in more developed states, women assert themselves.
So
quickly, I think that explains the paradox with the...
I'm going to quickly give the numbers. Again, postal ballots, still postal ballots, so don't get too excited about these numbers. BJP is leading at 40. BJP is leading at 40. Congress at 34, JDS at 12. So those are the latest numbers that we have. Tara, very quickly, succinctly, if you can tell us key issues for women voters this time. Price rise, of course, we know. But apart from that, what are the key things that you think will influence women voters?
I think one of the ways in which pollsters, and this harks to the lack of data that we have, good data that we have, pre-poll, pollsters tend to look at elections through primarily a caste and religion lens. Okay.
Which
And
are
yes,
important
and yes,
lenses, I
that
guess.
varies
Yeah.
by region within Karnataka, no doubt about it. But yet they choose to look at it almost, it's a very patriarchal lens, because you assume that women are going to vote by caste when women have repeatedly, be it in, you're talking about 80s in Tamil Nadu through the 90s in Bihar, and the 2000s in Odisha, and then now, whether it is in Bengal or even Uttar Pradesh, that women have repeatedly voted against caste, or rather independently. And yet pollsters look at both issues, and pre-poll, they look at both issues and potential trends through a caste. And although they poll for gender, right, yet they, when in their analysis, in their projection, in the narrative, they always look at it like that. So issues are not necessarily aggregated, but I think these issues came out very early in the game. And in fact, I wanted to make a point, because I'm working with one of the female candidates here in Bangalore, and I wanted to make a point about how this election is going. So I'll answer your question, but if I may be allowed to make that point as
Very
well.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think absolutely price rise, and in fact even unemployment affect women more, because as you know, anytime unemployment hits, even anytime a COVID type an emergency hits, the first people to lose jobs are women, right? And the first people to lose livelihoods are women. And when the men lose livelihoods, there's a double whammy for them, because most women are in informal work, and your informal labor slips, your gender wage gap increases, and the men also lose jobs, which means unemployment hits you more. Price rise is, compounded, right? There is no two ways about it. But also, I think women vote for political stability a lot more, which is why you see, to me, you see, a greater percentage of women voting towards the ruling party, what eventually becomes the ruling party, because political stability, lack of violence, law and order,
And some
you saw
polls
this
that-
even in UP.
In
And
fact,
you saw this even in UP when they voted. Where the branding for the UPCM was, law and order, and the branding for the opposition is lawlessness, and they voted for it.
You're right. I, in fact, saw it firsthand in Uttar Pradesh elections when I was on the ground there last time. It goes to show that women really know what counts, and therefore they are willing to look beyond the labels of parties, and actually who will deliver that good work.
And some of the exit polls, I think why this women voters, percentage and which party women back is going to be very important, because some of the exit polls that are giving a clear lead to Congress, the big difference seems to be in the voter percentage of women. So some of them have given Congress 11%, backing of women voters more than BJP. But we'll look into that. Thank you so much, Tara, for joining us. We're going to go to our friends at the News Minute. We have some reporters on the ground too. Dhanya, are you here with us?
Hi, yes, Manisha,
Hi,
the numbers are coming in. Of course, our numbers are at BJP 46 and the Congress at 44, and the JDS is at 17. But I can see the TV9 is still JDS 13, Congress 36, and BJP 41. But according to the numbers, the Congress has taken a lead. I think this will keep swiftly changing, because these are the postal votes as of now.
So can you just repeat those numbers again for our viewers? Just repeat them.
Yeah, so the numbers that we have is BJP leading in 46 seats, Congress leading in 44 seats, and JDS leading in 17 seats. TV9 Kannada, which has reporters all across the state, is at BJP 42, Congress 36, and JDS 13, and 2 independent candidates.
Okay, great. And Dhanya, how many reporters do you have on the ground today?
We are on 8 reporters on the ground. They are spread across where leaders are, but some of them have gone back to their constituencies, like Siddaramaiah is in Varuna, and Bommai too has gone back to his constituency. But what we've been told is that as soon as the trend set in by 11:30, most of them will come back to Bengaluru. Of course, the winning side will rush to Bengaluru. The losing side will not want to come. But if it is hung assembly, everybody will come to Bengaluru or wherever the resorts are booked.
And because we were talking about women voters, do you have any insights to share with us on what were the key issues for women voters this time? And do you think we can look at them as a block in the way that I'm saying that, it's a voter block? Because
well, if you look at the exit poll numbers, it does look like women voters have voted decisively this time. I'm just talking about the exit polls for cost of living, the prices of LPG, and even the Congress promises. Now, if the women voters really, around 11% more, have voted for the Congress, then that's also because right from the beginning, even before the campaign started, one of the first election campaign rallies was by Priyanka Gandhi in Karnataka, where she's the one who announces 2,000 rupees per woman per household, the Gruha Lakshmi scheme. Later, when the manifesto came, also there was a lot of focus on women-led on schemes for women. So, of course, that would have had a bearing. But it is also women who take the brunt of a cost of living, of increasing LPG prices. So, which is one reason why they could have decisively voted as a bloc.
Absolutely. Again, like cylinder prices is something we heard of again and again and again. That was really key. So back in the studio, Tanya, we'll get back to you in a bit with more numbers and upsets. We're still counting postal ballots right now, right?
Yes, we are still counting postal ballots.
And we're at 40 BJP, 34 Congress and 12 JDS.
Yeah, we are 46 BJP,
46.
Congress 44 and JDS 70.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dhanya. We'll be back with you in a bit. And we have in our studio new guests. Hartosh Singh Bal from The Caravan, Executive Editor, and M.K. Venu, Founding Editor of The Wire. Thank you so much, guys. Now, remember, this Elections Online, it's an endeavor by 5 independent news organizations. We have The Caravan, The Wire, Scroll, News Minute, and Newslaundry. Together, we're bringing you these elections. And part of the thing that we also want to do here is we want you guys to engage with our work. We want you guys to ask questions. I don't think there'd be another. This is the first time that all of us are coming together, of course. It's an experiment, but it's also going to be great fun because you get to ask all of us questions at one place.
In spirit, we've been together.
In spirit, we've been together. And we also have Yogendra Yadav joining us on Zoom. Is he here?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, and I actually wanted to begin by complimenting you. What an exciting initiative. And as I said in one of my tweets yesterday, not only for election analysis, I think it's just good news for Indian media that all of you have come together. And something like this is actually in an age where mainstream media has virtually surrendered to the regime. And its election analysis has become more like infotainment. That you've come together is actually very good news. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Is your screen frozen? Is it frozen? Because I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm in fact, yes. I saw you frozen in time, Yogendra.
Sorry.
Well,
as long as you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly. Guys, you'll have to bear with us. We're a small, nimble group of 5 people who come together. Agile.
That seems to be the buzzword, especially coming from Bangalore. But Manisha, I wanted to go straight across to Yogendra and ask him. You've been on the ground in Karnataka. In fact, the Edina survey, which came out, and I think one of the earliest surveys there. So one of the things to start this conversation with would be what you had put out, or what the team of Edina had put out about the voting patterns amongst the class, for BJP. So probably that can be a starting point, and then we can, take up the next.
If you permit me, can I just report something because I'm watching channels as well.
Yes.
And some of them are rapidly going ahead with the count. Believe it, it's only, half an hour since the counting began? Yeah. And they're reporting 158 seats right now as I speak. 158. As you mentioned rightly, many of these could be postal ballots, so we should be somewhat cautious. But in these 158, 77 for Congress, 62 for BJP, JDS at 17. More importantly, Congress is plus 23 over last time. And BJP is down 90. So 20 plus gains for Congress, 20 kind of losses for BJP. At this thing, it's going more in the direction of Congress majority, but a thin majority. More importantly, there are initial regional trends as well. Just look at how fast the whole thing has become. The initial regional trends are saying that coastal Karnataka, BJP sweep.
Yeah.
Central Karnataka, BJP ahead, which is what was expected.
Right.
Hyderabad, Karnataka, entirely to the Congress. Mumbai, Karnataka, little more to Congress than to BJP, reversal of the trend last time. And South Karnataka, still basically BJP, Congress versus JDS. And in Bengaluru, lead for the Congress. That's initial trends that we can see, more or less along the expected lines. Coming back to the ED.
Caveat here, please, because thanks, Yogendra, but I think one of our jobs here is to proceed with a little bit of caution. We've seen others
Yes.
before us who
Yes.
made major mistakes. It's very early in the day. I
And then
think we have
flip
to
the
stress
analysis
that.
quickly.
And I think it would be great if we just wait to draw
Yeah.
conclusions, but maybe just look ahead or look back and see what's happening. Because right
Yeah.
now, I think it would be very premature to say who's ahead or who's winning or leading, because this is coming from channels that we don't trust in the first place, which is why we are here.
Yeah.
No, I think, Hartosh, one of the fundamental truths to begin, which doesn't change, regardless of which party or which election, is the flip, in terms of which party gets the voter faith election after election. Now, Karnataka has had that pattern. It does not vote the incumbent government. So will that pattern change this time? That probably will, it's definitely of a lot of interest. I met, whenever I meet Bangaloreans, fellow Bangaloreans, back in our town, it's like, is it possible this time that the Congress's 5 guarantees, I mean, coming to their manifestos, which came a little late in the day, if you really...
But the promises had been coming. Manifesto came a bit later, but promises
Yes,
were
of
there.
course. But then, if you, I mean, Annabhagya, for instance, was one of the flagship schemes of the Siddaramaiah government. The fact that some of these schemes and the promise of, let's say, LPG cylinders by the BJP, now all these, to what extent are they going to work on the ground? Point number one. Secondly, the Congress ran a very interesting all print and exclusive print campaign in the run-up in the last few days. So we've had local journalists, for instance, debate the fact, saying that, okay, is this campaign going to work better and hold out some kind of an alternative? Because there was Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, really almost in 22 places across the state, doing the road shows, the rallies. And what alternative did the Congress have? The Congress, of course, went micro-local. We all know that. But these are things or sort of realities.
Actually, let's get to, so I'm just going to quickly give the numbers. Now, these numbers we can trust because this is coming from us, from the wire. So, BJP 63, Congress 75, JDS 17. I'm going to repeat that. BJP 63, Congress 75, JDS 17. Yeah. So, we're a little slow, but we're accurate.
But what are these? I mean,
Postal ballots.
Postal ballots.
That disclaimer I've given. No need to get excited right now, just initial trends. Now, MK Venu, you were there in Karnataka because we are talking about Congress, and we'll quickly come to Yogendra also, but I think you first, because you were there, you met leaders from both the camps, BJP and Congress, and we saw a very aggressive campaign when it came to the Congress. Tell us a bit about the strategy within the Congress camp, who'd been leading it, and this whole Siddaramaiah versus DK Shiv Kumar. It's a very nice bonhomie we saw in the run-up to elections, at least. So,
yeah, and also tell us the inner probably workings that you saw.
Yeah, one thing I found very interesting in the contest between BJP and Congress in Karnataka. The first thing we met a lot of BJP leaders. We met candidates. We met Bommai, and it was to me it was very odd that Bommai. On record, he told us, a group of journalists, that Congress had successfully run a campaign and created the impression that
we are corrupt.
That BJP is corrupt, 40% Sarkara, which is on everybody's lips, and misgovernance. I found this very odd because I don't know whether it's something about South Indian politics that politicians are. When they are talking to you, they try to be more rational than the ones in the north. I don't see a Yogi Adityanath.
You're going to win a lot of fans.
That somebody run a good opposition, run a good campaign.
Okay.
And Bommai also said that whatever development has happened in Karnataka, we owe it to several regimes going,
Yeah, there has been a lot of foundation work.
He mentioned Siddaramaiah.
Yeah.
He mentioned regimes, before Siddaramaiah, and he said it's an effort which is in continuum. So that also I found very, very interesting because at the local level I found that they are not all that combative. The combativeness comes from Delhi, which was visible to me in several other conversations with BJP leaders also. Like I said, we met Yedurappa's son, Vijayendra.
At
We asked him, is it a big advantage to be your father's son, Yedurappa's son, very popular leader.
Hmm.
So he said it's a big advantage within Karnataka. I can't say about Delhi.
Oh.
Okay, right.
So
That is quite candid.
So within BJP, you constantly saw the Delhi BJP central leadership versus local leadership, a certain,
But that's,
I would say
the
chasm, yeah.
No, this is a very interesting observation, but it also, reflected in the way the campaign was conducted. For the first time, and of course, one has seen elections both as a student as well as now, practitioner of journalism, but this was probably the first election where we did not have, we the citizens, not just in Bangalore, but I heard this when I was calling up stringers across the districts, that they did not get enough mukha-mukhi with the candidates of BJP because either, they thought that the heavy lifting is anyway going to be done by the Prime Minister on the road shows,
Every candidate we met of BJP, sitting ministers who were fighting, C.T. Ravi, that Narayana,
Ashwath Narayana.
Then there was a candidate from Chikmagalur. C.T. Ravi openly was saying that there is a lot of anger. He said it in Hindi. गुस्सा बहुत है हमारे खिलाफ मोदी जी आएंगे तो थोड़ा
तो थोड़ा ठंडा हो जाएगा.
So the body language of every local candidate was that they were waiting for Modi to arrive. Last week's
Yeah. And what's behind the aggressive Congress campaign? Who's leading the charge there? Because very cohesive.
Aggressive Congress campaign comes essentially, I think the more active of the two. The impression we got was Siddaramaiah is clearly the most popular leader there, most accepted leader.
Yeah, all the polls say that.
Yeah, across parties, even if you ask a JDS guy, he'll say Siddaramaiah is more popular within the Congress. So. But D.K. Shivkumar obviously was the man on the ground, the executioner as it were. So,
okay.
So that's how it worked, I think, between them. Yeah.
Hartosh, this whole Delhi versus state versus central leadership in BJP neatly brings us to the question of BL Santosh. And you guys have a fabulous cover on this. Everyone should read it. Do you have the magazine?
Absolutely,
Let us show it to our viewers. All Santosh's Men. That's the Caravan's cover. So tell us a bit about this. And, there was this lot of chatter. And Congress used it very effectively on the ground that the BJP is insulting Lingayats. They're going to plant a Brahmin on you. And, that was one of the big conversations there. So just tell us a bit about that.
So, and like all stories, our work is due to the reporter on the ground who you will see.
Yes, we're going to get her on board.
The person who's worked on it, Abhiragi here, all our team here. So I am in some ways summarizing what they have actually on the ground. I see for the BJP, this as a transitional election. A lot of things are focused on trying to understand what is the consequences nationally or otherwise, but the BJP is also playing a long game. And you are going from an older BJP to a new BJP. That is not to say the older BJP was not communal, did not use bigotry. All of coastal Karnataka is witness to the fact that that's not the case. But you are seeing a transition to the BJP geared to work like it works in Uttar Pradesh or Gujarat, where you are seeing...
I have to stop you 1 minute, Hartosh. Sure. I'm getting messages saying that you're not very audible. And I am too loud. So, sorry for that.
I think while the mic adjustment happens, can we go across to Yogendra Yadav once more? You when you were beginning to say about the more of the research survey, perhaps before the E-Dina numbers came out.
Look, as you said, I've been here practically for the last 2 months with some breaks. And right from the beginning, I thought it was clearly a one-sided election. A one-sided election where Congress had a clear, substantial lead. And I've actually not seen any reason for it to diminish over this campaign. E-Dina, E-Dina.com is a alternative media platform, just like all of you here. They carried out a massive survey of more than 40,000 respondents throughout the state, reasonably scientific sampling. I wouldn't know about the quality of fieldwork. And their conclusion about 3 weeks ago was that the vote division would be something like this. They said it will be Congress 43%, BJP 33%, JDS 16%. And from that, they projected that it will be 134 to 140 seats, which is to say a clear, substantial majority, which is in no doubt. And I was surprised to say that most exit polls did not show that picture,
Just to
except the
pause
India
you for
Today.
a minute, because India Today numbers are coming in. It says Congress leads in 100, while BJP in 75 seats, JDS in 16 seats, and others in three
But
districts.
we want to
So-
just go with the numbers on the wire. So we'll not look at TV because that's the point. So we'll stick to the wire numbers.
And would you want to repeat that
Yeah,
for
I'm gonna
the
just
benefit of those who are
It's
watching
on the
us?
ticker. BJP at 70, Congress 85, and JDS at 17. I think is our audio fine now? Hartosh, can you do a
We
check?
can check once because we'll run
Yeah.
into these fumbles.
Can I say something about counting?
Yeah.
Over the years, what I've seen is that the initial trends are extremely unreliable. And the reason for that is that we cannot be sure that these are postal ballots, even postal ballots. The trouble is, if these were all postal ballots, we could have still drawn some firm conclusions. But the manner in which Election Commission reports is so mixed that some constituencies may be giving you postal ballots, other constituencies could be giving you round one count. So that's why it tends to fluctuate. But over the years, my sense has been that for some reason for which I have found no mathematical explanation, the party that initially does well then tends to creep up. Its seat share tends to go up. And while we have very good reasons to be suspicious of mainstream media, we should be. By and large, they have absolutely no stakes in getting the counting wrong. They did get it once wrong, but once or twice they were just playing
I don't think it's
professional
about
goof up.
Yeah, but I don't
This was
think
just professional technical goof
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah.
But by and large, they gain nothing by giving you a wrong count because they would be foolish after a couple of hours.
No. And see, we have the numbers on our ticker, so we can go to that. And I think this 1 hour is nice for context setting and conversations. Hartosh, can you check once now? Can you do a sound
Yeah,
check?
yeah. We'll run through a sound check to make sure it's okay. It's fine.
Bear with us, guys, while we do the sound check. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think
6,
it's
7.
as realistic as it gets.
Yes,
This,
yeah.
yes.
Do we have Hartosh mic'd up properly now?
But Manisha, you and I are, and I think just also
No,
to
we just want to make sure.
look
Okay,
at some of
great.
those, yes, overall early trends. If it's really true that Jagdish Shettar is trailing in Hubli Dharwad Central, ST Somashekar of BJP trailing in Yashwantpur. I mean, Jagdish Shettar particularly significant, former chief minister himself, tall Lingayat leader, and that is a candidate who the BJP lost to the Congress in the midst of all the ticket giving angst. There's also Janardhan Reddy, who's leading in Gangavati. Somanna is trailing both in Varuna as well as Chamrajnagar. Now, this is also significant because in Varuna we have the former chief minister Siddaramaiah. I was there on the ground, and it's it almost seemed like at one point the former chief minister wanted another constituency to actually vote in, but the Congress denied him, and he was contained in Varuna. But if the early trends are any indication, Somanna is trailing. He's a Vakuliga.
Swami and son trailing.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's quite amazing.
I want to say something. If the gap between, as the present trend goes, if the gap between Congress and BJP is about 25, Congress is leading, right? And if this trend continues, then you're looking at a slightly hung situation because JDS will get at least 20 seats. So that means from the remaining 200 and whatever 5 odd 4. If this is the split 25.
But let's see. Like we said, it's too early. So let's just circle back to Hartosh because you were in the middle of a conversation and then your mic bumped up. So BL Santosh, the Lingayat versus Brahmin fraction, and how the Congress was using it.
Well, yeah, as I was saying, and again, I think I would prefer to stay with this because I think early conclusions are dangerous.
Yeah.
We've seen them often go wrong. The early leads are misleading, and we are in no hurry. We have
Yeah.
the whole afternoon
Yeah.
with us. We'll come to
Leisurely.
leisurely. I do strongly think that the point I was making is that the BJP is in a transition in Karnataka. from the old BJP to the new BJP, which is now governed more the Amit Shah and Modi pattern, trying to imitate the patterns of the north of Gujarat and UP. Finally, in Karnataka, they are nowhere near succeeding, but they are transiting to that. It's still an upper caste party in Karnataka. In a way, it is no longer in Uttar Pradesh or Gujarat. They are trying to reach out to different regions. This election will still very much see that same division. I think Yoginder has made the point. It's very difficult to separate out caste and class, though Yoginder has tried.
Yeah, we'll come to Yogendra on that because
Because even when you look at the Lingayats, even class is working along caste because the Lingayats are not one single caste. So you can't do that analysis so easily. There is that issue. So what the BJP is doing is actually trying to spread its reach. It is using this RSS booth level management, which already had, with trying to cater to small castes with cultural changes on the ground in the way you icons, working on subcastes, because it is not possible any longer to look at elections in terms of caste. You have to look at, basically I call our elections as a jati level analysis. Castes within castes are what parties are working on, and the BJP has understood this dramatically, and they are trying to replicate this. In Santosh is the man who is key to this transition. But
Santosh.
Unlike the North, he's not the face. He cannot be the front man for this transition, which is why the BJP is facing a problem in the post-year.
And if you can tell our audience why he can't be
pausing you here because there have been lots of viewer comments. Kumaraswamy and son trailing particularly is of significance. We also have Sudipta Mandal joining us on Zoom, and he is somebody who can definitely give us a clearer, his perspective on the coast, which he had reported on quite extensively. And Sudipta, if you can hear us, the moment you say BJP and Dakshina Kannada, that's such a strong connection. But, in terms of this time, what is it looking like? Is there any new perspective that's emerging?
So there are some forces which are gathering pace in coastal Karnataka as they're churning within that Hindutva formation. We've always thought of it as this one region where the RSS kind of has complete control, but we've been seeing fractures in that. Now, whether it will play out in this election is not as important for me as somebody. I mean, I've been following this region for close to 16, 17 years now. But say, for example, the rival candidates, the rival Hindutva candidates who've been put up in coastal Karnataka against the BJP. You have Pramod Muttalik, the chief of the Shriram Sene, contesting against a BJP candidate in Kallarka. We went across to interview him the last time, and he said that there are 32 Hindutva organizations who have put up small candidates across the state against the BJP. Now, these are really, for me, interesting because I think somebody said it earlier, not just the BJP, but I think the Karnataka as a whole is still undergoing that transition. We still haven't settled on a political ideology or party. And these are forces that will continue to kind of shape the Hindutva of the future and politics of the future. So therefore, I'm saying there's a lot of churning happening over there. Another thing, you will see this emergence of subaltern Hindutva, this Brahmin versus non-Brahmin in that coastal Karnataka region. We saw how the Nalin Kumar Katil's SUV was really shaken, and it shook the party, and the Brahmin factions or the Brahmin dominated RSS, where the toddy tapping Billava community saw themselves as becoming tools or being used by the Brahmins of the BJP, and that contradiction, how it plays out in the coming years. Some of you might know that the Billavas of coastal Karnataka are now trying to build an alliance with the Tiyas and the Iravas and of Kerala, and the SNDP, which is the Sri Narayana Dharma, Guru, the SNDP, the Tiya thing started by Narayan Guru. They are coming to coastal Karnataka, holding both spiritual meetings and political meetings. So all these things are for me more interesting. How it will play out in this election, we'll see.
But BJP is still taking coast, huh? That's like the general.
That
is just obvious.
Yeah, that's.
In fact, you wrote a very interesting piece arguing that there's a place for a second Hindutva party, which should be led by Yediyurappa. Do you want to just quickly tell our audience about this?
It can be, not should be. I'd rather not see another Hindutva party, which can be led by Yediyurappa, because you look at the Veerashaiva Lingayats, right? I mean, 99 communities within one. And only now we are becoming aware of their presence. I mean, political parties have always played these fractions, but for some reason in the media, given how legacy media dealt with these kind of issues and stories, we don't really understand the dynamics within these communities.
But Sudipta, one of the things which I particularly find interesting is that the notion somewhere that BJP has always had it good in Dakshina Kannada. Now look at something like 2013. I mean, you had a Congress total sweep. I mean, just for our viewers, 2008 BJP had a total sweep, but for one seat. I think it was Ullala. I think. And then because you have a permanent Congress seat.
Ullal, they would have won, I think, because UT Kadar is there.
Exactly, UT Kadar. So 2008 BJP total sweep, but for one. 2013 Congress total sweep, but for one seat. Congress in 2013, of course, is not the same as the Congress in 2023, and there is the extra, the Modi factor there. Many situations have changed, but this is something which people don't probably know about the 2013 the coast voting for the Congress. So what was
it just goes to show that Hindutva alone cannot do the trick for the BJP. They need other things. They need that booth level management. They need that engineering which can bring different communities which are otherwise not really sociable into one political formation. All of those things also play a large role. And 2013, of course, also don't forget what Yedurappa did in that election. That had an impact across the state. Right?
Also, I think the Catholics, I mean, the Catholic community in Mangaluru, you have the Bihari Muslims. There's been a traditional support for the Congress. So all in all, I think the Dakshina Kannada region is quite interesting, and it bucks some of these beliefs that people have.
Can I make a quick point?
Make a quick point. Then we go to Yogendra Yadav because he's going to leave in half an hour, and we need to do a quick sound check with you guys again because I'm still getting complaints. So let's just do that.
So just a note about the Catholic community. Don't take them for granted. They are not anti-BJP. The church attacks are not the only reason for them. Factors that which lead them towards the BJP and not against. Also, we have churches in Dakshin Kannada which are under the influence of the Kerala Syrian churches, where BJP candidates have been openly campaigning and being supported by the churches.
And they come together on the love jihad issue, if I'm correct.
Oh yeah, that too.
Right? That is one thing that both church and
written a piece on this. Just check out this piece. Catholics and coastal Karnataka.
So I'm going to quickly go to Yogendra Yadav. I'll just give the updates now again from the Wires website. BJP is at 90, Congress is at 101, JDS is at 22, others at 2. You guys just want to do a quick sound check again so that we know, because we're still getting complaints.
My count again. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe you can read a para from.
Yeah.
Is it fine, guys? We need a cue if it's fine or not, if it's audible or not.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it audible?
I think you start reading your.
I mean, and these are not numbers of any parties, but this is just a sound check by both.
Otherwise, then we can just go to Yogendra while we fix their mic. Can we go to Yogendra Yadav, please? I hope you're still with us and not left us. Okay, you're there.
Yes, I'm around. And I must confess, I've also been watching mainstream channels just to look at their
We will not hold that against you, but tell us.
And numbers have almost filled up. We almost have initial reports from all the constituencies. But as I said, some of these could be postal, and so there's a mix of it. We can't clearly be sure of it. But the broad trend now seems to be, Venu, I think of the 215 that are now being reported, Congress is already 111. So in the initial, once all 224 report, I think Congress would end up something around 120. But there's something interesting. This is something I've watched over the years. The party for which Hartosh, since he has interest in mathematics as well, he can give me some answers. The party that is initially ahead, for some reason, now cutting across time, cutting across regions, cutting across parties and regimes, the party that initially looks ahead then creeps up through the afternoon. I used to suspect that it is because the DMs get a signal of who's coming to power. I can't possibly see any mathematical reasoning behind this, but this is inevitable. So you begin with, say, Congress getting something like 120 in the initial count of 224. And then I suspect through the late morning and in the afternoon, 120 would become 135, it will become 140 and things of that kind. I don't know why it happens, but we must remember one thing which is very clear and understandable, that is that some of this is postal ballot.
Yeah.
And BJP always inevitably does better among the postal ballots. And the reason for that is a simple class reason. And that's a point I've been making again and again in what I've written this time, that while everyone talks about caste, and everyone, I think in national media, has suddenly discovered Vokalikas and Lingayats, as they discovered Patels in Gujarat.
We discover it every 5 years.
Yeah.
Every
And
5 years
then we
discover.
think that the election is all about this partidar versus that partidar, Leva versus Kadwa, and so on and so forth. Finally, it comes to a notch. And I suspect that's what it is the case this time as well. This election, yes, caste matters. Caste provides you the initial inclination of communities, but the shift is not necessarily explained by caste. Class and gender have been very, very strong elements in this election, Karnataka. Class, every survey, I mean, and as you travel, as I said, I met all kinds of voters. I met BJP voters. But I did not meet one poor person who was voting BJP and saying anything nice about BJP as a party. They voted BJP. Of course, many poor people vote for BJP, but all of them remembered Siddaramaiah. Even then, when those who were voting for BJP remembered Siddaramaiah's regime with some rosy eyes, they remembered that there was Annabhagya those days. And they were voting for very specific constituency-specific reasons. These reasons were not general.
Just sorry, pausing you here. More trends coming in. Leads, in fact, BJP 90, Congress 101, the JDS 25, and others 2. So yes, please continue.
Go ahead.
And as I said, if you look at the initial leads, I'll again repeat the pattern. The pattern seems to be coastal, since we were discussing coastal almost entirely staying with the BJP in the initial trends. Hyderabad, Karnataka was with the Congress last time, even more with the Congress this time. Mumbai, Karnataka went strongly with the BJP last time, but looks like neck and neck this time. Central Karnataka is close fight with an slight edge to the BJP. In South, which is so critical to the JDS, it's Congress which is trumping over the JDS. So JDS is taking a lot of losses in the South as of now in very, very early reports that we get. But just coming back to the point about gender, I think this time we have seen a much bigger gender gap than in other elections.
Yeah, and that's fascinating. Let's dwell on that a bit. Why?
That's right. Because if you go by India Today exit poll, which has done one service to the country, that is to actually give all the breakups. Normally, exit polls are simply about this person is going to win, this party is going to win, and nothing else. But they've given a breakup, and the breakup shows that while the Congress has a 5-point lead among men, it has an 11-point lead among women.
Wow.
Now, that's substantial.
So that's a decisive, substantial...
Absolutely.
They're really
So
going to decide who's going to come to power.
6-point lead in a section which is half of your population, half of the electorate, could actually swing the election almost entirely. So that's a very major factor. And I suspect it has, of course, in Karnataka, Congress never lost women's vote like it has in many other parts of the country. In most other parts of the country where BJP is the dominant party, in fact, it's the BJP that gets more women's vote than Congress does. In Karnataka, that was never the case so far. And that's a mark of how deeply entrenched Congress has been in Karnataka. Women, even till last election, favored Congress a little more than the BJP. The lead of the BJP among women was slightly less than it was among men. But this time a big gap has opened, and I think it has something to do with the promises, the 5 guarantees that the Congress offered. The manifesto came very late, but the 5 guarantees were very much on. And for at least 4 of them.
Rahul Gandhi announced the last one, right? On a rally?
The 5th one came too late, and when I was traveling, not many women knew about the 5th one, namely a free bus travel for women. But the 2,000 rupees for every head of household, woman has head of household, was something every woman knew in villages, in small groups, women who were not educated, who were not interested in politics. Even they had broadly some idea. हाँ, किसी से सुना तो था, किसी सहेली ने बोला तो था. There was that sense. And I suspect that's something which has helped the Congress.
And when you were traveling, did you also meet, say, former, BJP voters, women, who were then going to Congress? And if you did, what were the reasons? Like, what are the main pain points or anger?
Everyone would begin by talking about gas cylinder. This gas cylinder became the emblem of price rise. And as I keep saying, in India, price rise is not inflation. These are two entirely different things. Yeah. Price rise is a way of talking about poverty. It's a way of saying, I can't afford the things I want. So everyone spoke about gas cylinder price. And as this woman told me, that, initially we had our chula, we were all right. Now they've got us to shift to a gas.
But come to think of it, and this is the point I find very interesting, when we are interacting with people in central Karnataka, North Karnataka, it is not as if people believe that this can be reversed when, let's say, the Congress comes to power, whether the price of a gas cylinder. So these are some of the things. In fact, price rise in people in their wisdom will know that it's not something that can be exactly contained by the state government, and which is why it's very tricky. And I remember what senior journalist Krishna Prasad, who also undertook some of these travels, across, and he was mentioning even in his piece about James Reston, the former executive journalist of the New York Times, who said while observing Indian elections that when the voter is casting the vote, it is almost like a sacred communion between the voter and democracy. And it is a sacrilege to pry, meaning that we can speak of price rise, we can speak of anti-incumbency, we can speak of how much narazgi, let's say, the voter felt against the incumbent government, but whether this is going to actually translate into how they have voted. I mean, there are people, even in a city like Bangalore, who said that, this government has been lackluster, non-performing,
right,
but of course, we need the national picture.
Talking about price rise, and as Yogendra, we went to many village hearts in our travel last week of April, and we found that this gas cylinder, every woman that we met mentioned that gas cylinder price had doubled. Now the point is, Yogendra is right. Inflation is always an issue, but once in a while, just as corruption is always an issue, once in a while these issues get elevated to a higher plane on account of some pain point, which gets deepened. I think in this election, gas cylinder has deepened because this government has been very insensitive to have allowed gas cylinder prices to double.
400 to 12, and people would say that.
And I am certain that this will be an issue even in some of the North Indian elections later. And their earlier campaign of having provided gas cylinders, it was a major plank, Labharti plank. I think it is slowly eroding. It is eroded first in Karnataka because Karnataka is more literate also. I think this is going to have an impact in other elections also.
Okay, now before we come to Hartosh,
one thing,
go for
can you
it.
just pull up the Election Commission website right
Yeah.
now? Because for the first time you are getting
Leads from
and
election,
trends,
yeah.
and you're getting vote percentages. There's a 6 or 7% gap so far. And
Wow.
it is initial votes which the BJP should be leading. I don't think we rush to conclusion.
In fact,
but
I'll
it
just
is
read the
finally
leads.
interesting, yeah.
I'll just read the leads. BJP at 8, Congress at 12, JDS at 1. Those are the seats.
Since the leads I'm getting, I think it has not been refreshed. It's
Okay.
25 to 12. The Congress,
Oh, wow. Okay.
The BJP, and there is a 46 to 39% gap in vote share. That is what is coming through right now. As we go along, I think this will be interesting to watch because this is data that I think we can totally rely on in some senses.
What we're going to do is we're going to quickly go to a package that the Caravan magazine has made on BL Santosh. And when we come back, we'll make sure that all our mics are working and fine. No one's too loud and no one's too muffled. So just watch this package and we'll be back quickly.
The BJP has grown rapidly in Karnataka over the past few decades. This might lead us to believe that the brand of Hindu nationalism RSS promotes has always had support here. This is not completely true. For centuries, Karnataka has been influenced by the thinking of radical reformers such as Basavanna, who've stepped away from orthodox understandings of Hinduism. The state has its own indigenous cultures which are anti-Vedic and has also seen radical movements led by many oppressed caste communities. Over the decades, the RSS has tried many methods to increase its support base. In coastal Karnataka, it banked on its polarizing programs such as Gauraksha. It altered indigenous ancestors that people prayed to and presented them as Vedic deities. This Hinduization gave the RSS mass support in this region. But to grow further, they've been trying to push other well-organized caste groupings of Karnataka too towards a singular Hindu identity. The latest phase of this has come under the leadership of B.L. Santosh, who strengthened the BJP's organizational structure and effected a generational change in their leadership. With the Lingayats, who are BJP's core voters, the RSS legitimized groups within who are more Brahminical, such as the Panchapitas. This has been done at the cost of invisibilizing everything that the Lingayats represent, including their anti-Vedic resistance. RSS is now roping in other communities using their religious leaders or is creating religious leaders from scratch, all to reshape the region's cultural markers and pushing myths in their place as the reality of the Kannada past. In all the cultural experiments that the RSS has tried, be it the appropriation of local deities in coastal Karnataka, the mobilization around Ram Janmabhoomi when Yediyurappa was the BJP state president, or at the Baba Budangiri shrine, it saw minimal pushback from the state's political opposition. The Congress failed to counter the RSS project of cultural reshaping in Karnataka. If there is anything to be taken away from the past 4 years of the BJP's rule in Karnataka, it is the long shadow these changes will bring to the cultural fabric of the state.
Okay, we're back and now hopefully all our mics will be working and everything will go smoothly. Sorry guys, you have to bear with us. Like I said, 5 small independent news organizations have come together, so it's going to be like this. So you'll have to bear with us. But ECI, we were talking about, data coming out, reliable stuff that we can trust, slow but steady and reliable. Vote percentage, BJP 39%, Congress at 46.3%, JDS at 7.8%. And Venu, you had some questions of Yogendra Yadav, so just go ahead.
Yogendra, but now it's more or less clear that the results are, they reflect what Edina or even some of the exit polls said, especially the India Today poll that you mentioned. In fact, I found it fascinating that your Edina poll and India Today exit poll were very similar numbers, right? So
not mine, Edina's.
So I mean, I said you because you kind of assisted.
I reported it.
You guided them, right? So now, and coming back to your piece on class, that this is the first probably election, if not the first, at least one election where people have voted on class lines. And I found it interesting in your piece. You said that even among Dalits, the better off Dalits voted for BJP and the poorer Dalits voted Congress. So this caste class, this overlap, do you think this is durable or this is cyclical? That a time comes when people vote on class lines.
Those are precisely the questions we should get into, Venu. That Congress tends to do better among the poor is something we've known. In Karnataka, the slope has been particularly sharp, which is what I showed, and which was confirmed also by the exit poll and by every other poll that has now come. The interesting nuance is something that you've just noticed, namely that there's a class operation within every caste. Upper caste tend to favor BJP overwhelmingly, but the poor among the upper caste go more for Congress. Among Lingayats, the poorer Lingayats is actually where the Congress gets slightly better share. And this operates among Dalits as well. BJP tends to do better only in the upper stratum of the Dalits. So there is a class operating within every caste. If we are looking at Karnataka election, not merely for what happens in Karnataka, if we want to get the larger trend, because for us, I mean, the reason why all of us have been so interested in Karnataka is that because in many ways, it's a gateway to 2024. If the opposition lost Karnataka, honestly, all the mainstream media, Darbari, Godis, and everyone would have created so much of dankai around it that this is the end of it, forget 24, done deal, and so on and so forth. All that would have been. So Karnataka provides an opening, a possible opening now. Of course, it's not, of course, winning Karnataka does not mean Congress wins 24, but at least it keeps the opposition's hopes alive. And that relates to the class point, which is Karnataka in some ways also provides a template for the opposition. Keep it simple, focus on the real issues. Do not be frightened of talking about Bajrang Dal or whatever. That's a piece Hartosh has written. Maybe someday we should have a longish conversation about that. But focus on class and gender. That works. Just
to differ on that, I mean, it's not that the Congress also kept the discourse very clean. We've had instances even with, let's say, a Priyank Kharge or even the senior Kharge at earlier points. I think in terms of the focus is right, but as a local in Karnataka, I don't really believe that parties are in that sense performing at their optimum when it comes to issues like these. I think they have some
but
more
I think for
numbers.
Congress, for most part, kept two issues on. Of course, there was the whole poisonous snake, blah blah blah.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But
so I think there is also
I
think
local issues.
My point is different, Nisha. What I'm saying is, as Yogendra says, if in this election class has played a role based on real issues like price rise and extraordinary price rise and joblessness, etc. Will this repeat in the Lok Sabha elections in Yogendra? Will this repeat in Lok Sabha in Karnataka? Because surveys have shown that Lok Sabha people are reverting in good measure back to BJP.
No, as I said, we obviously from Karnataka Assembly election, we cannot draw conclusions about even Karnataka Lok Sabha election, let alone the whole country. Of course, it won't even transit to Telangana. That's true. But what I'm saying is that here is a template. If the opposition were to play to this template, and mind you, price rise, as someone mentioned, has nothing to do with Karnataka. It's an all India issue. This is about Mr. Modi. This is not about Bommai. So if the opposition can play Adani, because Adani is beginning to trickle down and it's beginning to hurt Modi's personal image. If they can stick to Adani on the one hand to attack Modi, and if they can stick to issues of, price rise, unemployment, and so on and so forth, without being shy of talking about the communal issue as and when it comes. I think the real
I'm just going to pause ourselves here because there are already viewer comments on post-poll alliances. I mean, people are always so, in an Indian setting, so excited about the possibility of what next. Matlab, ab ye theek hai, aage kya? Because the leads are showing Congress in 118, BJP lead in 82, JDS in 23 seats, and others in one seat. So the talk has already started. The buzz has started on whether we are looking at the Congress JDS alliance. So it's at this moment.
We'll get to that after 12 o'clock. But Hartosh, you wanted to come in.
One? Yes.
I just wanted to sort of still stay with what Yogendra was saying, and maybe Yogendra, if I can just sort of throw this back at you, this analysis, because we are talking about if the analysis is right, it is positing a future course of action for the opposition in some senses. That the economic classification of castes sometimes loses out the actual understanding what is happening on the ground. As I said, when you look at Lingayat or if you look at Dalits, what we are forgetting is that this is a staggered collection of jatis within these. Those jatis are staggered down on economic levels. So what you may read as an economic vote may be a vote of different jatis voting differently down the category, which is what we've seen over and over again in UP and in Gujarat, and I'm likely to bet that it is happening here again. That fundamentally, to reduce it to economics, I think gender and economics magnify these jati tendencies, but the preeminent unit of analysis for me does not change from the jati, and that is where the BJP is focusing time and again and beating the opposition entirely in the north to make the same mistake.
I'd say two things very quickly. Hartosh, it will be difficult to analyze Lingayats by jatis. Unfortunately, we don't have data for that. But I can say something about scheduled caste by jati, because we do have data for that in the post-poll surveys and the Idina survey. In Karnataka, they have a given classification of the left and right.
The Yeda and the Bala.
The left and right, and they actually on ground they say left and right. And actually, when you look at the left and right in Karnataka voting for Congress, there isn't much difference. The levels are actually quite similar. There was a lot of talk about, what sub-classification, etc. would do. But that hasn't resulted. But just to take Hartosh's point forward, Hartosh, my broader point is this. Focus on the bottom of the pyramid, not merely in economic terms, in three terms: gender, caste, class. Caste, especially the lower OBCs, which BJP has quoted very, very successfully, and the lowest among Dalits that BJP has again been very carefully quoted. So if we broadly speak of the bottom of the pyramid, you see the problem with Congress is that while it continues to gain disproportionately large share of votes from bottom of the pyramid in all these three respects, its own policies and its own leadership does not reflect that. If the opposition can get that aligned, that would be a very major step forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Yogendra. I think you said you had to leave at 9:30. So thank you so much. Yes. Any last thoughts before we move to Sudipto? I definitely want to get Sudipto in on this conversation.
No, my sense, as I said, is that its 122 would go up further. That we would actually end up closer to the Idina survey. And I think I'm glad you spoke about that, because no one takes note of what a small news organization does in Kannada. And every other big thing came much later. I do think and hope that Karnataka, which the BJP saw as an entry point to South India, could well prove to be their exit point as well.
So thank you so much, Yogendra. It was always good to speak to you. We have Sudipto, who is still with us, joining in on Zoom. So Sudipto, I think from the numbers that you are seeing right now, it almost seems like people are looking at a Congress lead. Of course, as Hartosh earlier mentioned, these things could happen, could reverse as the day goes. We can never take anything for final. But, being there, as it were, in terms of the caste equations that the talk has been going on, what's your sense that you're getting across?
Yeah. So I mean,
lots of stuff to unpack.
Yes,
go for it.
There's a lot to counter in what Yogendra and other people from the India.
Go for it.
Okay. See, class is apparent. and caste is a whisper, right? Class is a public
Whisper.
reality. Caste is a whisper. Class is apparent. Class is public. It is apparent, right? Caste is private. It's private, right? You are not going to talk about. So if you are to coming in from outside, why outside? From Bangalore, when we go to Anekal, the first conversations are about how hengide, what's happening means it will be on economic concerns. Well, I lost my job, pandemic, this thing, and all that. It is after you establish some amount of rapport in their own language, then the other concerns come in, and that's the base concern. In this entire analysis, I would say caste is the base, and class is a transitionary thing because it could depend on the price of gas cylinders, it could depend on the price of petrol, it could depend on a lot of things. Okay, so I completely would like to dismiss this entire thing.
Reject this analysis. Good.
Yeah, this absolutely, because you come in, with one band baja during elections, land up at somebody's house.
Somebody's landed up at your house.
Somebody has landed up at your door clearly.
They don't have work and they don't have money and all of that. And I can't for the life of me imagine this Karnataka elections in the absence of the conversations on caste, because that has been the big conversation leading up to these elections. Every community, apart from Brahmins, and including Brahmins with the EWS and all of that, everybody is talking about affirmative action. Everybody is talking about a share in the pie. And these are, how do I put it? These caste groups are constantly in preparation, It is a reality across millennia. In between, you have these examinations which come in with the elections, in which suddenly you ask a bunch of questions. In that period, they may give you an answer which may have something to do with the cylinder.
Sudipto, pausing you here. Sudipto, just for the leads, BJP, I mean, this is Nielsen data, the wire. BJP 79, Congress 120, JDS 23, and the others are at 2 for us to know. And just to repeat, BJP 79, Congress 120, JDS at 23. These are the leads. Right. Continue.
Right. No, I was just saying that, castes are constantly in preparation for power, for a share in the power. And elections come like midterm examinations, right? In this thing, this churn which is constantly happening. And at any given point of time, there may be some immediate concerns which may result in a different kind of an answer. When I say answer, I mean answer to the reporter, answer to the ballot as well. But for me, the interesting thing is that in Karnataka today, no party or no voter can have a conversation about, say, the reservation matrix within Karnataka, because it's something that needs to be decided in Delhi, right? So I think there will be a greater consideration of caste, in the what do you call that?
Actually, I wanted to jump in here, Sudipto. One very interesting, and I want your thoughts on the panel's thought on it. Rahul Gandhi stressed on caste 2 weeks before. That was a very...
Siddaramaiah talked about old school social justice politics. He said 75% reservation.
Yeah. So
right?
just as a reporter, can you tell us conversations around how were people receiving it? How big was this? How do you weigh this as a factor in terms of the results that we're going to see?
So the communities who are within the reservation matrix, right, which is actually 75% of the population, crunched into less than 50% of what you call quotas, right? Now, these communities have been watching this very, very closely because you have some communities which want in on the reservation in the matrix, right? For
and
example,
then the BJP also did that, right? They included some sections in SC quota, in STs. I think tribals also, they included a few.
Yeah, so there are demands for internal classifications among tribals. There are communities such as the Kurubas who are demanding tribal status. There are Panchamashalis who are a privileged community within Lingayats who are trying to get a greater share of the pie. Within the SC, you have literally 4 primary communities pulling in 4 different directions. Right?
So just to add to what Sudipto is saying, when we speak about Panchamashalis, the more it's easier when we relate it to actual names of ministers. For instance, we have Murugesh Tirani, we have Basavaraj Yatnal. And I also found it interesting in fact, support what Hartosh was making a point earlier, is that when someone like a Yatnal was constantly, in fact, going at Mr. Yediyurappa, the BJP gave a rather long rope. So some of these did seem like it is very careful when it is treading across some of these subcastes within the Lingayats themselves. We have
Hartosh,
viewer questions.
yeah, we have-
That
Can I get
Manisha, we are
a
coming
quick
in.
point?
Yeah,
Just
finish
to,
up.
I forgot to correct Yogendra over here. It is not true that we don't have data on the communities within Lingayats.
Exactly.
Right? There are 18 communities specifically listed as backward among Lingayats. There are SC Lingayats also. There are ST Lingayats as well. Which is why I said, come spend some more time in Karnataka. Don't just come during the elections. Yeah.
It'll still be hard even if we come and spend more time because of course languages are using. I just want to quickly get both your views and then we can take on the questions. Caste census as this big push because you have Nitish also who's been talking about it. They're holding a caste census. Rahul Gandhi made it a big issue. Caste census is something that the opposition can come together on to take on Hindutva.
Look, I think this dichotomy, and here I am echoing a lot of what Sudeep has been saying, I think, is that this dichotomy doesn't work. Hindutva is also a strategy that is working with caste. That is what the BJP has done in UP. It has done in the Hindi belt in Gujarat. We keep forgetting that. Without working on jatis themselves, to believe that the caste census itself will damage the BJP is not necessarily true. What is happening with the lower EBCs with the EBCs, not the lower EBCs, that's the wrong term, with EBCs in UP, what is going to happen in the Hindi belt, let us not anticipate that this will be a magic wand. It is necessary, it is something that has to happen, but to believe that the BJP will also not gain out of this, given the kind of politics they've been doing in the north, is a misreading of the situation on the ground.
It's very interesting. So no.
Yeah, I partially agree with Hartosh. BJP has successfully managed, lower OBCs, EBCs, especially in UP, Uttar Pradesh is very critical. But we've also seen rumblings among the lower OBCs in UP. Leaders have come out and said that these guys are just giving us the crumbs of the table, symbolic, some post they'll give, but real power sharing hasn't happened. So they have experienced for 10 years what kind of power sharing is happening, And this caste census comes in the backdrop of these, we've seen these basic frustration among the lower OBC leadership in UP. So I'd like to see how they respond to the caste census. It definitely, in my view, acts as a glue for opposition unity, but not the only issue. There are other issues, but this is one issue which brings them on the same page, as it were, and that's what Stalin did when he had a meeting of regional leaders, opposition leaders on social justice issue. So I think it's definitely an issue. Yeah.
You want to take some audience questions? We should take some audience questions.
Yes. In fact, I have one
go for it.
which has come in, and this says that kindly confirm if in the state elections of the centre there is no seat reserved for women candidates. This question comes from Raghuvinder Singh. Well, Raghuvinder, you're actually right. The 73rd and the 74th Amendment reserves 33 to 50% of seats for women in rural and urban local governments. We had Tara Krishnaswamy earlier, who has been working a lot towards increasing women participation in the legislatures. But here's what she actually had mentioned, and I'm reading out her quote, that for state and national legislatures, a constitutional amendment reserving seats has not been passed by the union government. The last time it was tabled was in 2010. It was passed in Rajya Sabha, but it failed in the Lok Sabha. She also mentions that the Modi government is the only government that has not tabled the bill, despite many states passing a resolution through 2022 supporting the bill. So I think that answers your question, Raghuvinder Singh.
And I'm just going to update everyone with the wire data. It's 9:36 and the numbers that I have are 80 for BJP, 117 for Congress and 23 for JDS. And I think Hartosh is right. It would be very useful to look at what the Election Commission data is telling us. 934, as of 934, BJP leading in 45 seats. Vote share is 37.3. Congress is in 74 seats and vote share is 44.2. That's quite
what's the
something.
gap?
and 37.42.
7%.
Yeah, 7%. And JDS is at 16 and 10.4%. That's what we are getting at 9:34. So
Sorry, Sudipto, just again had to pause you for some of these things that are coming in. You were making some really fine nuanced points about the understanding of castes and many other things as well.
Oh, well, yeah. But is there a question? I mean, I was just saying that, there are so many of these tasks which are mobilizing around.
You said that we had data, contrary to what
Oh, yeah, the data.
Yogendra
Oh, yeah, of
Yadav
course.
was mentioning.
Yeah, I pulled out this thing. I shared it, in fact, just last evening. I was doing this research for my article on Lingayats, So there's this government study itself. Like right now, I'm reading from it. There are Kuruba Lingayats. There is Lingayat Medhar. Look at this, for example. Lingayat Medhar is included in the list, in the latest state list as entry number 1B under category 3B, apparently based on the report of the Chinnappa Reddy Commission. So even when the Chinnappa Reddy Commission was around, the first backward classes commission under LG Havanur, all these commissions have taken note of the various subdivisions among Lingayats. And I'm looking at this list, people who are artisanal communities, who went to bamboo work, pottery, carpentry. Then you have Yadurappa's own community, the Banajigas, who are the trading community. The Banajigas again are not one community. There are multiple trades, and therefore there are multiple subdivisions among the Banajigas. You have the Panchamashali Lingayats. They are not one community. Among them, there are multiple subdivisions. And so I'm just saying that there are all these factors at play which are not very apparent when you first come into the elections. And
Dipto, because you traveled in the coast quite a bit, I wanted to know that coast you have this situation of right-wing groups like Ram Sene also contesting and giving a fight to BJP. Do you see that impacting them in any way? The BJPs, in the sense, and what is the appeal? I mean, I just want to know how important that will
be. It's like asking, does the SUCI have any impact on the CPIM?
Okay.
Right, or the CPIML has. The thing is, in puritanical politics, right, you have purer and more distilled and more fractious kind of interpretations of the ideology.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that you have these, little, in the ideological question of Hindutva, you have Puritanism and then you have the purer than thou. And this conversation, whether it has electoral impact or not, it is a conversation that is embarrassing the BJP on Hindutva. Right, when a Pramod Mutalik asks, what happened to me? You're talking about Bajrang Dal, right? What happened to me when I was the chief of the Bajrang Dal in 2005? What did you do to me? You sacked me. What did you do to Praveen Togadia? What did Modi do to Praveen Togadia? What happened to Mahendra Kumar, the former chief of the Bajrang Dal, who was a lower caste person, who was just picked out from the soup and thrown out? And this question, this contradiction of Hindutva, right, is whether in caste terms or whether in just real politic terms. Right, which is who goes to jail and who gets to make that hate speech and get away. These are questions within Hindutva which are not very easy for the Hindutva leaders to answer. For instance, if you throw in an SUCI person into the Kerala Assembly.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I'll give a parallel. If you throw an SUCI person or a CPIML person into the Kerala Assembly, can you imagine how they'll catch the contradictions of Pinarayi Vijayan, right? And that is something within the left conversation, which is a difficult conversation to have, right? So therefore, I mean, will Pramod Mutalik or the other Hindutva groups who are contesting against the BJP, will it have an electoral impact? It is not as important for me as to understand what impact it will have on the ideology, what impact it will have on the organizing style of the RSS and the BJP and their various Hindutva organizations. That really is a more important question for me, these contradictions that are being raised.
Thank you. Yeah. Sudipta, so we are going to keep coming back to you. At the moment, there are other questions. I mean, there are other guests also joining in on Zoom. We have Gilles Verniers, Director, Trivedi Center for Political Data, Senior Fellow at the Center for Policy Research. We have Seema Chisti joining in the studio. Namaskara, Seema.
Namaskar, hegidira?
Naan chanagidini. What, What's it been that's this kind of an excitement, Seema? Because, with this connection with Karnataka and being in Delhi, so Horenadu Kannadiga in a sense.
So sort of, I'm an out of Kannada, Kannadiga person, but I think Karnataka results are now coming in now, and you've given the leads as well. Things are clearing up. And Karnataka, I think two things have always been very interesting. You discussed a lot of gender, class, caste, but we've seen the overriding kind of role of Hindutva trying to paper over all these divides. And I thought that this government saw one of the most aggressive, assertive Hindutva campaigns. And so it was very interesting. On a particular television channel, the chief minister himself putting off the TV anchor from saying it's not hijab, it's not about cattle laws, it's not about, not letting people go to school, because unless they knew that things weren't going so well in the campaign, so you didn't want the whole thing to be posited as a defeat to Hindutva.
Yeah.
So I think that was very interesting.
I have a take on this, Seema.
Tell me.
One of the things which surprised a Bangalorean like me was when all these, let's say, statements were flying around by the Chief Minister Bommai, but his image hasn't been like that. I mean, if you were to even go to a Shiggaon, there have been actually people who did that, and even the people there, including the Muslims, have said that no, but he doesn't really hold it against us. So what are the political compulsions that probably somebody like him within the BJP fold had to make or resort to statements like these? I mean, these are some of the interesting questions that we have. That is on one side, and you spoke about the leads. There are people who are already interested in knowing, and on the WhatsApp groups that one is seeing messages saying, so what happens? Is there like a BJP or the Congress JDS, the Congress JDS coalition in the making? Is it likely that a JDS will anytime side with the BJP? So these are actually larger questions. In fact, when we started this discussion, one of the things that I was telling Manisha was also about the travel that I did within the old Mysuru region. Varuna as well, we're very close to Mysore, which is the constituency of the former chief minister. So Sudipto had been giving some of these interesting points about castes and subcastes and how these works, even let's say as SC Lingayat. What I found very interesting, one is, let's say, the Hindutva narrative. The central or the Delhi media knows about that, but on the ground, when we go, I didn't so much find this as a factor as much as the Jati itself. Almost 7 castes that I noted. There were the Madiwalas, there were of course the AKs, the Adi Karnatakas, there were the Vokaligas there, and in Siddaramaia's constituency of Varuna, even today, some of these communities almost like a ghetto have. There are villages.
Yeah, but because
on
we have,
those.
Sudipto here, I want to quote back from a wonderful piece that he wrote earlier today that I read, where he introduced the concept of a circuit breaker. So in this kind of larger Hindutva narrative, which is wanting to, and in what Hartosh said earlier when they were discussing things with Venu, that's a very significant point about trying to morph the BJP and what it is, and trying to morph the state of Karnataka from what it is, a multi-caste thing where Yediyurappa leads the BJP, which is not supposedly on Hindutva issues, but led fundamentally on a Lingayat support and resurgence, and reconfiguring the mosaic onto Hindutva. So Sudipto wrote about, Yediyurappa possibly being the circuit breaker, which can append this thing to work. So, sorry, just a very quick national perspective on this, particularly post-2019, and I think after the defeat of the BJP in its state elections in 2018. It makes a dramatic comeback and takes 2019. But till 2018, what you have is the losses happening in states where the states seem to be delinked from a larger Hindutva narrative, which is not to say that Hindutva is not happening in BJP states, but it's delinked. That is seen as a central issue. After 2019, with the religious conversion laws coming in, with the cattle laws coming in, with all kinds of, with the response to the NRC, with this whole internment center, NRC being part of the BJP's kind of agenda as well, no census for that reason, you see all states, particularly UP and Assam, being morphed into Gujaratified versions of the BJP idea. So I think Karnataka went down that road too, pretty much so. But now there's an attempt to kind of almost jettison that perspective, because any kind of a loss or a setback. We still don't know who's lost and who's won. But if these leads continue, then a loss here would probably be also interpreted as a loss of Hindutva. And I think that is something that the BJP would like to avoid. If I was the BJP, I would certainly want to avoid that
I'm
interpretation.
sure there are many lessons going, from
Yeah,
the,
but
from
shall
this
we go to our
election.
guests?
For the parties, there are guests waiting. There's Kavita Lankesh with us. Kavita, can you hear us?
Hi, Kavita. It's a pity.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, we
Hi,
don't
hi.
have you on. Oh, we have you on screen. How lovely. So it's lovely to be with Kavita, who's a screenwriter, a documentary maker, a filmmaker, somebody of tremendous repute. So I just want to ask her to take a short break from politics, but not quite break from politics. She deals with freedom of expression, speaking, etc. So Kavita, tell us how much do you think that campaign slogans, what do they do to social fabric? Is there a connection? Or people say, this is just happening, sumne, this is all campaign stuff, things will come back. Do they always come back? And do they change? Do they change how society is configured?
I don't think so. Especially the rallies, which have been held massively in the last few days in view of the election. I don't think that really matters because, finally what matters is the kind of incumbency they have had in Karnataka the last few years with the BJP ruling and the kind of difficulties people have been facing in many ways, especially after the aftermath of Corona, and after that also, in terms of price rises, everything. So there's a lot of, against wave towards BJP. But I don't know how far the ground, but you were discussing something interesting about Hindutva. I don't think that has made a large mark, which I'm happy about in that sense. So I think here they left Hindutva aside and going to caste issues. But in certain ways, maybe that also has broken. I don't know. Let's see what the trend happens today. I'm also equally eager to know what happens. Yeah.
I just want to
all said and done.
Kavita, just pausing you here, just to tell our viewers about the leads. The Election Commission data, BJP 52, Congress 82, JDS 16, and the others at 5. Of course, still in the trends and leads category, all of us are aware that there will be some point probably when things are reversed and then we all get back to, okay, so, where we concluding early. So these are some of the things.
And we're not as smart as the people who read the Bihar election and post ad break switch. So as we're not smarter, we'll just wait.
That's true. But Kavita, as somebody,
I think we'll wait, but let's be optimistic also at the same time. Let's be optimistic, I hope. But at the same time, again, a coalition government will be a disaster in that sense because again, in 1 year, everything will be, already they're making. Earlier it used to be like the resort politics or thing that will poach other MLA. That used to be kind of in a hidden agenda, but now they're openly saying it. We are going to the Operation Lotus. That has been openly said that we are ready to do that. So I don't know, these kind of political statements, I don't know how far it's going to give a very stable government.
Since you are a filmmaker, Kavita, this question from one of our viewers is to you, which is that issues like the Kerala story or the issue of love jihad as seen in the coastal region, which is a big issue there, how much of effect or impact have they had on this time's elections? This comes
I'm very afraid because it's not just coastal, it's also seeped into Shimoga, where I was born, my father was born, and one of the most literary giants were born in Shimoga, and that has also become so communal right now. So it's seeping from the coastal toward other places. But as a filmmaker, I would say that there's a huge agenda behind the RSS and BJP where they're pumping in a lot of money to keep this Islamophobia and, polarization kind of divide and rule kind of things, especially in the medium of film because it's such a powerful medium. And it's been consistently going on the last few years. Mainstream films, like big commercial films, as you know, the kind of when they portray a Muslim character, how they portray it or what the angles they use to everything. So there's a lot of money being pumped in that also as well, I think, to create this massive hatred towards minorities that way.
Right.
Yeah. And Kerala Files is just... Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, you may finish your sentence because we also have the other guests on the show, and I was requesting you to please be with us while we also welcome Grishma, who has written the cover on BL Santosh for the caravan. Grishma, can we have you on Zoom? Are you able to hear us clearly? We also have Shoaib Daniel. We also have Gillis Verniers. So if we can just check that all of you are able to hear us clearly, I might start with speaking to you. Where do we have Gillis here?
Dr. Vania, Giles, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Professor Vania,
Hi, Seema.
sorry for any mispronunciations to your
Yes,
name. No
please.
offense intended. Giles, you forgive us. Yeah. So,
Just call me Gil. There's no need to
I know,
professor.
exactly. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll skip that. Yeah. So Giles, tell me about, you had this wonderful piece out sometime back, just a few days ago, and you said some very interesting things, and rightly so, perhaps. But I want to contest it. You said that, Karnataka is not going to be a gateway to the north for the Congress should it win, as much as it's not a gateway for the south for the BJP. So, it's like a regional thing. Politics is always regional. But don't you think the sort of Modi phenomenon, the fact of his personal campaigning, his being there for even municipal level kind of issues, his personally informing the campaign, and other things happening, largely centralizing politics, can we sort of so complacently say that politics is still very regional? Is that a cop-out?
Well, I hope I'm not being complacent, but I make this argument. But what we see is the BJP, repeating sort of the same kind of template, one state, one election, one campaign, and projecting national leadership and national issues, almost every time. But if you look at the scorecard, they've lost more state elections than they have won, right? And so they very often actually face a lot of resistance, particularly from parties who are strongly entrenched, not just in political territories, but also in regional political cultures, right? The parties that actually throw a real challenge at the BJP are the parties that are able to incarnate some form of alternative political identity to that very North Indian Hindutva sort of brand of politics. So think about Kerala, think about West Bengal, think about Tamil Nadu. And Karnataka actually fits the bill also, because when you look at the Congress party in Karnataka, in my mind, it is more a regional party than a national party, right? The local leadership exists; it's visible. They speak, in a vernacular language. The issue that they raise are essentially regional, and they have an appeal which is, fairly broad. And they are able to speak on behalf of a region, on behalf of their state, with a certain credibility. So for all practical purpose, the Congress party in Karnataka function as a regional party that is able to incarnate an alternative form of political identity, not just a disagreement on issues and secularism versus Hindutva, but a regional identity, which makes it a formidable opponent for the BJP. The second aspect to that question is that if you look at results in Karnataka election, voters usually favor some local or regional party in state election, and they usually favor the party that is strong at the center at the time in national election. So over the last 4 elections, the BJP has lost 3 of them, but they came ahead in the following national election. That's basically just a year later, and before that, the Congress used to be strong and be ahead in national election when it was still strong at the center. So we've seen across states in India voters making a distinction between state and national elections. Karnataka has been doing it for a very long time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has had that pattern.
Just very quickly on how much of a bridge is Karnataka between the North and South India. So Karnataka has always not been like a typically South Indian state, which has its own, we may describe the Congress there as a regional party, but it's never really had a regional party in the way that, say, Kerala would have a certain different kind of politics entirely. So do you also see Karnataka as a bridge? Because when Advani starts his Rath Yatra, etc., the first kind of flirtation with northern winds, as it were, northern disturbances, happens in Karnataka. It's via Hubli, etc. So is there something that Karnataka results campaigning will inform us about India?
May I request Giles to please hold the thought because we are having some leads. Bengaluru, in fact, out of 28 constituencies in Bengaluru, Congress leading in 12, BJP leading in 15, and JDS in 1. We are speaking a lot about issues that are relevant to the coast. And in Dakshina Kannada side, which is the Mangaluru, Udupi, and all that region, out of 19 constituencies in coastal Karnataka, Congress is leading in 7 seats and BJP in 12, which one would say is on expected lines. But in the Hyderabad Karnataka, which is now known as Kalyana Karnataka, out of 40 constituencies in Hyderabad Karnataka, Congress is leading in 18, BJP in 17, and JDS in only 4 seats. So we are getting more leads and we will update you. But meanwhile, it's back to you for your thought.
Yeah, so obviously when a party performs in a state election, they will, spin it to their advantage, right? So the Congress will make the claim that, this is a sign of resurgence. This is a sign that, a strong state unit and Rahul Gandhi can sort of work together, and it puts, Congress on a stronger foot to negotiate alliances in the immediate future and all that. But the problem of the road towards the north for the Congress is organizational, right? You cannot transpose the kind of organizational strength that the Congress has in Karnataka because it is regionally anchored into other states, right? And so the Congress, including in the states where, including in bipolar states in North India, where it's still Congress versus BJP, it does not have the same kind of strong regional leadership. It does not have the same kind of strong financial backing that Karnataka provides by virtue of being a very rich state or richer state, and so forth. So the question of whether a result in a state can be transposed into further political fortune depends on the ability to expand the kind of organizational backing that goes into building those victories in the first place. It's not just a question of having the right plank, the right, images, and all these, they do matter, the campaign matter, the leadership matters, we all know that, right? But at the end of the day, and where the difference between the Congress and BJP lies the most is in financial and organizational capacity.
Correct. Shall we bring in Shoaib Danial of Scroll here?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Shoaib, thank you. You've been with us for past few minutes, but we are able to come across to you now. Can you hear us clearly?
And I think Shoaib has a question for Giles as well.
I can hear you guys clearly, yeah.
Hi, Shoaib. So do you want to shoot the question to Giles and then we'll come back to you?
Yeah, one of the, actually, when you pointed out how unique Karnataka is, Giles, it has its own state dynamic. One of the things that I found very interesting about Karnataka, that it has these huge, big caste blocks, these caste umbrellas, as Shudipta was pointing out almost. And while Karnataka itself is very fractious, the state politics is very fractious, governments are barely elected, caste blocks themselves are very stable, your data has found, right? Could you tell us something more about that?
Yeah, of course, and good to see you. And first, keeping in mind all the caveats that Sudipto mentioned, and he was perfectly on point. But if you look at the electoral map, in terms of party performance, in terms of candidate performance, there's a lot of volatility in Karnataka elections, right? Governments come and go. There's alternation. Most seats actually change hands. There's a lot of turnover, in the political class. There's a lot of reshuffling all the time. But if you look at the electoral map in terms of caste, if you plot caste on a map, for example, then what you see are extremely stable patterns of representation. So we know about, the big Lingayat clusters in the north, the cluster of, Vocaliga representation in the south, but it actually extends also to OBC strongholds in coastal Karnataka, and it goes on. And if you were to put, the 2013 map and the 2018 map side by side, you would see they're almost identical. It's like a spot the difference kind of exercise. And I would expect that the 2023 election map in terms of caste is again going to look very much like the map in previous election. And the reason for that there are several reasons for that, right? One, there's a lot of stability in terms of caste-based dominance at the constituency level. There's a lot of fantastic work that has been done by scholars and actually based in Karnataka, Deepak Magan, Navin Bharti, and others that show how patterns of dominance over land ownership on the basis of caste have sort of remained. And so political parties, when they pick their candidates, when they forge, when they think about their caste-based strategy, they basically sort of replicate, they follow these local conditions. And so the caste nomination strategies of parties is roughly similar. And so even if we associate Lingayats as, supportive quite massively the BJP, in reality, all three major parties provide representation to these two major castes. And so if you look at the composition of the assembly back to the 50s, Lingat and Vocaligas together have always been around 50% plus of the representation. And so regardless of the complicated political history of the state, regardless of political volatility, representation pattern remain very strong. There's another reason for that, and I'll just quickly finish on that, which is in Karnataka politics, perhaps more than other states, the cost of entry is enormous. The candidates elected are extremely rich, and probably more than most other states. And so that selection by money also favor members of caste that are locally dominant. And that contributes to the stability of those representational patterns.
In fact, I think what's happening is because there are these big caste stable blocks, I think Karnataka election is almost an election of the margins. If you can just swing, I think, 1% of a vote from here to there, that can really change the result. And it's actually in that context that I bring in the whole Bajrang Dal, Bajrang Bali.
So they're not stable. They're not stable blocks in the sense that they are internally heterogeneous, and there's a lot of competition among Lingayats, among Vocaligas, across political parties. But outside politics, the kind of social economic dominance that this group exert in their own region of influence or inscription is such that they are in a way inescapable, and it doesn't matter which party wins or loses. Those groups never lose an election.
How the house never loses, huh? So it will always win.
Yeah, so we'll just come back to the two of you. I think Vasanthi has an update, but before that, I just want to underline two very important points that Gilles just made. One is the shell of the large block actually conceals some very interesting dynamics within these caste groups. So it's wrong to just mistake the shell for all of the sum of its parts, really. And the second thing was the intersection of how money in politics.
That's a very crucial factor.
Yeah, money in politics is actually informing how or which parts of which caste and local dominance. I think how that fuses in.
And on a very practical level, Seema, some of the candidates that have been given tickets, whether the
money
Congress
people,
or money people, and
go
though they
fight
have
your
not
campaign.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, and I think the electoral bond case, which the Supreme Court has put on the back burner, certainly not heard it for so many years, is urgent, and it really needs to be heard. But we need to hear the results before that.
Yes, and we have data leads BJP 77, Congress at 112, JDS 30, and others at 5. These are still early leads, but the Congress is on its way to cross the magic number, so to speak,
which is
the
113
halfway mark. Yes, towards that. But coming back to the money part and what part has that played, Shields made some very interesting observations there. But the tickets that have been given to some of the candidates within Bangalore as a bloc, or let's say in the coast, have gone to candidates that have not enjoyed the local support. And let's take another example, which is not really money, but in the case of someone like Jagdish Shettar. Mr. Shettar is a former chief minister, and it made huge news when, in the midst of the ticket angst that the BJP faced, he made a move to the Congress. And while I was speaking to people in Hubli saying, "Yaar gilta idhar hai, who is the one who's winning there?" they said that Mr. Shettar in the Congress side is not depending on the traditional Congress supporters, but with his own men. So now, how do these actually play out? Whether you're giving tickets to the moneyed, or whether you're giving tickets to somebody who has left the BJP fold and come to the Congress, what impact will it bear on the results there? So some of these are truly factors
fascinating
to be noted.
Thank God for diversity.
As well,
I think. Grishma. Shall we bring in Grishma and then we can have a discussion with
Because speaking of ticket, Seema, we can't forget the role of BL Santosh there, and she has done a cover story. So Grishma, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Grishma, we can.
Hi.
Hello. So,
Yes, we were speaking about the ticket giving or that entire exercise, and in the context of that, the power wielded by who the BJP insiders or the party men, the traditional people who have stayed with the BJP, saw someone like a BL Santosh, or even at a slightly larger level, there were some murmurs about, let's say, someone like Annamalai from the Tamil Nadu side. But then speaking about Santosh, about whom you have written this piece, so what were your interesting findings or perspectives there?
No, actually, my piece was less to do with, ticket allocation because ticket allocation, so to say, if you look within the, the Sangh fold, it is something that has, it's not completely that which, the Sangh strategizes or focuses on in its work. Of course, it's a part of their work. But my understanding and work was more to do with what BL Santosh is doing as, the next generation leadership that he's trying. I mean, he's trying to set himself and a method as the next generation leadership of Hindutva. And he's trying to take over from or completely override Yediyurappa, right? So that is where that is what I've been trying to understand about the Sangh, in the sense that there was a certain kind of electioneering, if you want to call it that happened before BL Santosh started trying whatever it is that he's been trying, right? So how is it that the Sangh strategizes while it's in power? It gets very small pockets of power. It's not like it's been completely in power in Karnataka in the last 3 decades. But in the small pockets of time that they get power, there are different things that they try to put in place to kind of strategize around it when they're not in power.
Correct.
Also.
Yeah, no, that's a very important point, Grishma, and it's a very valuable account by you. I just want to throw a question at you to take your story forward. What is your hunch on how the Sangh will behave, given that it is very strategic and it's been, this kind of coastal gateway, because that's a word usually used, has been around for a long time. It's older than the BJP government in Karnataka. How do you think it'll strategize should its attempt to fully de-Yediyurappize the party not show electoral success? Assuming that the leads kind of are along these lines and the results are along these lines, will there be a strategic comeback? We're 1 year to polls. We're in nearly 10 years of a continuous BJP government at the center. The dice seem to be quite loaded for the BJP. Will they change their strategy and maybe again do business in the old world, or will they continue breaking the mosaic and want to reconfigure it and piece the pieces back up in their way?
No, so while I started off this piece itself, one of the things that I tried to establish is that the current leadership of the Sangh, that is even BL Santosh, whether it'll work or not is a different thing, but they were more inclined towards unseating the previous people in power more than, even winning this election. I have been saying this from the beginning that for BL Santosh especially and his gang, it is more to do with unseating a certain kind of people who were within the RSS and the BJP than like really coming to power in this election, because that's how they've always functioned. When I say they, I mean like this round, this generation, right? But then if you were to look at the BJP in Karnataka, right? I mean, you have to look beyond the coastal region as well, because the first wins that came, of course, like the municipal election wins came from coastal Karnataka, but one of the first times that the seats surged were in the 90s after, what happened at Babri. And at that time, the state president of Karnataka was Yediyurappa. And there were different things that they did. Lingayats at that time weren't completely with the BJP, but there were different things that even Yediyurappa and other leaders did at that time, including Anand Kumar and everybody else, even Ramakrishna Hegde for that matter, who switched over to BJP in the late 90s. They did a lot of things at that time, which actually we need to go back to. We start our journey of Hindutva and Karnataka from coastal, but I feel like there are so many other players in this kind of whatever you want to call it.
What game would you
Hindutva
like to call it? Roulette?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's some kind of
golf. Yeah.
It's some kind of power politics, if you want to call it that. So we have to go back then, because at that time Yediyurappa didn't have Yeah, exactly. Yediyurappa didn't have his Lingayat base, right? With Ramakrishna Hegde's help is when he brings in the Lingayat, different castes of Lingayat, so to say.
I think, Grishma, I'll just have to pause you there. We'll definitely resume this discussion. I also have let's say, a take on that particular issue. But during the initial rounds of counting, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, Leader of Opposition Siddaramaiah, KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar, and JDS Leader H.D. Kumaraswamy are leading in their constituencies. So we are talking about Shiggaon, we are talking about if it's H.D. Kumaraswamy, we are talking about Channapatna as well as Varuna near Mysuru. Yes, so we, resuming this part of when the BJP actually began to strengthen its numbers, one of the journalists who I met, who was reporting on municipal elections in 1983, Seema, one of the early reporters there, said that it was definitely already a prominent presence. We are talking about Jan Sangh in its form, not exactly the BJP as we understand it currently. But I have asked various people who were reporting around that time, when do you think the BJP started to increase its footprint? So we have 2 points there, apart from all the things that have been already mentioned. One of the issues is, or one of the factors, was also the Virendra Patil government that was dismissed by Rajiv Gandhi. We all remember, some of us, the episode. I was a student at that time. I remember about him visiting, and Mr. Patil was unwell. He goes to the airport and then dismisses a democratically elected government. And remember, this was a government that had been elected on a 170 number, the INC. The Lingayats certainly began to feel that the Congress cannot be relied upon. There was also the earlier Bommai government. That is point number one. When the Lingayats felt that now they did not have a party that is going to fulfill its aspirations. So we're talking about 1990.
Actually, I was coming to that.
Sure.
If I had finished my point, right? So I was trying to say that the reason why Ramakrishna Hegde moved away from, from the JDS, so to say, and so even the Lingayats shifted is because by then there was like a volleyball, if you would, right? But they were also in power.
Yes.
Yeah, they were also in power for so long, and hence there was a vacuum that was there for the longest time. And that's exactly when Yediyurappa was the state president of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it was the same time that a leader like Ramakrishna Hegde, like a proper Brahmin leader, moves to BJP, which is where I feel like his allegiance was. So he moves there, and with that, so like there's an entire shift of the Lingayats. And what happens is, this is very important. The Lingayats, for the longest time, have always said that they have this distinct cultural identity, and they continue to say that, and that, they have this tradition and all of that. I agree with all of that. But when this shift happened, and after that shift, the BJP kind of starts funneling in more Lingayats and other communities, the other communities are the ones that get Hinduized, right? There is this chunk of Lingayats that continue to say till today that they are culturally superior, etc. But then what is the kind of cultural exchange that has happened, that your cultural capital has remained with you while you traveled with the BJP, which is directly contradictory to your, everything that you represent. And then you continue to say that you're different. How? And then simultaneously, the RSS has Brahminized a chunk of your own people. For the past 120 years, this Veerashaiva kind of Brahminization has been happening because of various reasons. While that happens, everybody else is saying, these guys are great, these guys are culturally superior, they're intellectually superior, all of that I get. But while with the Lingayats traveling with the BJP, what has happened is so many other smaller communities with identity crisis or some kind of crisis have ended up getting Hinduized. And even now we are talking about, Lingayats are different. You see the kind of, the people, there is a huge chunk in between that the Lingayats have facilitated to Hinduize. While right now we're talking about...
there is one more issue, and to pause you there, the leads at this point, Congress leads in 118, BJP leading in 77, JDS leading in 24 seats, and the others in 5 seats. We also have Shoaib here, and we will have the other guests. But thank you, Grishma. This was, there's some really good points added from your side. Do we have Shoaib at this point?
Yeah. So basically, what I'd like to say is I'd like to correct what I think Grishma and Gilles had also brought in. The fact that what Gilles said, that there were these strong caste blocks that are almost independent, and the BJP really does not like that. BJP does not like a non-high command center of power. What we saw in this election, it has tried its best to actually cut out big caste leaders. And as an alternative, it's brought in Hindutva. So you saw this extreme Hindutva suddenly arise in Karnataka of hijab bans and halal and, the slightly tragicomic story of two men invented who supposedly assassinated Tipu Sultan.
Yes. A little more on that after this. Yeah.
Puri and Nanjagowda. So very interestingly, when they brought up that story, and it was actually doing well. There was a movie about to be made, it was probably called the Tipu Sultan Files or something, I don't know. But there was a movie that was about to be made. But, the person who actually nipped it in the bud was this Mata from Vokalika Mata from Old Mysore region. And he came and he said that this is completely false. This is fiction. And then the wheels just stopped grinding at that moment. The BJP got embarrassed. The BJP apologized. So this one Mata had this Vokalika Mata. It's an old vocal. In fact, it's actually from this Nath Panth, which is also Yogi Adityanath's Panth, as it so happens. But they are really seen as a very respected institution amongst Vokalikas of the old Mysore region. So this is how powerful caste is. That's what the BJP wanted to end. And if the BJP does as badly as the leads are saying it is going to do, it would seem like this stratagem, this gambit has failed. In fact, in the last ends of the campaign, we saw a resurgence of Hindutva when they brought up Bajrang Bali. But before that, the BJP actually had already retreated from issues like hijab. Hijab actually wasn't an election issue, at least amongst the BJP. Probably Muslims are still voting on it, but I don't think the BJP was pushing it till the end.
I think
I just want to ask
Janaki Nair has joined at this point.
So, which is a great point, because Shoaib, I want you and Janaki to kind of inform us about also changes in education and history feeding present-day politics. Also, Karnataka is the only state, Vasanti, which sees a pushback against textbook changes, and it pushes the change to get changed. There's a retreat.
Yes.
So over to Janaki and Shoaib.
Yes, and in the midst of the leads that are at the moment coming in, we told you about the Congress lead in 118 seats and BJP in 77. So Seema, one of the thoughts that is, though it might be premature because people don't know what kind of results await, but what has BJP paid the price for? Was it that despite the Modi rallies that happened in almost 22 places across the state?
I must say at this point, you're absolutely right. The Modi factor. One of my colleagues, Vikram Mukka, did a wonderful take. He analyzed all of the Prime Minister's campaigning, inauguration plus campaign sprees. Karnataka is the one state where Mr. Modi has spent the maximum time post 2014 before any state election.
So that's also a kind of a local leader negation. People did not get to have that sort of an interaction with the local leaders, put forward their issues, and this wasn't just Bangalore but also the other districts. But meanwhile, going across to Janki, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you for having me on this program.
Thank you so much for joining, Janki.
So do you want to lead with
yes, I think Shoaib, you had a question for Janki, and then we
will
take
I wanted to use so I've actually reported from the old Mysore region, and what I found very interesting was this lack of stickiness for this Tipu Sultan issue. So even amongst actually some BJP voters, there was indifference. It's not like they were big Tipu fans, but there was some sort of indifference. So I understand there are some certain areas in Karnataka, like maybe Coorg, where Tipu is less liked. But tell us, unpack this for us, Janki. How did the Tipu Sultan go the way it did in politics? Why didn't it have the stickiness that, say, I don't know, an Aurangzeb did in North India?
Can I just back up here for a moment and just comment on the observation that was made by the anchors that what we're seeing in Karnataka today is, I think, an exhausted capital of this kind of, Hindu nationalism. And it's very evident here, and I'll say this also with reference to the Tipu issue in just a moment. So there are 2-3 things that I wanted to observe. I think you're quite right when you say that the Congress has actually positioned itself as a regional party representing regional interests much more strongly than the BJP has. The BJP imported all its leaders from the north, and there was this complete eclipse of local people in this campaign. So we are seeing the Congress actually positioning itself much more strongly in the region. So that's one thing that I wanted to point out. Regarding the Tipu controversy, and if I can go back to the textbook controversy as well, of course, that was a red herring. There was an attempt to alter the textbooks by somebody who has no expertise in either textbook writing or any kind of academic credentials, really. And the pushback was tremendous. I don't think the government expected the kind of pushback from senior, Kannada literatures such as Devanur Mahadeva and others who decided to withdraw their articles from the textbooks, and that caused extraordinary confusion. And I have to tell you, since I go regularly visit a school, that confusion has been quite serious among teachers as well. So they sowed a lot of discontent by this very act of trying to transform the textbooks. Regarding Tipu, again, Shoaib, I think you're absolutely correct. I was recently in Srirangpatna. In fact, I was there for May 3rd and May 4th, which is the day when Tipu was defeated and killed. And they have small ceremonies there to commemorate that. And I have to say that the local historians who are working really hard to preserve the heritage of Srirangpatna are people who are not swayed by the kind of public talk that villainizes Tipu Sultan. And one did not see that had any traction amongst many, many people I met. And I'm talking about not just Muslims, but also very large numbers of Hindus who live in Srirangpatna. It was very heartening to see that. There is actual pride in the kind of efforts that he made to bring Mysore into modernity. Now, this is not a place for discussing Tipu's legacy, and I'm one of those who feels we should discuss both his negative and his positive legacies equally. But you're quite right when you say that Nirmalananda ji, the Matha chief, Krishnagiri Math, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. He had to step in and squash this ridiculous argument which was being made about who actually killed Tipu Sultan. So there have been a series, I would say there have been a series of embarrassments for the BJP government, starting with the textbook reform, carrying on to the, the identification of the assassins of Tipu Sultan. And those were really red herrings because they were trying to cover up what was clearly misgovernance on their part on several registers.
Yes, Janaki, while you say that, one of the things that we were earlier discussing on the show, when we had the talk on gender and representation, we have some update here that the lone Muslim woman candidate from Congress, Kaniz Fatima, is trailing at Gulbarga, that's Kalburgi seat, behind Chandu Patil of BJP. This is an update coming in. The leads at the moment, BJP 77, Congress 117, JDS 25, and the others are at 5. So speaking about the issues that you mentioned, Tipu Sultan, what are the issues ultimately that will, I mean, if the leads are anything to go by, the Congress trailing at this point, and in case there's a huge reversal, then of course we may have to look at other issues. But then what did the BJP, if it's anything, pay the price for? Is it really for the Hindutva part, or is it for the very, let's say, on governance issues, bad issues, the anger about the price rise? And given how Karnataka votes, whether it's Kalyan Karnataka, Kittur, Central, Old Mysuru, so these are very, very nuanced issues. And Janki, as you were, even saying about one of the legacies, I don't know about the textbook at this point, whether it's something that is of an issue as far as the electoral politics are concerned. But what are you hearing from other regions, like which probably will impact the way Karnataka has voted this time?
I think what I heard, I'm not a political commentator and particularly not a psephologist of any description, but what little I heard very strongly was that people were hurting from price rise, and that was the central issue. Almost everyone I spoke to, for them, the issue of communalism was not in the forefront. It was price rise, particularly working class and the laboring poor in a city like Bangalore. I can speak quite confidently about that. On the question of women candidates, if I can come back to that since you mentioned
Yes.
it is unfortunate that all parties have failed women. They have refused to put up women candidates. And it seems like they're all waiting for the bill to be passed, which will actually entitle women to a 33% share of legislatures and parliament, because then it will be an equal burden on all parties. So it's a ridiculous situation. You know, only when it's an equal burden on all parties, candidates will be put up by individual parties that support women. And on this front, I have to say that the BJP government did not distinguish itself on the women's question. It has repeatedly attacked women for not conforming to certain forms of dress and so on, for behaving in certain ways. And of course, as you know, the Bajrang Dal has been let loose in ways that has harmed women's independence and individuality. Most recently in the town of Shimoga, where they were meeting for a Women's Day event and were simply asked to pack up and leave because they felt, the Bajrang Dal felt that it was not in keeping with Indian culture. So there has been a lot of, very obvious anger against the way in which party chiefs have been like loose cannon on the question of what women should do and behave like and so on and so forth. So that's been, I think, also something that has hurt, because for them, the price of the gas cylinder matters most, and, especially for working class women. And that's been central to their interests and their desire to vote the BJP out.
Sure. One of the things that Seema, I'm seeing in the leads, which is and what strikes me is the JDS number of 25. Even before, and in many of the exit polls that one was watching on the regional channels, JDS was almost doubted that will it be decimated this time, or at least the numbers will come down drastically. However, at least at this point of time, we are looking at JDS at 25.
We got any region?
Do we have you here, Dhanya? Can we cut across to you at this point? In case...
yes, she's here.
Dhanya, what are you hearing the latest?
Well, the numbers seem to be fluctuating a bit as far as the Congress is concerned. They had a better lead. Now that lead seems to be coming down to around 114, 115. The numbers are keeping on changing. In fact, the numbers on my screen, which is our numbers, is Congress leading in 117, BJP in 77, and JDS on 25. Like I have been repeatedly saying, for the Congress, what matters is the number 110 to 105, 110 and 115. There are three blocks that the Congress are looking at. If the Congress touches 110, they will first go to independent MLAs. Now, if at least 5 or 6 independent MLAs win, the Congress will first approach the independent MLAs. They've already started talking to them. They will bring them in. If their number does not touch 110, the second is to talk to JDS MLAs. They will try to bring in 5 or 6 of JDS MLAs to their side. They do not want to talk to JDS, the party as a whole. But if the Congress goes below 110, then they have no option. They will have to speak to JDS, who at this moment seems inclined to go to the BJP.
Right. I think that perspective really helps. I wonder what it means for business, for the resort owners at this point. Stay with us and watch this package that's coming up on your screens.
An 18th century Muslim ruler has become an important figure in 21st century Karnataka politics. Who am I talking about? Well, the television news guys love to hate him.
8,000 मंदिरों को तोड़ा।
टीपू सुल्तान नायक या फिर खलनायक?
40 लाख हिंदुओं का धर्मांतरण किया।
कर्नाटक चुनाव में बस यही होना बाकी था। पाकिस्तान से टीपू सुल्तान की एंट्री हो गई।
बीफ खाने पर मजबूर किया।
सतीश जी क्यों एक जिहादी को एंडोर्स कर रहे हैं आप?
1 लाख हिंदुओं को कैद किया, 2000 से ज्यादा ब्राह्मणों का कत्लेआम किया, 1783 में जिहाद का ऐलान किया, 27 चर्चों को तोड़ा, और ये तो कट्टर सुल्तान की निशानी है।
In the run up to the Karnataka elections, there were a lot of fake news and disinformation being floated around, but one of them particularly was extremely amusing and fascinating. This was regarding the death of Tipu Sultan, and the BJP and right wing started to push a narrative which claimed that two Vokkaliga leaders, Uri Gowda and Nanje Gowda, were responsible for the death of Tipu Sultan. For many years now, we have studied that Tipu was killed in the 4th Anglo-Mysuru War, and he was killed by the British soldiers. But this particular twist to Tipu's death has been particularly interesting.
The BJP in Karnataka tried hard to make Tipu Sultan an electoral issue this elections.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸೋರು. ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್
टीपू के बारे में आप क्या जानती हैं? मतलब
जानती तो बहुत थी, मगर अब ये एज में आके जरा बहुत भूल गई।
मैं होता एक पहलवान, वो अभी वो टाइम में फ्रीडम फाइट था, अभी लोग बोल रहे हैं विलन है करके।
वो तो फ्रीडम फाइटर बोलते हैं सब लोग, हमको भी मालूम नहीं, वो पुराना लोग को ज़्यादा मालूम पड़ता है, वो गाइड लोग को मालूम है।
The genuinely politicians are very rare in our India.
आजकल का पॉलिटिशियन इस बेकार 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 है।
Muted. Can we? We are muted. We are muted. Now we can go. So we're going directly to Anna straight away. Wait, but can they hear me? Back. We are back.
Guys, we can start.
Anna from the News Minute. She's outside Yediyurappa's house, so we're just going to get all the updates from her quickly. Okay, Anna, you're on. Can you hear me, Anna? Okay, 1 second. Some issues happening.
We can go
as
back
always
later.
Yeah, we'll just go back to Anna. Just come to me, guys. Okay, guys, as you can see, the technical glitches are still on. And I think you will have to bear with that for a while because we are 5 independent news organizations that have come together. We're doing this for the first time, so there are lots of mistakes. Sorry, but we're still going to get you some numbers. And now this is really action-packed time. Giving you the updates now. BJP is at 73, leading. Congress at 112, JDS at 30. If you look at...
Keep some headroom.
If you look at...
Am I audible, Danya?
Yeah, so, and if you look at
Yes,
the vote
audible.
share on ECI...
I can hear you, bro.
You guys can hear it. Okay, you can.
Okay,
Sorry. So if you look at the vote share, it's BJP is at
Can you
36.3,
just increase the
Congress at
volume a little
43.2, and JDS at 12.6. We're quickly going to go to the News Minute.
Eight
They're going to get us
seconds.
all the updates.
Okay.
News Minute office, Dhanya, are you there? And can you hear us? More importantly.
Just give me 1 second. Stop the camera.
No, they can't hear us. Okay, so I think Supriya, we should just, for our viewers, if you look at the numbers that ECI is throwing up right now, it's 43.2.
Spectacular.
Which for Congress would be, if these vote shares hold on, it'll be quite spectacular for them because the last time they crossed 40 was in 1999 when SM Krishna was sworn in and Congress got about 132 seats. So do you want to just tell us a little bit about the vote share that
Yes.
Congress has maintained?
Yes, this will be possibly their highest vote share in like 25 years. It was 40.8 in 1999. Then it fell to 35.3 in 2004, 34.8 in 2008, 36.6 in 2013, which is when they actually got a clear majority. And then it actually went up in the 2018 election, although their seat share came down. But this time, not only do they have a very high vote share, but as you just mentioned, in terms of leads, they're doing rather well.
And we've seen, and so, yeah, it's pretty clear now. But now what we want to do is we want to go to the News Minute office. Guys, production, I think we are mute. News Minute can't hear us. So we're just going to unmute ourselves so that our friends at the News Minute can hear us. Yes, Dhanya. Dhanya is WhatsApping me at this moment as we speak. Unmute. Hello. Yes, Dhanya, we're coming to Dhanya. Can you hear us? Can you hear us now, guys?
Unmute.
Yes, and I'm putting in caps, right? Unmute, because none of us can hear you. I mean, you are just becoming like a TV channel where you hog the limelight and you don't want to come
Damn
to
it.
others.
No, this is the News Minute hour. This is your hour because you guys are on the ground and you're going to tell us everything that's happening. Please, we want to know everything. Go for it. We just gave the vote share latest from ECI, but tell us.
Yes, so I'm going to go across to my colleagues Pooja, Anna first. Pooja, give us all the updates, what's happening. The numbers for the Congress seem to be going down a bit. They had more leads in the beginning, but now their leads are coming down. It's 150, it's anything between 110 to 114. That's definitely not good news for the Congress. And the JDS seems to be leading in at least 30 seats. Now, just to give some background to our viewers, Pooja is someone who believes that we have to stop calling JDS kingmaker, spoil sport, etc. Especially the word spoil sport, Pooja has a problem with. So I think they're bigger than kingmakers this election, Pooja, if the numbers stay the same.
And where many of us
Absolutely. Thanks for the vote of support. But yeah, I heard one more new term this morning on India Today, was it, where JDS was being called Joker. I think that is my new favorite. Hate it completely. But no, look, we have been maintaining that the Congress numbers and the JDS numbers will be directly, proportionate. As long as JDS is getting more than 30, Congress will be in trouble because in old Mysuru and in parts of Bengaluru and overall, the vote bank of JDS and Congress are very closely tied. They fight with each other for
seats, Vokalika votes in Old Mysuru, and in places like Hyderabad, Karnataka, the minority votes are split between Congress and JDS. So bad news for Congress because JDS numbers are going up. But quickly to give you a couple of updates on who's leading and who's not. The biggest news at this point of time is that Jagdish Shettar, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, who came from BJP to Congress just a few days ago, is trailing, and it looks like he will not be able to, make it through because the lead of his opponent, that is Mahesh Tenginkai of the BJP, is now over 10,000. So that will be a difficult task for him to catch up. We also saw that Arvind Limbavali, an RSS strongman, a senior BJP leader who had not been given a ticket, his wife Manjula was given ticket from Mahadevpura, is currently trailing. I particularly want to flag this off because this is one constituency where the News Minute had done a report from, where we had exposed that the voter list was being manipulated perhaps, and there was a data theft, voter data theft. It started from Mahadevpura in Bengaluru, and the latest is that the BJP candidate Manjula Limbavali is currently trailing from there. A few other leaders who are leading are DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah of the Congress party, and also we understand that N.A. Harris, who is a strongman from Bengaluru, is trailing. Rizwan Arshad is trailing. So it looks like there will be quite a few upsets for the Congress this time around.
Pooja, I want to quickly ask you one thing. If I can just ask one question. Just on JDS, I'm very curious because right now I'm just checking the Election Commission website. It's saying 29 seats. Their vote share though is 12.8%, and from 18 it's come to 12. So do you see the situation evolve in terms of the number of seats they have? Do you think all this chatter around JDS being reduced to a BSP-like party, what do you make of that?
No, I don't think that will be accurate in this situation because see, we last time around, I'll give an example why we cannot take vote share to be, the final dictating factor. Congress had a larger vote share than the BJP, but the BJP had a larger number of seats than the Congress, and it is, the difference was over 24 seats between the Congress and the BJP. So we cannot take vote share at face value. Manisha, you and I had traveled to Old Mysore, and we know that JDS had a very specific targeted campaign, right? So they are very sure of where what their strengths are, where they can win, and they're focused on those seats. So even if their vote share does come down, it could still mean that they could get over 30 seats, which again, like I said, is bad news for the Congress.
Because last time I got 37, so yeah.
Yes.
Any surprises as far as JDS is concerned, Pooja? Are they doing well in the seats that, the family represents?
No, the biggest upset for them will be Nikhil Kumaraswamy, who was trailing from Mandya. He'd lost the 2019 Lok Sabha elections from Mandya. And the biggest grouse of voters in Mandya was that after that, the family and the party abandoned Mandya, which is a core, for our viewers, it is the core of the Kannada heartland. It is a Kaveri basin and the biggest strength of JDS. And this time around, the next generation face of the JDS after Devegowda Kumaraswamy, it was touted to be Nikhil Kumaraswamy, and he is trailing. That will be very, very bad news. But H.D. Kumaraswamy is now currently leading from Ramnagara, which is his constituency. So we'll have to see if Nikhil can catch up, but it looks difficult at this point.
Will there be word of internal sabotage? Is the family feud bad enough for people to conclude that?
No, I don't know if it is internal sabotage, but I think it's just indifference on part of JDS. They did not look at long-term strategy. Like I said, I think the family was so upset with the voters of Mandya because Nikhil lost. They abandoned their core voters, and that is now, I think, being reflected. They should have stayed back even after Nikhil lost, kind of cultivated him as the next generation leader, some sort of a voter connect. It looks like, and I think for voters, it's good news. You can no longer just flaunt your name, Nikhil Kumaraswamy, and just get away with anything. You have to connect with the voters. You have to put in that hard work. Only then will they respond to you. So I think that's great news for Karnataka politics generally, but terrible news for JDS.
Especially a state which has that many dynasts in the fray.
So President is
43, if I could just add the number from BJP.
Sorry, how many?
43 dynasts from BJP alone.
Parivarvad. So Danya, you want to go to Prajwal? He's outside Deva's house.
Yeah, and I also want to ask Prajwal about the numbers. Now, if you look at Old Mysore region, Prajwal, the initial trends are saying that the JDS is leading in around 20 seats. Now, last time, out of the 67 seats in the Old Mysore region, JDS had won 29 seats. If that's the trend, if in Old Mysore region, the JDS is going to be losing on seats, what must have changed on the ground? Kumaraswamy, for viewers who do not know, has been on a Padayatra for many months now. He was going from constituency to constituency almost every week, and there were visuals of people gathering to welcome him, to speak to him. What could have gone wrong, Prajwal?
Of H.D. Devegowda, and there's a lot of uncertainty in the JDS camp. I was speaking to party workers, I was speaking to people here about what's happening in the elections, and even though there has been an upward tick in the numbers in the last few minutes, there is a lot of uncertainty whether JDS will be a decision maker today. Whatever word you want to call it, joker, kingmaker, decision maker, there is a lot of uncertainty whether it will come to that today. So part of the reason that the workers here are talking about is that in the Old Mysore region, where the JDS is traditionally strong, they are doing quite well. They're doing reasonably well, but not as well as they did last time. So their performance has gone down in the Old Mysore region, and we have to understand that the JDS has a significant vote base only in this region in Karnataka. So in the other regions in the state, the JDS decided to adopt this strategy of picking up the people who left the Congress, people who left the BJP, and tried to field them, and that does not appear to have worked. And in addition to that, in the Old Mysore region, the JDS has not done as well as they did last time. The biggest surprise, Nikhil Kumaraswamy, the son of a former chief minister, is trailing in Ramnagara constituency. So now the JDS is campaign in the Old Mysore region was talking about the fact that Uri Gowda and Nanjay Gowda, these two fictional characters that were created by the BJP. So their campaign was also talking about communalism entering Old Mysore. The campaign was also talking about waiving off farmer loans again. They were very critical of B.S. Yediyurappa's land reform and farmer reform that the Yediyurappa and the Bommai government had brought in. But it appears that the JDS has lost ground in its bastion to the Congress. And it's been for instance, in the last elections in 2018, the JDS won from every constituency in Mandya. So it remains to be seen whether the JDS can repeat that performance in this region. But what I'm hearing is that even though they're doing quite okay, all the seats that they're winning is from the Old Mysore region, they're not doing as well as they did last time. And this has brought on a lot of uncertainty outside the residence of H.D. Devegowda. And Kumaraswamy, who's expected to come here at some point in the day, if they have a decision to make, we'll be bringing you updates from Padmanabh Nagar in Bengaluru throughout the day.
Is Kumaraswamy back from Singapore?
Yeah, he did. He's back from Singapore. He was at a temple in the morning, and he's still putting on a brave face and saying that this party will win 50 seats. But the conversation we heard from the JDS yesterday is that the JDS is in talks with both the BJP and the Congress. So there was a party spokesperson that said that the JDS has already decided which way they'll go, but the party president has now come out and distanced themselves from that statement, said that it was not a party spokesperson who made that statement. And now the official line is that we'll wait and watch. It's like someone described to me, it's a shopkeeper who'll open his shop today and will go with the better offer. The BJP or the Congress are both options if the JDS is a decision maker again.
Okay, great. We can, Dhanya, we want to go to Anna now?
Yeah, I want to go to Anna and Shabir also. I want to actually go to Shabir first because yes, I want to go to Shabir first because there's a very interesting thing that we are still not touching, which is if the numbers that we have now is Congress 115, they will definitely form a government, right? If they have simple majority, they're going to form the government. Who is the chief minister? That's a question which the Congress has not been addressing till now. Who will be the chief minister?
Just to say that there's been a view that for the halfway mark for Congress isn't 50% of the assembly, but 60%, because even if they get a slender victory, it won't hold.
So I have two thoughts on this, Manisha and Supriya, before I go to Shabir. One is that the BJP won't immediately try to upset the apple cart. If the Congress gets more than 110 or 112, I think the BJP will just let the Congress form the government. And remember, it was not easy. The second point is last time also in 2019, it's not like by magic or by wave of a magic wand, they got 17 MLAs. It took 1.5 years to convince 17 MLAs from the Congress and the JDS to jump to the BJP. So it cannot be an overnight operation, and 2024 is not far away. Public perception does matter. So I don't think the BJP will go for some plan B, Operation Lotus, whatever they will call it. They will be a bit circumspect, I feel. Shabir, over to you. There is a formula that the Congress is talking about. We have spoken to several Congress leaders yesterday. They were all in Bengaluru. They flew out last night, most of them. In fact, Siddaramaiah went by road to Varuna, Priyank Kharge went back a lot. But there was a late night meeting with Randeep Singh Surjewala, Jairam Ramesh and others. What is the formula that they told us, that they told you about?
Well, Dhanya, there are two formulas that the Congress is talking about, and Randeep Singh Surjewala has been handed over the responsibility to broker a deal between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. Remember, Siddaramaiah went on to say that he is one of the chief minister aspirants. So still there is confusion within the Congress party. If they cross the 120 mark, then that is something that the Congress party will have to deal with and focus. As far as the Congress leaders are concerned, they say that they are going to come up with a formula saying that 2.5 years there will be one chief minister and the next chief minister will take over from there, which is another 2.5 years. So that is something that that one formula that they are talking about. Another formula is the PCC president, offering PCC president and ministers to the candidate who is aspiring to become a chief minister. Remember, there's only one post for the chief minister. So either it's going to be Siddaramaiah or DK Shivakumar, but in all likelihood, it all depends on how many MLAs are going to support either of these candidates. But whatever sources that we are picking up from the Congress is that they say that Siddaramaiah any day has the support of maximum number of MLAs, whereas DK Shivakumar is a strong man, but still he needs to garner the support of that many MLAs. So that is going to be interesting if the Congress gets more than 120 seats or so, because in that context, the next battle that will happen within the Congress is who will be the chief minister for Karnataka.
So if it is above 120, then the Congress will, Manisha and Supriya, talk about 2.5 years, because if it is less than 120, I think they are also looking at a government for 1 or 2 years only, because Operation Lotus will anyway happen, right? So if it is above 120, yes. Otherwise, the formula they're talking about is to keep one camp happy with good portfolios like Home Ministry, like giving the PCC president, like one National Congress leader was describing that PCC post is almost equivalent to the chief minister as far as the Congress's hierarchy goes. But DK Shivakumar, from what I know, put his foot down yesterday. He said, I put in money, I put in my strength, I put in my people. I want to be the chief minister. So he is, and there was even a trend on Twitter yesterday. So the trends also do not appear just like that.
Right.
I'm sorry, my cat thinks the live is going
as
on.
As long as this doesn't fall on your head.
Yes. So
maybe you can have the cat on your lap.
Yes, my cats definitely don't want any resort politics. They want a clear-cut election today so that they don't have to bear with any more lives.
But that's fascinating, Dhanya. You were just saying that DK Shivakumar put his foot down and said that he wants to be the chief minister.
Yes, he wants to be the chief minister. See, it's very, if you talk to a Congress leader who's from the Siddaramaiah camp, they will tell you, it's a natural decision, right? Siddaramaiah will be the chief minister. The moment you call DK Shivakumar camp, they'll say, why? Who decides what is natural? So the National Congress leadership is saying that we are not worried at all. Ooh. This situation has not, no, it's okay. I'm very safe. This situation has not come for us even in Madhya Pradesh or other states, that this is a problem that the media creates, that both DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah will listen to what the High Command says, that they are both very close to the Gandhi family. They will also listen to Mallikarjun Kharge. So they are saying that this is all media creation. We will have our formula. You guys don't worry about it.
How correct are they when they say that this is a media creation and that they will listen to us?
See, I think if it is above 120, they definitely have a problem in their hands, because both DKs and Siddaramaiah will want to become the first term chief minister.
What if it is less? You've been talking about the 120. What we're hearing in Delhi, Dhanya, is that if Congress needs to pull in MLAs, like if it's they're very close to the halfway mark or just above the halfway mark, then they will need DK Shivakumar's muscle. But if they're comfortably placed, then Siddaramaiah is the man. He's the tallest leader of the party. He also has the approval of Rahul Gandhi.
And all opinion polls say he's the most popular guy in Karnataka.
What are you
Well,
hearing?
yes,
in
definitely.
Bangalore?
Siddaramaiah has the upper hand, I feel. But like I said, DK Shivkumar is not someone that the Congress can easily ignore, right? In fact, one provocative question that I've asked every Congress leader I called yesterday is, if you select Siddaramaiah, what is the possibility of DK Shivkumar walking out of the Congress? If it is vice versa, what is the possibility? They are both like, no. These are Congress loyalists. They understand what is at stake. That will not happen. We should not exaggerate. If it is Siddaramaiah who becomes the first if it is above 120 and Siddaramaiah becomes the chief minister for the first term, then DK Shivkumar will accept it. I don't know. The Congress seems very calm, but another Congress leader said that what is more worrying for them is what will happen if they win more seats than even losing. I think Pooja has more updates from the Congress, so she just wants to give those updates.
Yeah. Come. Let's go to Pooja.
Yeah. So what we're hearing is DK Shivkumar has support of AICC leaders. At least four senior leaders in Delhi have thrown their weight behind him. And Siddaramaiah, on the other hand, has the support of local leaders, including some of the probable winning candidates. So that is what it looks like. And the latest buzz, and this is coming from the AICC president's camp, is that Siddaramaiah does not have much to lose. He's already said that this is his last election. So what can you offer him? DK Shivkumar still has a couple of decades perhaps of politics ahead of him. He has age on his side. So it looks like currently that there could be some compromise where at least in Lok Sabha elections, because Congress needs Siddaramaiah to campaign and get a big chunk of the 28 Lok Sabha seats in Karnataka. So there could be some compromise offered to Siddaramaiah at least for the next 1 year. And like Dhanya rightly said, one formula that they are seriously considering is 2 years of Siddaramaiah for sure. By then he will be closer to 80, and after that maybe look at some other role for him. Meanwhile, mind you, DK Shivkumar and people that he will point will get very, very important portfolios. There could be home, even a DCM position created. And also it has been communicated that Siddaramaiah, even if he's made the chief minister, will not have the kind of autonomy he had last time around. He was given a free hand last time. This time, his wings will be clipped. There will be some sort of checks and balance. So he won't be chief minister of 2013. Kharge is an important name. Let's not rule him out just yet. Sorry, Manisha, you had something to say.
Just, we're getting some audience questions. I think you'd be perfect to answer this. One is, if Congress comes into power, what is the probability of Congress fulfilling its promise of doing caste census in Karnataka? Too early, but still.
Well, we'd probably begin with them publishing the caste census they have carried out in 2014. We've spoken about this quite a bit. In 2014, when Congress was in power, there was a caste survey that was conducted. The results have not been published at all after that. Now, the Congress claims, and I say claims, that they did not get the final, findings of the survey till they were in power, that is till 2018. Now, I have spoken to a dozen people who were involved in this process, and they all contradict this claim. And they say that as early as 2016, the report was final. The accusation is that Kumaraswamy did not want this to be published. This is something Siddaramaiah has told me on record. And then, of course, after that, the BJP government also didn't publish. So to begin with, we should ask the Congress if they will publish. Siddaramaiah has gone on record to say that he will ensure that first thing, the caste census, the findings will be published. That we have to check. Will there be another caste census? I doubt.
Supriya, you were saying that this situation is reminding you of Chhattisgarh.
Yes, especially the talk about like a half term for Siddaramaiah followed by a half term for DK Shivkumar. They've just done exactly that in Chhattisgarh, and nobody hands over power. Bhupesh Baghel took the first half term and he was supposed to hand over power to T.S. Singdev, and that never happened. So the fact that they're again bringing up this formula in Karnataka, I really wonder, is anyone in Karnataka taking it seriously? I don't know if Shabir is still around. Shabir, are you there?
Or maybe Dhanya can come.
Also, I think Sudipto wants to weigh in. Sudipto is our executive editor. Sudipto, you want to weigh in? Yes.
Yeah. So, since we're discussing DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, I just wanted to come in here and also talk about what each of them represents. Siddaramaiah is an erudite, social justice, a person who has always associated himself with social justice causes. DK Shivkumar, on the other hand, is a mining baron, money bag, who has always been seen with the
DK Shivkumar is not a mining baron at all. DK Shivkumar is classified as a farmer. Yes.
He's
not into mining at all. No.
No. He's into stone quarry. he's called
yes, quarrying, yes.
Exactly, that's mining only. Anyway, the point is.
No, but when we say mining in Karnataka.
Mining means illegal ore and all that. No, I'm not iron ore. Stone mining. He's called Bande Shivkumar for something. I remember this guy as somebody when I was a reporter for the Hindu in 2013. There were some people who had defected from his side and moved over to the rivals. After he won the election, he made sure that these JCB, these earth-moving machines, dug out a trench around that person's house, which was like 6 feet deep and 6 feet wide. And this was a message to the entire constituency that, I am DK Shivkumar, I'm a Vocaliga leader. Everything regressive, everything right-wing, everything reactionary, everything casteist in the Congress is represented by, in my opinion, DK Shivkumar. And the opposite is true of Siddaramaiah. And the reason I say this is because look at the caste census, look at the anti-superstition bill that he wanted to bring in, look at any progressive legislation that Siddaramaiah wanted to push in. The Congress defeated it, right? The Congress, the party, his own party police. Why is the caste census not there? Because people like DK Shivkumar are opposed to it. Why is he opposed to it? Because it will expose the fact that this trope that is created of Vocaliga dominance in Karnataka politics, that they are numerically strong, that will be exposed. DK Shivkumar will be an, ideologically, when the Congress is trying to project itself as this, we are such a peaceful party, we are about Bharat Jodo. Okay, DK Shivkumar represents an antithesis to that sentiment. Okay, it will in fact defeat all the progressive forces that have gathered to bring the Congress to power.
Great. So we're just going to quickly go to the numbers. 1044. I have the update from 1044. BJP at 73, Congress at 115, JDS at 29, and others at 7. And if I just go to the Election Commission website, which is slow and steady yet very trustworthy. Let me just refresh my laptop.
We have some internet issues.
Are we having internet issues now?
I'm not able to get onto the ECI site.
Vote share on the ECI website is broadly the same as what we said right at the beginning. BJP at 36%, Congress at 43%, JDS at 13%, and others at 5.86%. Over to you, Dhanya. I think we should go to Anna. She's outside Yediyurappa's house, right?
Yes, Anna is outside Yediyurappa's house. Anna, what is the mood there? BS Yediyurappa, if the numbers go and if the BJP loses, it's definitely going to be, from the beginning, the speculation has been that if the BJP loses, one man who has some advantage out of it will be BS Yediyurappa. The logic behind that is BS Yediyurappa sidelined, BJP loses, then BJP will have to agree to whatever he says for 2024. Anna.
Well, there's not much activity happening here, Dhanya. We saw Leher Singh, who is the Rajya Sabha MP and is close to Yediyurappa coming in. He's considered the link man between the High Command and the state unit. So he was here just a short while back. But otherwise, not much activity happening at Yediyurappa's residence. In fact, there was a visual put out about an hour ago of Yediyurappa tracking the numbers very closely. Just before I answer your question, his son, remember, is contesting from his seat. Shikaripura, there were some anxious moments sometime back because it looked like he was trailing at one point, but he's back to leading at the moment. But the margin is, rather slim. It's about a few thousand votes, if I'm right. But yes, in many ways, this election, he could be the happiest man if things pan out as they are. Because in many ways, this is an experiment for the BJP. They did make him step down as chief minister in 2019. He did not lead the campaign, so to speak. It was Modi that they projected as the face of the BJP campaign here in Karnataka. But that said, of course, the BJP is leading in places where Modi did campaign very aggressively, including Bengaluru. And of course, in coastal Karnataka region, where they are strong and they continue to be strong. They were strong and they continue to be strong. But yes, in many ways, for Yediyurappa, he did want this campaign also to be about his son. It was considered he's considered his political successor. And he, of course, had told the media that he has retired from electoral politics. He had stepped down from contesting from Shikaripura. So yes, in many ways, what happens to Yediyurappa, he's touching 80. His political future, his son's political future, that is the question.
Manisha, if I can just go to Sudipto, because yesterday we published this really long story that Sudipto wrote. Quickly, Sudipto, are you thinking, the story was that there is space for a second Hindutva party in Karnataka and B.S. Yedurappa should lead it. Sudipto insisted on a provocative headline. So if things don't go well for the BJP, Sudipto, what is B.S. Yedurappa and his son's future like?
Yeah, I'm happy about two things. Firstly, that the article was written. Thank you for pushing me to do it. But the other thing I'm happy about, or rather, like I feel like the article now has become a little safe. Yesterday, when we published it, there was still this outside chance that the BJP could perhaps do well, and other dynamics would come into play. But now that it has been proven what happens when Yedurappa gets sidelined. This is the second time, right, Danya? Like in 2013 also, when they tried to sideline him, we saw what happened and how the Congress came back. If I'm not wrong, the numbers are also looking very similar to the 2013 numbers, right? Finally, this whether Yedurappa, again, in my piece, I was arguing that this will be an "I told you so" moment for the Veerashaiva Lingayat leaders and that entire mobilization that has happened in that community. It is an "I told you so" kind of a moment. Now, will Yedurappa, harness this moment? Will he be the face of this resentment? I don't know. But definitely, this only goes to, in a sense, vindicate what I wrote, which was a little dicey at the point when I wrote it. But now I feel like I feel a little vindicated, because the Lingayat Veerashaiva community is going to continue to play some very important, not games, how do you put it? I mean, they're going to participate in some very interesting political experiments going forward.
So today's victory or loss does not just lead up to who forms the government, but it will also have an impact on what happens to Karnataka's politics. I want to go to Prajwal Bhatt next, and then Pooja and Paul. Prajwal, the numbers are changing in Old Mysore region. There are pockets where the Congress is gaining. But if there's one region which remains unchanged as far as the BJP goes, it is coastal Karnataka. That's where you have been reporting the most from. What did you see in coastal Karnataka? You're not surprised by the numbers. The BJP is going to win as much as they did last time, it looks like.
There is no surprise in the numbers coming out from coastal Karnataka. The BJP swept this region in the 2018 election, and Sudipto and I traveled in this region. We spoke to Hindutva leaders who were disgruntled with the BJP. So there is the undercurrent that Sudipto has mentioned in his article yesterday, but that has not affected the BJP as much electorally this time around. So even though there is space for a second Hindutva party, even though there is space for, there were internal rebellions that the BJP had to cope with, this region is once again going to be swept by the BJP, and all the indications are pointing to that so far. So the last time around in 2018, in the three districts that we consider coastal Karnataka, Udupi, Dakshina Kannada and Uttara Kannada, the BJP won 16 of the 19 seats. So there were only pockets of the region where the BJP did not win the elections last time. And it seems that the trend is going to continue again this time around, even though disgruntlement and internal rebellions amongst Hindutva groups has been at its highest in the last 6 months. So Sudipto and I spoke to a prominent Hindutva leader, Pramod Mutalik, who is contesting as an independent in Karkala. We also spoke to other Hindutva leaders, especially the non-Brahmin Hindutva leaders, who had a question to poke of the BJP on the lines of caste, on the lines of the fact that a lot of the times when there are violent incidents, when Hindutva workers are killed, it is a certain social segment that bears the brunt of it. So in spite of these questions being raised, and of course, even though the elections result and elections counting day, we are going to be talking a lot about the fact that the BJP did well in this region, but these questions are not going to go away. I think these are things that the next 5 years are also, going to throw up in this particular region. So the BJP, yes, has done well electorally in coastal Karnataka. It seems that it is going to continue the trend again this time, but there are a lot of questions it still needs to address.
Since we're talking regions, Dhanya, is there now a sense of whether the BJP has been successful in, even though it's not doing very well, but is the spread of its seats different from last time? Is it picking up seats in areas where it didn't have much of a presence before? Or is
so Supriya, the numbers that stand for us as of now is BJP is leading in 73, the Congress, so BJP is leading in 71, the Congress is leading in 117, the JDS in 30 and others in 7. I think the two regions that the BJP is doing considerably well, one is the Bangalore region, where I think they're still leading in around 16 seats, and the coastal region. But in Bombay, Karnataka, Central Karnataka, Hyderabad, Karnataka, etc., which is Kittur and Kalyana, Karnataka, the BJP is not doing too well. Now we'll have to wrap it up. We'll go to all the reporters and all our journalists once. Quickly, Sudeepto, the Hindutva calls by the BJP. During the election campaign itself, the BJP was not talking about Hindutva other than when the Bajrang Dal issue came up. But it does look like all the stuff that they did in the run-up to the elections has not really helped the BJP, right?
Yes, because they failed on one fundamental front, which is governance, which is the basic function of governance, which is an arbiter of how wealth is distributed, right? That is essentially, I mean, finally, it comes down to how did they deal with the budget, where did they allocate money, which are the communities they supported, and all of that. Now, I mean, there was a time we used to be very concerned about the rise of fundamentalism, of fascism, and how the BJP is embracing these kind of politics. But this should reassure those of us who think that India is for the taking, Karnataka is for the taking. All you need to do is raise one Hindutva issue. It shows that the Hindu is not a cow who can just be led in one direction.
Okay, so since Sudeepto spoke about governance, I want to just quickly go to Paul. One place, Paul, where we see governance being spoken about a lot is Bengaluru, where there are always discussions about not enough governance, every systems failing. But it looks like the BJP is going to walk away with a chunk of seats from Bengaluru. In fact, if you look at all the 6 regions, in the News Minute, we divide Karnataka into 6 regions, not 5, because we do separate Old Mysuru region and Bengaluru. Out of 28 seats, if the BJP does get 16, what worked? The Prime Minister's rally, because governance cannot be a moot point there, right?
Well, I was just going to say that, Dani. I think the Prime Minister's rally is something that the BJP has been giving a lot of importance to, and seems like that has worked for them here, especially in other areas where they thought the BJP will do well. I had been to the Kalyana Karnataka region, and there it was actually a place where BJP was winning from quite a few years. And this time around, we're seeing both the Bellary brothers, Gali Karnaka Reddy and Gali Somashekar Reddy, both of them are trailing the last I checked. And Gali Janardhan Reddy was winning in his particular constituency, which is Gangavati. So in Bengaluru, like you said, I think the Modi's rally, the Prime Minister's rally could have made a difference. And also the various other factors could have come into play. But as of now, I think I'm right now outside Basavaraj Bommai's house. And here, Basavaraj Bommai's house, he was supposed to come here. The morning he was in Haveri. He hasn't come as of now, and it seems like he won't be coming because the numbers also reflect a sober side for the BJP at the moment. But like you said, in Bengaluru, I think there is some kind of happiness here because the BJP has done well here.
I think I wanted to go to Pooja, if she's with us.
Yes, Manisha, I can hear you. Go on.
So I think one of the important things we want to know right now is Kalyan, Karnataka and Kittur, Karnataka. How is the BJP performing there? Because these areas have been traditionally backward. The issues that we were hearing about, price rise, inflation, economic distress, typically this is the area where people would feel the brunt of it the most. So what do we know about BJP's performance in these 2 areas?
So, Manisha, Kalyana Karnataka, which is also called the Hyderabad Karnataka, is one of the most backward, areas in the entire country, not just the state. If you look at the issues of this region, we're looking at severe malnutrition, no road connectivity to many villages also, and price rise will be a huge factor here. Traditionally, BJP has not had much presence here. Now, contrast this with Mumbai, Karnataka, or Kittur, Karnataka, as it's called. A huge chunk of BJP's votes has come from this region traditionally. 50 seats from this region, and right? 6 districts, but 50 seats. Right? Yes, this is a well-off region. Yeah. This is bordering Maharashtra and Goa, and a lot of Marathi-speaking voters in this region. So BJP has successfully combined Lingayat, who are also in large number, the Lingayat vote bank plus Maratha plus Hindutva vote bank, and they've done exceptionally well in this region. Just to give you numbers, last time out of those 50 seats in Mumbai, Karnataka, BJP had won 30. Congress had won 18. This is 2018. And the numbers changed again when the defectors went from Congress to the BJP in 2019. So here the BJP is currently not doing very, very well. Particularly in Belagavi, we're yet to get the exact numbers, but BJP is not performing as well as they did last time. This will be a huge concern for them. And also the central Karnataka region where 19 seats are there, BJP had won 15 of those. So central Karnataka is also relatively prosperous, but also has some influence of Hindutva. I'm talking about regions like Davangere, Chitradurga, and parts of Shimoga. So there is a little bit of influence of Hindutva as well, but not as hardcore as, let's say, the coastal Karnataka region or the Mumbai Karnataka region. There also BJP is not doing very, very well. If they cannot retain the numbers of 30 and 15 in these two regions, it will be big trouble for the BJP, and they cannot compensate by just winning big in coastal and Bangalore, where surprisingly you cannot explain how Bangalore is voting overwhelmingly in support of BJP, because all through the 5 years Bangaloreans complain about terrible roads and bad drain and all of that. BJP is in power in center, in state, and also it was in power in BBMP, which is your local municipal corporation, where we've not had any elections for 3 years because of BJP. Still, Bangalore overwhelmingly votes for BJP.
Yeah, and the Prime Minister's last two roadshows also really were concentrated in that region. So
can I ask Pooja? Can I ask Pooja to elaborate on that point? We talked about how Dakshin Kannada and Bangalore are the two most educated, affluent places, and how. Can you talk a little further? We've talked about this further. You bring up this point often, right? That this is the educated voter.
Absolutely educated, well-off voters, relatively prosperous region. In fact, the coastal Karnataka is the most prosperous region of the state, and they overwhelmingly vote for the BJP. So is it a message? And I think Sudipto can answer this better. Does it mean that we don't care if we have to pay, high price for our LPG, cost of living is extremely high, but still we will vote for Hindutva? Looks like that is a message from the coast. Bengaluru is a different story altogether. Yes, Manisha, like you rightly said, Prime Minister's rallies had a huge impact. But also, let's not forget that of the 17 people who jumped ship, 4 or 5 of them, the Congress legislators who went, are very, very strong in Bengaluru. They're all Bengaluru, MLAs. They're extremely strong in terms of muscle, money, and influence. So they will also add a lot to BJP's tally in Karnataka. Local factors always are important. While we look at the macro picture, I think these are things that matter. And that's why the BJP is performing well despite a dismal performance.
Can I just go to Shabir now, because or are you guys online? Supriya and
yes, very much.
Yes,
we wanted to go to Shabir now that the latest numbers show Congress is leading in 119 seats. Shabir, is Congress doing something to protect its MLAs? Are they being taken outside the state?
Well, that has not happened, but definitely. Yeah, that has not happened yet, but definitely what we understand is that the Congress has already made plans to keep their flock together. In fact, I was here at DK Shivkumar's residence and I was talking to local leaders. They were talking about resorts, bookings, because remember, the number is very important. If they are hovering around somewhere between 113 to 115, then resort politics becomes mandatory. They need to keep their flock together because they don't want any kind of surprises in the last minute. So they want to be better prepared this time around. And DK Shivkumar is someone who will ensure that happens. And yesterday there were some leaders within the Congress party who have been given specific tasks of monitoring all their MLA candidates. So it's like man-to-man marking is what we say in football. So that kind of a situation is still there in Congress party. So I think if they cross...
No, but that's actually true. There is man-to-man marking. One of the Congress leaders told me that we are watching our MLAs. We have people in every, the MLAs are in counting centers. There are people watching these MLAs. So these Karnataka elections are also like some martial arts fight. People are watching over the MLAs. If needed, they will just be physically brought. Anna actually put out an interesting story we had done yesterday together. Anna, the 105-110 breakup, can you just explain that to the viewer? Why the 105-110 number matters?
Yeah, so the Congress has basically formulated a strategy based on the number 105. So 105 is their cutoff. If it's 105 and upwards, around 105 if Congress wins, then they will approach not just independent MLAs, but also JDS independently, individual JDS MLAs to form government. If it's 110 then and upwards, then they will only go to independent candidates or independent MLAs to form the government. And of course, if it's below the 105 mark, then they're not even looking to form government, because they know even if they try and cobble up, these numbers, then Operation Kamana will work and they'll pull down the government. So that is the formula that they're working.
If it is below 105, then the JDS has to come on board. There's absolutely no other option for the Congress. Quickly going to Paul. Paul is outside Basavaraja Bommai's residence. Paul, normally all the national, I call them Delhi news channels, when they're covering elections, especially exit polls, this time one criticism was...
We are also sitting in Delhi.
But you are independent media.
I think she was going to say Delhi
friends.
media, and then she said Delhi news channels.
We will not call you Delhi media. Because see, you have all of us, right? You have our inputs also. So Paul, one thing was that they started the exit poll with Narendra Modi and Amit Shah's face, and slowly as the exit polls were concluding, it became only for JP Nadda's face. There was no Modi and Amit Shah on screen anymore. Just like that, if at all the BJP does lose today, who are going to be taking the blame, or who will the blame be placed on?
Well, it seems like it will be Basavaraj Bommai, because it was during his tenure that they had a lot of controversial legislations that were introduced, like the cow protection bill, also the anti-conversion bill, and also a lot of controversies regarding moral policing. There's one particular incident I remember where he was in Mangalore, Danya, and he had spoken to the media almost justifying what the vigilante groups had done. So we have seen various controversies during his tenure, and it seems like somewhere or the other these controversies have had an impact on their on this particular election. And like I had pointed out earlier, Danya, this particular election, they did not project Bommai as the face of Karnataka this time. It was Modi all the way. In fact, Basavaraj Bommai himself had said it was the Prime Minister's rally that is going to be of utmost importance. So they were banking on the charisma, on the personality of Prime Minister Modi. And it seems like you pointed out, when the numbers were put out in the exit polls, it was initially Prime Minister Modi, and as and when the numbers came in, the national channel soon moved it to JP Nadda and then also Basavaraj Bommai in many cases. So it seems like Bommai will take the blame for this particular result that has come in, or at least what's coming in as of now. We'll have to wait and watch for that, Danya.
Pooja, what is your take? Who will be blamed other than Basavaraja Bommai for a loss if the BJP does lose? Because 2024 is not far away. The BJP's one strident, Shabir is putting his hands up. Shabir still behaves like he's in a television channel studio. Shabir, yes, go on.
Old habits die hard.
And yeah, I would say that the role of BL Santosh is also very important, because in this election, we have seen some footprint of BL Santosh in terms of, selecting candidates. In fact, Jagdish Shettar, the former chief minister...
Not some footprints, massive footprints.
Massive footprints, I would say. And Jagdish Shettar, who blamed him, saying that he wanted to sideline senior leaders of the party. He wanted to sideline B.S. Yediyurappa. So all this, will also come on him, because as far as the BJP is concerned, BL Santosh has been given the task of, expanding its base in the southern regions of the country. So BL Santosh is the man who has been holding these operations and who has been behind the scenes working on different strategies as far as the BJP is concerned. And it's very, rare that an organizing secretary of the BJP, comes out and speaks directly to the party workers. In fact, just ahead of election, Santosh was there holding spaces on Twitter, and he was talking about a lot of things. And in fact, he was someone, who was also taking questions from the party workers when asked about the confusion or the resentment that the Lingayat community had. BL Santosh was very dismissive about it. So a lot of blame will be also attributed to BL Santosh.
What about Nalin Kumar Katil Prajwal? And Prajwal and Pooja, both of you can weigh in. Will this be some sort of a B.S. Yediyurappa's victory over BL Santosh if the BJP does not win this election? Prajwal,
I disagree slightly with that. Sir. Let Prajwal come in first.
No, you mentioned Nalin Kumar Katil. This election campaign was fought by the BJP when its BJP state president in Karnataka, Nalin Kumar Katil, was one of the most unpopular BJP leaders that this state has known in a long time, in my opinion. Because when I was traveling in coastal Karnataka, there were a lot of Khattar BJP supporters, Hindutva supporters, who absolutely could not stand the fact that Nalin Kumar Katil is an influential leader in the party. So he is somebody, not because they want him to stand for social justice principles or anything of that sort, but because he's not Hindutva enough and because he has an image of being somebody who is not worked enough. So this election campaign has also been a case of the BJP realizing that some of their handpicked names that who talk the language of Hindutva, who say that they stand for who wanted to bring in the cow slaughter bill, wanted to bring in the anti-conversion bill. These names have also faced a setback in this election.
Yeah, Tanya, yes, Manisha, I was saying, yes, BL Santosh had complete control over ticket distribution and he is to be blamed. But I don't think the BJP will sacrifice him at the altar. They will put Basavaraj Bommai's face on this loss. And I don't completely disagree because like Paul rightly pointed, I mean, you just saw disaster after disaster, during his governance. On one hand, of course, for us, it seemed like complete regressive policies where he brought in these Hindutva projects and made those laws more stringent than even Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, right, on one side. On the other side, corruption, it was completely uncontrolled. I just have to point out that for 3 years that Bommai was in government, from what BJP says, the central leadership did not step in. They did not come in and they weren't hands-on like they usually are. They wanted the situation to play out, pan out, and then towards the end, see, it's almost like they're willing to let the local leaders battle it out so that you can place the blame and weed them all out, weed the old crowd out and bring in their own people. Also, I think Yediyurappa will have to take some of the blame, not because he's responsible, but the central leadership will pin it on him. They will say that we've given you charge, we've asked you to go around the state, campaign for the party, which he said he will, and he did as well. But you did not manage to get complete majority for us. So he will be kind of, made to work harder for 2024, and also his bargaining power will come down a little bit, I think.
Pooja, will Annamalai also take the blame?
Well, he should, and I'm sure Shabir will agree with me. But again,
I think we have to cut back to the Delhi studio, guys, because TNM time is almost over. Yes,
no, Shabir and Annamalai, please.
Yeah,
Shabir,
one important.
1 point, please. Shabir and Annamalai, please.
There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk that Annamalai has been telling people that he was the one who was actually selecting candidates and all of it. So if not in Karnataka, probably in Tamil Nadu, there will be a lot of celebrations because Annamalai has gone to Karnataka and he has made things worse for the BJP. Probably that will be the narrative that will be, trending in Tamil Nadu at least.
Shabir is not able to suppress his smile.
Yes, Manisha.
Before we let them go, Dhanya, we've been talking about who gets the blame for BJP's rather poor performance, but Congress is going to get where it seems like it's getting, which is past the halfway mark. Who gets the credit other than, of course, the leaders that we've been talking about, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah? Behind the scenes, there was an election strategist at work, Sunil Kanaglo.
Yes, who takes the credit in the Congress is the biggest headache for the Congress, because DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah are taking credit. Of course, they have to take credit because they've also come together, set aside their differences for some time. The last day of the campaign, we saw this video which the Congress put out, a very unique thing where the two leaders speak to each other. But that's the biggest headache now, because who becomes the chief minister is the $1 million question. As far as Sunil is concerned, he joined the Congress a few months ago. This is his first big election. And I think the whole Pay CM campaign was also from his brainchild. So that definitely worked for the Congress. I've been speaking to Sunil for many years when he was working in the BJP, then he was with the DMK. And I keep asking him, in fact, yes, recently I asked him, will the elusive Sunil now speak? He said no. So elusive Sunil never speaks, but it does reflect well on their strategy, right? Normally the Congress is always reacting to the BJP, I feel. Whenever there's a campaign, the Congress is always, if the BJP says something, they will react. But this time, they were very clear that they are going on local issues. They focused on cost of living, price rise, on corruption. Corruption was not something that the Congress really believed in. Most Congress leaders would say corruption is not an issue, but I think they figured out it is. Even when the Bajrang Dal problem happened, when the Prime Minister wrongly equated Bajrang Dal to Bajrang Dalis, and then Kharge apparently called Narendra Modi a poisonous snake. When the BJP was going on an offensive, the Congress really was reacting well. Normally, the Congress takes a backseat. In fact, I certainly expected the Congress to go back on the Bajrang Dal promise, but they did not. They stuck their neck out, and I think that has also helped them.
In fact, we could just quickly take one question. We have an audience question: if Congress will ban Bajrang Dal if they come to power.
I don't. They never said they'll ban. They never said they will ban
that in the first place. But you want to take that?
They never said they will ban. They simply said that any group which spreads hate speech, we will take all legal action, including a ban. But remember, legally also, it is not for state governments to simply impose a ban.
Yeah.
That it has to also go to the union government. So, and whether they can really ban or not, the point is the Congress taking that strident stand has helped them, especially consolidate the Muslim vote. If you look at any exit poll, it has said there is a clear consolidation of the Muslim vote for the Congress. And this decisiveness, like I said, even when the BJP went on the offensive, the Congress never backtracked. That's really helped them.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Dhanya, you're
Yes,
obviously going to
can I quickly make a point?
Yeah. Go for it.
Just to extend what Dhanya is saying, that Congress did take a stand, and that stand was a result of Siddaramaiah, Kharge kind of people in the party who are trying to push a progressive line. Okay, and
Rahul Gandhi also.
And Rahul Gandhi also. Now, all of this question of whether the Bajrang Dal will be banned ultimately is a question which will become a little difficult to answer if someone like a Shiv Kumar comes to power.
So, Deepto, maybe you want to take just one quick question that we're getting from the audience. You mentioned that there's a Sidda SOC Justice face of INC, but is inching towards 80. Are they local younger leaders in INC?
No, the question to Sudipto from a viewer is that you were mentioning that Siddaramaiah is the Ahinda leader, is the leader who represents social justice. Amongst the younger lot of the Congress, who is a leader who represents that?
Priyank?
Mallikarjun Kharge's son.
Priyank Kharge, well-read, actually reads, I mean, look at the company he keeps. Both Siddaramaiah, Kharge, father, son, everybody, just look at their circle. Intellectuals, writers, lawyers. Look at DK Shivkumar's circle.
Well, I have to disagree with Sudipto before we log out. Every party needs a Siddaramaiah. They also need a DK Shivkumar, fortunately or unfortunately.
Great. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We'll be back with you in a bit. This was really nice. And then you're going to be with us for a bit more. A Newslaundry reporter with us, Sumedha, and we want to have this quick chat with you. You went to Shiggaon, constituency of Bomai, where he's incidentally leading. And I just want to quickly add, by the way, Yashpal Suvarna from Udupi, who was a cow vigilante, by the way, he's leading with 44,000 votes. But anyway, back to Bomai. Just tell us a bit about what was working for the BJP there in that constituency. Keen to know that.
Absence of opposition.
Okay.
Because so they are in Shiggaon constituency, like the first time BJP came into power was in 2008, and it was only because of Bomai's hard work. Otherwise, it would not have been possible. For the last 50 years, it was like the constituency was Congress stronghold. And why BJP was able to come into power because in 2008, because it has most of the majority population is Lingayat, and the Muslim is also a considerable sizable population in that constituency. So in 2008, when Vemai was campaigning for him, he said that don't look at the party. That's what the Muslim voters told me, that don't look at the party, just vote for me. And then they said that that's what, otherwise we wouldn't have never voted for BJP. We voted for Bomai because of his secular roots.
And I think that's very interesting because
he
he's
turned
been
out
making
to be
headlines.
the chief minister, one of the most hardline governments.
His tenure, we remember as, I mean, we would know as, the hijab ban and the ban of, Muslim traders at fairs and stuff like that. But when you met a couple of Muslims from that constituency, they had a very different opinion of what he is deep down inside.
And that's why they feel cheated also in 1999, because when Bamai was in Janata Dal Secular before he joined Janata Dal United of his father, he was also campaigning for Saeed Khadri. And he was telling all the voters that, though he's a Muslim, but he's my brother, so vote for him. Okay. So, and we have also put out that picture of him campaigning with Saeed Khadri in our story. So that was a bit funny. And then in this election, so people were very confused. They were like, the Muslim voters were very confused. They were like, who should we vote for? Like whether we should vote for Bamai, who they are seen as a chief minister, or they have seen the Bamai as their MLA in 2008. So that was like something very confusing for the Muslim voters. And the other thing which was not which is working for him is the Modi magic and Yogi magic.
Oh, Yogi magic, you heard like Yogi?
Just imagine like in Shiggaon, which is like in North Karnataka, and most of the people, like most of the population is Lingayat, like they don't even know Hindi, but the TV was working so well for them that they said that all the Lingayat voters were telling me that we are going to vote for Bulldozer Baba.
Oh, wow.
Language which has
that sounds
crept in.
brilliant. Okay,
that's surprising. That's surprising. Given,
I mean, I would expect that in the coast, but there
in
is
Shiggaon,
that was very surprising.
And there was no communalism there. Like the Muslim, it was very difficult for me to talk to Muslim voters because they were so scared. Earlier they said that we have been living this in this constituency for so many years, and the Lingayat voters have also voted for the Muslim MLA because they have come up in the past, like Saeed Khadri. But then they said that but now the communalism is very recent in that constituency because of the WhatsApp forwards, which were also working. So they were very afraid whether they should speak up their mind or not.
And I think that is one problem that, I mean, that's a concern. I think it's a valid concern with many Muslim voters when you go, especially during elections, they don't want to come in video and talk.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for that. We're going to quickly go into a package. I think it's time to talk a little bit about the Prime Minister's rallies. We'll do that after this segment. So let's just play a package from the PM's roadshow from Malleshwaram that we attended and listen to some of the voters there, why they support the Prime Minister, why they support the BJP. And then we'll be back after this package.
BJP or Jiva is a Daitya Manava. We never found such a person in our life. We are so happy that we found such a devoted person for BJP.
Congress, we are fed up with them.
Why?
Why? We gave them so many years. They have not done anything else.
Crazy crowd, and I think you can see the crane that takes the images. That's the media cavalcade.
PM Modi is very nice person. वर्ल्ड में पूरा great leader है ना.
You can judge. Who is the PM? Okay. And when we after this 2014, when we went to the Japan, that was a different. Okay, Modi ji is the Prime Minister.
Modi has become #1 in the world.
How?
See, all the nations are coming in the friendly and solving the problems of the Indian issues.
So who do you support?
Gandhi ji.
Gandhi ji? Rahul Gandhi ji or Gandhi ji?
Normal Gandhi ji. Money. It is there in our money notes, right?
Modi, I like his sincerity, is hard working and no corruption.
These people have just made it back from the rally. Now entire roads in Bangalore have been blocked. So you can see there's like a lot of traffic and small roads are blocked. So it's a bit of a mad city today. We'll try and talk to some people who have come from the rally.
We put out an opinion.
Hello, welcome back after that short break and a package. Remember, just to reiterate, we have 5 independent media organizations who have come together to bring to you this election coverage. This is a completely ad-free program. We don't have a Lux cozy ad that we can show. So we have to, but we still have to take breaks. So that's why you'll see sometimes we'll be back, kind of screen written on your screen. Quickly, the numbers. I'm on the EC website. Bharatiya Janata Party is at 76. Indian National Congress is 117. Janata Dal Secular is at 24. And broadly, that's what the data on wire is also telling us. 75 for BJP, Congress 117, JDS 25. And vote share, Congress is still at 42. And what we were discussing in the previous segment was that if it remains at 40, then vote share wise, it's quite remarkable for the Congress. They haven't had this sort of a vote share since 1999, when S.M. Krishna was the chief minister. And when you would have been how old?
Oh, I was just toddling.
Okay, you toddling.
Yes.
Okay.
But one of the things which also we are noticing, and people who are watching, is the shocking trailing that's happening. For instance, Sudhakar, in a place like Chikbalapur, believed to be an extremely popular leader on the ground. So as many as 10 BJP ministers, which includes the health minister, K. Sudhakar, Agriculture Minister, B.C. Patil, Youth Minister, K.C. Narayana Gowda, are trailing as we speak. The 3 ministers who we just now named were part of a group of 17 Congress and the JDS MLAs who switched to the BJP in 2019. So some of these results, even as they are coming, will surprise. At the same time, some will reaffirm. Also interesting is to watch Kumaraswamy in Chennapatna against a very popular BJP leader, Yogeshwar. So,
CP Yogeshwar.
CP Yogeshwar. So there, of course, it is, one round leading each side. So one of the things that I was...
Let's just welcome our new guests, because a lot of us,
yes,
a lot of
course.
the guys who've just joined will be wondering now, because we're changing panels, we want editors and reporters from all organizations to be present at that panel. So Sushant, welcome. You're with The Wire. You're with The Caravan, I'm really sorry. And Ajoy with The Wire. We were just playing the Prime Minister's video from the Prime Minister's rally in Malleshwaram. And I think you were there. You attended one of the road shows?
I attended the last road show that the Prime Minister did in the 36th.
I attended the one on Saturday.
Yeah, so Saturday, and there was a lot of confusion about whether it's happening on Saturday.
And what our friends from News Minute tell us, that actually BJP seems to be performing pretty okay in Bengaluru. And
I was hoping that Bangalore won't be a contest as much as the rest of Karnataka would do, because last time I think the Congress also performs well there. They have out of 28 seats around. It's always like 11 or 12 goes to the Congress, and the rest BJP kind of wins every time. But you were talking about Malleshwaram. So here, Ashwath Narayan, who's
three time,
and one of the Vocaliga faces of
is he leading?
And he's leading by a huge margin.
Okay,
but
so he's going to go fourth.
Malleshwaram has been one of the BJP's kind of stronghold.
Ajoy,
office is in Malleshwaram.
I live in Malleshwaram.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, RSS stronghold also. The RSS is very strong.
So it's not a surprise in that sense. Suresh Kumar, incidentally, is leading in Rajaji Nagar. Again, Suresh Kumar is one of the very respected BJP leaders. He's also somebody who's embodied ethical and, principled electoral career. But, speaking about the Prime Minister's rally, which many people were asking, has it had an impact? Because that was something which we kept on hearing, saying, okay, last minute push, there is the Modi charisma. So as the results are beginning to emerge and still not definitive in one sense, so you've also been traveling across Karnataka. What was the sense that you got, Ajoy?
Out of Modi's rallies?
Yes,
Modi's
the impact of Prime Minister's rally.
After Modi finished his rally, I went around and asked about whether Modi would kind of swing the elections. Most of the people answered in the negative. They said that they were there either because the BJP leaders asked them to do, or just to see the Prime Minister, and it was a manufactured event, kind of like BJP does in almost every state. Most of the people kind of said that we have already decided. They kind of gave this impression to me that they had already decided the votes. They were talking about civic issues, especially even in a posh area like Indiranagar, where I asked a few people around, and they were talking about there's a lot of rain water, flooding, or a lot of sewerage issues, and all those kind of. Even people were talking about a lot of commercialization of residential areas. Those were the issues, and this is minutes or hours after PM held his roadshow. So nothing, as we see in like the media narrative was all about, and even the BJP's narrative was all about how Modi would finally come and kind of change things, swing.
But in the national level also, within the national narrative, Mr. Modi goes with the national narrative, with the being a national figure, taking the attention away from these civic issues or the local issues, which the BJP said, do not focus on your roads and this thing, you are voting for a larger issue than that. But the fact is that even the larger issues that were playing out during the campaign were issues like Satyapal Malik interview. Satyapal Malik spoke about corruption, that Mr. Modi doesn't care for corruption, that Mr. Modi was very casual about what was going on in Kashmir or what went on in Pulwama. Simultaneously, just before the election, Manipur was burning, which is the double engine.
We also have the restless protest.
The restless protest was going on. The Adani corruption allegations. When you talk about 40% Sarkara in Karnataka, it is happening on a canvas at the national level where the Adani corruption issue was a prominent one. It had not gone away completely. So a lot of these local issues, domestic issues, which are playing out at the state level, were playing out on a national canvas, which was not really sympathetic or favorable to the BJP at that time. And therefore, it becomes very difficult for Mr. Modi to go and really turn it around by raising national issues, because national issues were not really working in his favor at that point in time.
So I just want to add to this because I was there, and I think we kind of, I don't think it's completely media manufactured, the kind of crowds that he draws, because you find a lot of supporters, you find a lot of voters. I think what a rally does, and especially the Prime Minister's rally, is for the BJP voters. And this is, I think, Access My India had data that 1 in every 5 BJP supporters says they vote because they like the Prime Minister. And that's very true. When you go meet BJP supporters, they say that we like Modi. What is he doing? What he's doing at the center. In fact, I have a very interesting anecdote for you, and you should weigh in on that. But before that, I think what the rally would have done for the BJP, especially in Karnataka, is that it's the margins just improve a little better. So if you are losing, and if BJP finds
its own voter base. Yeah, that is what BJP.
If the BJP is losing, if it is right now, we don't want to call it or anything, it's a little less embarrassing because the Prime Minister has done rallies and it just gives them that bump up. I think
each of the BJP workers or even local level leaders I spoke with, they were kind of they were kind of very how do you call it? They were very excited about Modi's coming to Karnataka because they felt that their house was not in order. Internal factions there, the workers on the ground were not as aggressive as they were last time, and a lot of things were working against the government, which the BJP workers and top level leaders hoped actually that Modi would come and kind of completely overcome these kind of issues and swing the mandate in BJP's favor, which was of course not the case because the reality was completely different. The anti-incumbency had already taken roots across Karnataka, as we can see.
And I think
a lot of
one
people would say that Mr. Modi, had he not campaigned, BJP would have got 30-40 seats.
I think
that is for sure.
The loss is a little less embarrassing, is what. And I think that we have to give it. I do think, like with the Prime Minister, the cadre gets activated, and a lot of people find reason. BJP supporters who may not go out to vote will say.
Even in Gujarat, where BJP Modi comes and excites the BJP cadre, but the ground level conditions, the electoral conditions, I feel have already been made by the time Modi comes.
Like it cannot decide the win or loss, but just the margin.
So probably a kind of increase in a few number of seats again of like kind of 5 or 6 seats, but the social coalitions was breaking the BJP. In North Karnataka or in coastal Karnataka, they're still holding on to it because the social coalition is kind of coming together on the basis of Hindutva. But where it is like kind of Lingayat, Adivasi, Nayaka community or Dalits. So those where I could clearly see that those were breaking, and one reflection of which is the tallest Adivasi leader of BJP, B. Sriramulu, is trailing by a huge margin. He's almost sure to lose against B. Nagendra of Congress in Bellary rural.
And do we know anything on the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe seats overall? Do we know how is the BJP performing there?
That will have to figure right now. But as far as the trend goes, like for example Mumbai, Karnataka, where I saw that the Lingayat vote share of the BJP was not breaking to a large extent. Yes, they were upset, but they had no option, and they were kind of BJP could manage to kind of consolidate that. But among Dalits there, and the Naika community, where they did not have a BJP leader like Ramesh Jarkhioli, and in other parts where Naika community, they were kind of feeling like positive about having a change, voting for the Congress. And we'll have to particularly see how Kalyana Karnataka kind of is performing, which is where Congress's OBC, Dalit, and scheduled tribe votes, they come together against BJP's thing.
Okay.
But we'll
So,
have to.
so actually, even when you're speaking about Kalyana Karnataka, those were also some of the places where the rally happened. Like for example, in Sindhanur, Raichur, and besides, of course, in about 22 places. I mean,
22
rallies. So we have either in Kalyana Karnataka, there is Bijapura, which is Vijaypur, and then we have the Kitturu Karnataka side, Belagavi. Other places, Bangalore, Kolar, Chenpatna, Belur, which is in Hassan, Mysore itself, Chitradurga, Central Karnataka, that is Hospete, Kalaburgi, Moorbidri on the coast, and Uttar Kannada, we have this thing. Yeah. So, yes, I think we need those kind of diced results, details, but we also have Siddharth at the moment, Siddharth Varadarajan. Are you able to hear us?
Joining us from where? We want to know. Can you hear us, Siddharth?
Can.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Founding editor of The Wire, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And where are you joining us from?
I'm actually in Tallinn, Estonia.
Okay, wow.
Of all places.
have you caught up on all the results?
Yes, of course. I've been up since, it's a 2.5 hour time difference, and I've been up since 5 a.m. my time. So, yeah, I'm fully caught up.
I hope there is lots of excitement about Karnataka verdict in Estonia.
There is actually, because, among the people that I'm interacting with, because I'm here at an international conference, people concerned about the state of democracy and so on around the world. And, I think that, let's not be facetious. The fact is that Karnataka, this isn't a result just about one state. I think that the true significance of this election is that we are now clearly in the home stretch for the 2024 Lok Sabha election. And one state election, of course, should not be over-analyzed or you can't over-determine an outcome at the national level from a year from now based on this. But I think that it's clear that we are now, in a situation where every party is fighting to make sure that they triumph in 24. And I think the big question is the Modi factor, the BJP strength, the fact that the Prime Minister threw everything into this race and yet was unable to defeat the Congress, will have consequences that are going to go beyond Karnataka. I think that one shouldn't overinterpret, but at the same time, one should be also aware of the fact that Karnataka, this result is going to open up a space for the opposition across the country. And I think that this is an issue which the world at large is likely to take note of.
Siddharth, what do you make of the JDS performance? Because JDS, in a sense, is a third front party, and there's been a lot of talk whether the Congress should go along with the JDS, even if JDS doesn't do that well and Congress has a majority on its own. What do you think would this mean for opposition unity for parties like the JDS or other smaller parties in these states?
There's two parts to the question that you're raising, and many people are speaking of this. In fact, we ran a piece the other day on different scenarios in the case of a Congress victory. And of course, one of the questions is, should the Congress do to the JDS what the BJP did for its NDA partners in 2014, when it came to power by itself, but yet decided to incorporate them in government at some level? I think here the question really revolves around is it going to help? Like, I know that the BJP in Uttar Pradesh and many other states, for example, is not all that averse to the opposition pitching this as a fight of the rest against the BJP. The fact that in a three-cornered contest, the Congress was able to hold its own and essentially secure a majority of seats in Karnataka, tells us that it's not necessary to have, one opposition candidate per seat against the BJP. So while there is, I think, something to be said for bringing the JDS into government, in particular, if the majority that the Congress has isn't very robust, let's say they get confined to within 120, right? So that's a margin of 7 or 8. It's not really comfortable given the kind of tactics that Amit Shah plays, the sole Operation Lotus and so on. So maybe it would be helpful for government stability to have the JDS as part of a Congress-led government, even if that doesn't necessarily mean that the Congress strategy is going to be to have all the opposition parties come together in a grand fight against the BJP. I think that there's a risk in that strategy too when you have a gang up, and we saw in Uttar Pradesh, for example, how the BJP was still able to hold its own in the face of attempts at opposition alliances.
I just want to go to Dhanya once. Dhanya, you with us? Hello, Dhanya. No, she's not with us. Okay, we'll come back to her. But I think we were just discussing the Modi rallies before this. And the question to me is also, of course, 22 rallies, 2 road shows.
Can you hear now, Manisha?
Okay. Okay. The question is to both of you then, Siddharth and you both, and you can weigh in on this. 22 rallies, 2 road shows, the kind of things that were being said. I think, Modi mentioning Kerala story. Then, of course, I'm being attacked, I'm being insulted, I'm being abused. And there's also this subtle kind of messaging that if you don't vote us back in, you will suffer because there won't be a double engine sarkar. But that doesn't seem to have bothered people much, this double engine sarkar thing, which is actually very alluring for a lot of voters, because a lot of voters do say, if the same sarkar center state, it'll be good for us, there'll be progress. But it doesn't seem to have really, allured the voter much. Why do you think that's so, Dhanya?
But Manisha, I think if anyone's been allured by what the BJP has been saying, including the double engine sarkar, including now let's not get me started on the Kerala story, because I will need an hour by myself to talk about the movie and how sad it is that the BJP had to bank on a propaganda movie which is so exaggerated that they have to actually bank on it. Let us forget that. But about the double engine sarkara, there were people who were saying why not, but I don't think it worked anywhere else other than in urban pockets. And if you look at all the exit polls also, I'm pretty sure that after the counting is over, whatever results we get, it will show that in most of the urban areas it may have helped, because people do think, okay, one government at the center and the same government in the state will help. But there is also a realization that this is against federalism, right? And there has been a lot of discussion about that. So double engine sarkara definitely not working much. Also, Karnataka has a strident example of B.S. Yedurappa once sharing stage with Narendra Modi and asking him on stage that we have not got enough money for flood relief. Can the union government please release money? So if double engine sarkara really works, then a chief minister wouldn't have had to make that plea in front of a prime minister in a public event. So examples are there, but I really think what has impacted the BJP is the price rise, and that's something the Congress has been driving in. In fact, the last day of the campaign, one video which kept going, and I think it was the day of the voting also, there was an LPG cylinder kept in the Congress office, and DK Shivakumar is praying before it, and they played an audio of Narendra Modi from when he was the Gujarat chief minister, I think, or some other time when he was the opposition leader, where Narendra Modi says in Hindi, "आप वोट करने के पहले LPG cylinder को देखिए, उसको प्रणाम कीजिए और फिर वोट कीजिए." So these are the images. I think Congress very cleverly had created a lot of imagery to remind people of what the BJP was saying. And of all the things, this is a state where the Congress has good regional leadership. So it is the national leaders who came, including the Gandhi siblings, they never try to overshadow or go against what the regional leaders were saying. So I think that combination also seemed to have worked.
I think and it's a very significant point, Dhanya. One of the parts that I particularly saw in the central and north Karnataka was the actual hardships in which people, were experiencing, and post-COVID, not enough has been spoken about, let's say, what happened post-COVID, because the scenario always seems to focus on cities like Bangalore and and big cities. But what the government actually did for small cities to cope with it, the state of industry, and particularly of women who had, we heard through NGOs who were working on the ground about not having really 3 meals a day. So I'm also thinking that the Congress, I think, has cleverly, with its 5 guarantees, I mean, we still have to study that more in detail. But if you have something like the Annabhagya, which from before, and then you have Griha Lakshmi, Griha Jyoti, Yuva Nidhi and Shakti, and them projecting this as a Sarva Janangada Shanti Atota, as they said, that all welcoming all communities. So with these kind of guarantees, which one may call, okay, are we promoting a subsidy culture, I think makes or may have made a difference if really these trends are to be believed. Of course, there are very few rounds still left. So we...
How many
But I just want to kind of ask Dhanya and Vasanti, because you've been staying there. So generally, price rise, both Manisha and I probably have was a very important issue. But how much do you think this factional rivalries within the BJP kind of created an impact on the psyche of people, while the Congress was seen trying to put its house together? So like the two parties and kind of the fray, you saw one party, which is the ruling party, and the different leaders talking about each other and giving contradictory statements, while DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, who are seen as like kind of biggest rivals, got their house.
And speaking of DK Shivkumar, I should announce that he has won from Kanakpura with 70% votes, and Bomai is also winning in Shigaon.
And which is kind of our Ashok, or one of the stalwart BJP leaders, was putting there, fielded there, and lost by a huge
Dhanya
margin.
can come in with the...
The Revenue Minister R. Ashoka was again, he was in fact contesting in 2 seats. Now, of course, he's lost in 1, which is Kanakpura. DK Shivkumar has 1, is what the news is coming in. There is, I think, one trailing which is perhaps important is CT Ravi is supposed to be trailing. UT Khadar, yes, UT Khadar has 1 from Mangalore, is what
Which is not
we are
surprising.
not surprising
UT
at
Khadar,
all.
yes.
Uday Gowda from Maddur, who's also INC candidate, Congress candidate. Siddaramaiah from Varuna, of course, we had already announced. Sri Ramalu from Bellary has lost, is what we are hearing. Bellary, of course, is also very important. But just to answer the question about the BJP being a divided house, yes, I definitely think that had an impact, at least among some voters, because there were divisions between BL Santosh and BS Yedurappa. There were always talks about Nalin Kumar Katil, Prahalad Joshi, everybody trying to do upmanship in the BJP. And remember, even before the campaigning started, H.D. Kumaraswamy came and said that the BJP will try to bring in a Brahmin chief minister in Karnataka. That is what is going to happen. So that talk also, if the BJP wins, who will be the chief minister? Shettar leaving, everybody thought will not have a huge impact. Personally, I thought Savadi leaving will have an impact on the BJP more than Shettar.
Shettar himself is losing, I think, now.
Yes.
Failing,
And what do you guys make of Nikhil Kumaraswamy losing and Dekoda's grandson?
I think Nikhil Kumaraswamy, let's also speak about the other win, in the sense of JDS and Swaroop, in the Hassan side. So, Nikhil, it's a little early, in my opinion, to interpret this. One can always say that he has not yet been able to rise to the popularity or stature or the positioning of his father, and of course his stalwart grandfather. Even JDS in fact suffered from a lot of splits. You can see that in Mandya. It had a 3-way split, and ultimately to see that the JDS is able to retain its seats and in fact probably somewhere looking at gaining is really a surprise for me. But just to come back to what you were asking, Ajay, the factionism within the BJP. As locals, as residents of Karnataka, we got to see this more and more during the ticket distribution phase. And I must say, at that point of time, it looked like a contradiction, because BJP has cultivated its image as Karyakarta, a very cohesive...
We never hear about
factionalism. I mean, that's something you lay at the Congress's door. Yeah. But just about, even when you go a little north, then the real picture was starting to emerge of this probably being a divided house, probably the BJP candidate themselves not being so empowered. Yeah.
Let's bring Siddharth in.
Yeah. I wanted to make one point. I think Manisha and Ajoy and Vasanthi, you've been on the ground, and I think you have a much better sense of the granularity of the results. And I see James Manner too, who's going to be joining us, who has been writing very perceptively about Karnataka for the past 2 years, and I think was perhaps one of the first analysts to call this result correctly. But I think one significant element of this result, based on what I'm seeing so far on the EC side, is that the aggregate vote share of the BJP is pretty much still where it was in the last election. 36%.
Yeah, 36%.
Plus minus.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? And I think that we need to understand what this means. Now, for sure, this is an aggregate. They may have lost significant vote shares in some regions and gained in others. I don't know. We'll need more sort of detailed analysis to, make a proper assessment. But I think somewhere down the line, in the context of the question that Manisha, you asked about Modi's rallies, I think the fact that the BJP has been unable to grow its vote share beyond 36% is perhaps offers a clue that we are at the outer, Modi is at the outer limit of his ability to influence new voters. So the Bajrang Bali business, the Kerala story business, all of that has helped the BJP hold on to voters. Voters who might otherwise, perhaps based on the performance of the BJP government in Karnataka, have been tempted to abandon the party, or based on the terrible, state of the economy at the grassroots level, right, for poor people. So somewhere down the line, the communal pitch that Mr. Modi himself engaged in has helped the BJP hold on to that 36%, but he has not succeeded in adding new people to that. So I think that I'm tempted to ask: is this an indication that the communalism, which was the preferred plank in the closing stages of the campaign, have we reached the outer limit of that? And if that is so, then it does tell us that the possibility for the opposition to wage a campaign based on genuine issues can actually sway voters. And I think this is a significant issue as we ponder over the national implications of this particular vote.
But Siddharth, that is always true. But the fact is that when a conservative party loses, the more conservative extreme faction will always say, had we not even done this, we would have lost even more badly. We had to do this to retain our 36% voter. And in most cases in conservative parties, the extremist faction always tends to rule the roost. As the party loses, the party moves more towards the extreme side. So that could be the one outcome of this. The second outcome based on what we saw after the 2018 results in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan was that Mr. Modi went and announced the 6,000 rupees scheme for farmers, immediately copying the Congress's Nyaya scheme. So we could probably see some of these social welfare schemes, maybe some plank of social justice that could be picked up by Mr. Modi and BJP to, in a sense, take away those ammunition out of the Congress party's armory. That could probably be one of the two likely outcomes of this result.
Yeah. No, Sushant, I don't disagree with you at all. I think it is, in fact, highly likely that the BJP will double down. Will in other words, look at its vote share and say, well, at least we held on to this because in the closing stages of the campaign, even Mr. Modi, pushed all the communal buttons. So it's quite possible that the BJP will continue to rely on that and maybe even double down on the communal messaging. I'm just wondering whether.
Yeah, Siddharth, I think also the fact, as James Manner in fact said in the article in The Wire, Karnataka's voters are discerning and demanding. let's, as someone who comes from the state, I would love to believe that that time and again they show parties their place when things cross a certain limit. But it also, of course, even the general trend that no ruling party has been able to gain the faith and vote of the public. I think the last was about 1985. So we're almost talking about 4 decades back. So there are many of these learnings, I'm sure, for the BJP, that how much can you push any agenda, and in the face of governance which was lacking. I mean, if probably some of these parameters were okay, then the communalism factor would have had a thing. But here the main grouse, the main angst of the voter was not addressed. And it didn't really help that the local leaders were not available to address these. Some of the local leaders themselves admitted in private that they were relying on a prime minister to come and do the heavy lifting. And some of the leaders, as I think earlier today we were discussing, have actually gone on record saying that we are probably saving ourselves from the anger of the voters. So a combination of these factors are certainly to be kept in mind. Yeah.
But I wanted to actually just quickly go to Siddharth, because we had this discussion earlier with Hartosh and Venu, where I asked them, Rahul Gandhi had raised the caste census issue. I think over the last 3 weeks, that was one of the push that Congress was, making, and they were talking about that we'll come back, we will get the caste census done, we will remove the cap. And I was asking Hartosh and Venu if they saw caste census queering the pitch for Hindutva in Karnataka and nationally, because you even have Nitish who's, talking about a caste census. So what are your views on that? Hartosh was he said that this is not like a magic card that opposition can just use against BJP and its Hindutva pitch. What is your view?
Well, I would tend to go along with Hartosh and go along with the wider debate that I think the idea that social justice defined purely in this manner can counter the communalism of the BJP. I think that era in Indian politics is perhaps long past us. This is not to say that the issues of caste discrimination don't need to be addressed. They need to. That doesn't mean to say that we don't need a accurate statistical picture. I think we do. But I think to think of that in purely instrumental terms as a tactic against the BJP may be a little bit misplaced. I think that the opposition needs a far more complex set of weapons in its arsenal to deal with the challenge of Hindutva. And I think that I think confronting the communalism of the BJP head on is important. I think that if you look at the whole Bajrang Dal ban versus Bajrang Bali, at the end of the day, Mr. Modi did not succeed in converting what is a very straightforward issue. The fact that you need to have a legal restriction, whether a ban or not is a different issue. But the fact is that if you have a bunch of thugs and criminals who have banded themselves together as an organization, the law needs to act against them, no matter what they call themselves, right? And I thought the Congress hit back very well by saying that you are insulting Hanuman by equating lumpen elements with a god, right? So, I think that being aggressive when it comes to confronting the BJP's communalism, but also coming up with programs that are credible and that deal with people's concerns at the level of political economy, at the level of social justice. All of these are needed. I don't think there can be any one magic wand.
I think James Manor is with us. Yes. If you are able to hear us, welcome to the show, James.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Yes. So does the trends at the moment, which I'm assuming or guessing that you are following, reaffirm what you have been saying?
Yes, I'm a little surprised that the gap between the BJP and the Congress is so large. It means, I think, that Operation Kamala in the near future is impossible for the BJP, partly because the JDS and Mr. Devegowda are dead against allying with the BJP, but partly because the BJP doesn't want to look too unseemly between now and next year's parliamentary election. Can I just say that there's a curious total of seats obtained on the coast, which raises an interesting question. The coast is traditionally a BJP stronghold, an area where Hindutva has taken root to some extent. And yet, we have numbers from the coast suggesting that the BJP may have only won 20 seats, but Congress has got 10 seats on the coast. Now, quite what that means when we look at specific seats is not clear, but if Congress has made significant inroads against the BJP in the BJP stronghold of the coast, this needs explaining, and it suggests that people on the coast are impatient with the hardline BJP drive, Hindutva drive, over the last couple of years. In a previous state election, the BJP had severe losses on the coast because voters there were fed up with Hindu extremism under the Yediyurappa previous government.
That is 2013 we're talking about.
Yes, and if that's happened again, then it suggests that the pulling power, the attractions of Hindutva are limited, and that the BJP miscalculated by pushing it so hard. The other strange regional trend is the loss in Kittur Karnataka or Bombay Karnataka by the BJP of about 15 seats, and the gain for Congress of the same number, roughly, of seats. This is a big reversal in an area where the BJP, again, was expected to do reasonably well. And that will need some explaining by people who were watching Bombay Karnataka closely before and during the election campaign.
Even before the next question to you, I just want to draw attention to the leads from the Election Commission website. We are looking at BJP 71, independent candidates leading in 5, the Congress at 122, Janata Dal Secular leading in 24, and the Kalyana Rajya Pragati Paksha, the KRPP, that is, leading in 1 seat. And Sarvodaya Kannada Paksha, that leading in 1
In fact,
as well.
Indian National Congress is at 124 and they're still holding on to their 42% vote share, which I want to keep driving home the point. That it's
One of the things, Manisha, because we have James here, I think is well equipped to explain from his studies a little bit of history about the Congress's performance in the past. I mean, even the caste coalitions, somebody like Devraj Aras James was, very good. He seemed to have got the formula right in the caste coalition. So would like to hear from you on that.
Well, the Devraj Aras caste coalition was essentially the disadvantaged groups in society, included Muslims. Devraj Aras appealed to non-Wakaligas, non-Lingayats to come together to use their majority voting strength to put him in power, and he succeeded. Now today, Congress has the Ahinda program of Mr. Siddaramaiah, which of course it looks a lot like the old Devraj Aras appeal to disadvantaged groups, but Congress is adding to it an appeal especially to Wakaligas under the leadership of Mr. Shivakumar. And so you have this twin-engined operation going on. Yeah, double-engine operation going on with appeals to Wakaligas, who are predominantly landed groups, and also to the disadvantaged groups. And Congress has maintained sufficient unity between these two leaders and their followings to raise their vote share in this campaign. It's important that Congress increases the vote share because Congress always finds that its vote is spread evenly across the state, whereas the BJP's vote is concentrated in northern and central Karnataka, and the JDS vote is concentrated in southern Karnataka. So the Congress has to do very well in terms of vote share in order to gain seats. But that has happened this time, and the explanation for that is, I think, a bit complicated, but that is the picture that's emerging.
I think we should go to Dhanya quickly, because Dhanya, Janardhan Reddy's lost, and you had some updates for us on that.
Yes, I think the results from Bellary are quite interesting. I would want to go to Grishma after that, but the results from Bellary, what we're hearing now is that Gali Janardhan Reddy, the mining baron, seems to have won the election. At least the Kannada channels have called it. He has formed a new party called the Kalyana Rajya Pragati Paksha just before the elections. His wife contested the elections against his brother Somashekar Reddy. Of course, Sri Ramalu also has lost from Bellary. Sri Ramalu has lost to the Congress candidate. So that's one region where the BJP has not done well, and not done well, just not against the Congress, but it does look like Janardhan Reddy had a big role to play. We were told by my colleague Paul had gone to Bellary. He was actually saying that Janardhan Reddy is also giving his heft to other contestants who are against the BJP, not just his own candidates. So Janardhan Reddy definitely has worked against the BJP, which is showing. I'll quickly go across to Grishma now. Grishma has, so the results which are coming in, it does look like the Congress is going to cross the 120 mark for sure. That means without any worry, Congress will form the government. They don't have to be worried till 2024, at least I believe.
So you guys can have a chill weekend. We don't have
not only weekend, a few months. I believe a few months, right? Grishma, the coast still belongs to BJP as far as the results go now. But one thing that has been discussed a lot before the elections and during the election is the Brahmin composition in the BJP itself, which Kumaraswamy and many others have repeatedly spoken about. You have wrote an article in the Caravan about all of BL Santosh's men. So what role did BL Santosh play this election, and what will happen to how much of hold he has on Karnataka if this is a debacle for the BJP?
Yeah, so like I mentioned in the morning, the push that BL Santosh and his coterie within the RSS has been focusing on, if I were to say, is that they want to move away from the leadership that has dominated within the BJP for all these decades, right? Which is they want to kind of bring down the hold that Lingayat caste leaders have within the BJP and move it towards different castes, while ensuring that the kind of strategizing that comes doesn't come from this Lingayat leadership. Instead, it should come from a proper Brahmin Hindu nationalist kind of leadership. So that is something that they have been trying to do while positioning different communities across Karnataka, not just the coast. It's an experiment in the coast that they tried, where they positioned different caste communities as the ideologues of that region, but they were not really kind of propagating the idea of that region. They were talking.
But in the coast to Grishma, there was a lot of problem between the Billavas and the BJP. The Billava community, which
for sure, which has always been there. The Billavas have always had their own say, be it while they were a part of the Congress or part of the BJP, right? To kind of call Billavas the face of BJP or Congress has always been wrong. Because whenever that they vote en masse for this party or that party depends on what is on offer for them in every election. But to kind of say that they represent this party is wrong. So even this time, because like we've seen the last time in 2018 elections, en masse the seats that went to Bund. And that itself was a point of, disagreement that the Billavas had back then itself, and they voiced that out. And there's only so much that the RSS responded to it, because in the coast, the RSS has always thought that, it is Hindutva that's going to work. So no matter, even if we give 10 seats to Bund, even if we give 5 seats to Brahmin, it's going to work. But that's not the case. That's not the case.
And what about BL Santosh? This was his election. He had a lot of say in picking the candidates. He had a lot of say how the campaign went across Karnataka. What happens to his role? Will that be questioned a lot now?
So in the coast, if you look at the coast, it was completely, the decisions were made through BL Santosh. It was only he who made the decision. In everywhere else, like you saw, right, Yediyurappa got the limited seats, very limited seats that he kind of lobbied for is what he got. He didn't get everything that he wanted, which is why there were these conversations about how not only his supporters, that's the thing, right? Within the BJP, this is a war between the BJP that's bygone and the BJP that is yet to come. So there was that tussle from the BJP that's bygone, where they said that we will not allow BJP to win where we couldn't dominate. So that was constantly on. Yet I would see this again, like BJP's electoral game has always been. I would see this as a kind of change in strategy of the BJP to kind of ensure, even if they were, like Siddharth said already, the BJP still has 36% of its vote share and it has increased by, 2 or 3%. So I would say that even while they are retaining what they had and they are not making the government, there has been a push from the RSS to move away. There has been a push from the RSS to move away and to kind of bring down the control that Lingayats have in BJP. In that regard, it has worked for them. While they have retained their vote share and, whatever it is that they had in mind for this election, planning for the national
Dhanya
election.
and Dhanya and Grishma.
Thank you, Grishma. Yeah.
Dhanya and Grishma,
I have
some
a question for
interesting,
Grishma.
Ajay, just after this, some interesting developments. That is, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, in a chat with NDTV, has conceded we have not been able to make the mark. Congress has made its mark. He has apparently told the reporters. There's also another interesting, or rather incident, that's despite being denied entry into the assembly segment, Dharwad, former minister and Congress candidate Vinay Kulkarni has managed to win against a BJP candidate, Amrit Ayyappa Desai. But Kulkarni, who's accused in a murder case, was denied entry to enter the Dharwad Assembly constituency. So the Election Commission is yet to officially announce the win of Kulkarni.
I think, look, right now, Indian National Congress are 124. So this is looking comfortable for them now. I think we can zoom out a little bit on what this means, presuming that Congress is now going to be able to form the government. Can we now say it? Dhanya, is it safe? Is it safe to say that Congress is forming the government now?
Yes, we are, the question 1 is over. Congress is forming the government. Okay. Now we go to the question 2, which I hope
CM.
Kaun banega CM, and I am suddenly having nightmares about when B.S. Yediyurappa was CM, Janardhan Reddy had this whole rebellion and he took away MLAs. I hope that doesn't play out of the Congress. The Congress High Command seems quite confident that they will be able to convince D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah on who will be the chief minister. But that's the big question, and I think I'm going to put my entire focus there now. Who will be Karnataka's next chief minister?
And I think I just want you to weigh in also on southern politics, states. Karnataka being the only state that BJP had. So what can you tell us in terms of the sort of shock that this would mean for the BJP, and what kind of thinking would be happening right now?
So the southern states, the 5 states, remains the only bastion or whatever where the BJP does not have a single government now. No. We have Telangana going to polls in December. There too, the Congress, which has always been on the back foot, is suddenly stepping up its game. Priyanka Gandhi herself is in charge of Telangana elections. We have seen her going again. So I think this Karnataka victory will definitely infuse confidence in the Congress as far as the Telangana elections go. There, the BRS does have the upper hand, but the BJP was looking at becoming the second party because the Congress looked very decimated. But I feel that with Priyanka Gandhi focusing and this whole Karnataka victory, Telangana will be where the Congress looks at next. So that is there will be healthy competition, I think, in Telangana between the BJP, the Congress, and the BRS. The TDP also has now entered the fray. So all over the south, the BJP in a weak wicket, nothing much in Andhra Pradesh, even if they cobble up with the TDP and Pawan Kalyan's party. In Telangana, perhaps 10 to 15 seats is the maximum that we are looking at, maximum I'm saying, in the assembly elections. So Kerala and Tamil Nadu, of course, a story that has not been started, it's not even started and it won't be for a few years. Therefore, 2024, South India, the BJP will, I think, focus more and more attention here after what happened in Karnataka.
So that, do you want to weigh in on what sort of a rethink do you think BJP will be going through on its southern strategy? And do you see any impact on what it does in the north? We also have elections coming up, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, the Bajrang...
Chhattisgarh.
Yeah. And the Bajrang Dal issue in Karnataka, at least when I attended the protests, I didn't see anyone there, apart from the VHP guys and BJP guys. It didn't really gain much traction.
Any impact
it had no impact. No one was really talking about it even. But remember that Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh have big, presence of Bajrang Dal. So I think they'll use this for the Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh election to drive home that point that Congress is this party that wants to trap your gods in.
Different, North Indian elections will be fought completely differently than.
But do you see any? Maybe Siddharth can take that, and then we can Siddharth and James.
I don't, frankly, I think every state election is going to be fought on its own terms and issues. So I'd be surprised if the BJP will go into Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh with the Bajrang Bali issue. It may come up later if things don't go as planned. But I think they have plenty of ammunition in Rajasthan, where the Congress is definitely on a weak wicket, I would say. But I think that, I want to again, come back to the national implications, because I think that I don't have insight into the granularity of the Karnataka thing. But I think from the BJP's perspective, in the South now, you are looking at a situation where, there's going to be an aggressive push in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, in the sense that in Telangana, the strategy is going to be to use the ED as an ally or the CBI as an ally against the BRS. And then you also have the, communal card being played. And then in Andhra, you have, the possibility of a strong alliance with TDP. But other than that, the South is looking like an area where the BJP is not going to make any headway. And in fact, if you look at its national tally at the Lok Sabha level, if the same trend holds, the BJP is going to be looking at losing some numbers in the Lok Sabha from Karnataka. So I think that, for them, the strategy, what Sushant was saying, I mean, there's going to be this dual approach where there will be a great temptation to double down on the communalism. And I think we will see that. But at the same time, I think the idea that you have to offer some more by way of schemes, by way of perhaps cash handouts is something that the BJP is going to be looking at. And I would say the budget, the final budget in the run-up to the 24 election is where the BJP is going to hope to generate some kind of momentum, at the national level.
We have James with us. Still, James?
Can you hear us? No. I think the Zoom has gone up. Guys, the Zoom has gone up. Okay. So
I think Sushant.
I had a question for Ajoy. Ajoy, any obituaries for any political leaders that you would write out of these elections? Bommai or Yediyurappa or Devagowda?
Yediyurappa definitely not. I think we'll have to wait for...
By the
Santosh and the new team in BJP, they don't want to over-depend on Yediyurappa. So, and Yediyurappa has been systematically sidelined, and they don't want to depend on any kind of community leader. They want to get into Vocaligas. They want to get into different Dalits. So they are trying to emulate what they have done in UP and create a leadership which has leaders from all communities and not just depend on one. So Yediyurappa will see a tussle between Yediyurappa camp and BL Santosh in the days to come. But today is, I guess, Yediyurappa will be slightly happy that Santosh did not win this election for the BJP.
What happens to Bommai?
So
another person who will be happy is Lakshman Savadi.
Is also Lakshman Savadi, but he had already switched camps. So he is in the Congress now. So yeah. So but
There's a bit of a
Yediyurappa
noise now. I think we should just wait for it to calm down, because I don't think people can hear us with this. Are we still on?
Yeah.
We're still on, right? Yeah. We're on. Okay. And is there a noise? Can you hear? I think our viewers will be able to catch this, right? Okay, hold on. Anyway, so we're going to wrap this segment up. We have some more exciting guests, and I think now we can pretty much call it.
Yeah. Yes.
Congress is forming the government. Like Dhanya said, we do not know who will be the chief minister, and the next 3 or 4 days are going to be spent.
I think it will be more than a week now to kind of decide on who will be the next person.
That would be different.
And I think what we really want at this point is region-wise once way, but that's something you only get tomorrow. But to really know what really dented the BJP's prospects, one, the Lingayat anger, which was really being talked about, did that have any impact? The Bajrang Dal impact on consolidating the Muslim voters for the Congress, and what really happened with JDS? Where did they lose?
Yeah.
What is their vote share at?
11 or 12%.
So now it's 13, and which,
So they've
which
come
is
down
also,
from 18 to
so
13.
they did not undercut the Congress even in seats which they never won.
Yeah.
But they always kind of played the spoiler in northern Karnataka, and handing out the edge to BJP. But I have, like, before we wrap up, I have two things to say, because the Congress, what it did, it kind of emerged as the not just as a challenger, but kind of, that is what JDS performances shows, that Congress could emerge as the representative for change. And because they created what Dhanya was also talking about, the imagery, the campaign that they led, it was the only choice for people who wanted change. And I think throughout the campaign, you also must have noticed that Siddaramaiah was the biggest leader in the Congress. He was a mass leader, and I think if Siddaramaiah is best placed to become the chief minister, given what kind of mandate the Congress has received. So in this tussle and this victory, I don't think the Congress should kind of now get into.
We were seeing very nice videos of Siddaramaiah and the
holding hands, etc.
Very candid.
So now Congress is at
So now we'll be calm.
And Manisha, no Pakistan in this campaign. No Pakistan in this campaign. Mr. Modi rarely campaigns without Pakistan.
No campaign, but I must, there's one short little anecdote that I want to come to Shant with, and maybe you can just weigh in, because defense is your mainstay and foreign policy. Whenever you speak to Modi voters, I think the big reason, a lot of them, and especially urban, but also true for rural, they may not always be able to point at a specific thing that has changed in their life, but there's a deep sense of feeling that India has arrived on a global map. And it's a very emotional kind of a feeling that, okay, now we're proud to be Indians. Now we're not embarrassed when we go out. Modi has made us feel proud of being Indian. So what do you make of that sentiment? Of course, one aspect of it is the television news. They're telling us every day कि हम विश्व गुरु बन गए. But there's also this deep sense of well-being that Indians feel globally.
Yeah, so I think a lot of it is led by the what I would call is the Hindu upper caste, elite upper class narrative, which goes around because people are tweeting from abroad, people are talking about it, of course supported by large sections of mainstream media which are amplifying those facts. But the fact remains that look at the China border. China is sitting on 2,000 square kilometers of your territory for last 3 years. Look at Manipur. Manisha, I do not know how many people realize that in that one day, 1,100 weapons were snatched from security forces by the rioters, and only 240 or less than 300 weapons have yet to come back. 1,100 weapons. Think of a state like Punjab or Kashmir if it would have happened. What would have people thought of? So these are the realities, but the narrative which it seems to have captured, which you rightly say, a large section of people believe that India has arrived. This is a Vishwaguru, but it does not match with the facts, with the facts on the ground. That's unfortunately, but that's the unfortunately way democracy works, and that's unfortunately the media narrative works. You know it better than most people.
Great. So we're going to go into a quick package, and we're going to get our Zoom link back because we lost connection with Zoom. Watch this package and we'll be back.
The Reddy brothers, Karunakar, Somashekar and Janardana, became a force to reckon with in Bellary ever since the iron ore mining boom happened in 2004. In 1999, the Reddy brothers threw their weight behind Sushma Swaraj, who took on the then Congress President Sonia Gandhi in a high-stakes battle in Bellary. Though Sushma Swaraj lost the battle, the Reddy brothers and the BJP made Bellary their fortress. In 2008, the Reddy brothers helped the BJP form its first government in South India through Operation Kamala. The Reddy brothers were at the center of a massive illegal iron ore mining scam in 2011. While the BJP chose to distance itself from Janardana and accused in the mining case, it continued to give tickets to Karunakara and Somashekar. Gali Karunakar Reddy, the eldest among the three, is seeking to be re-elected on a BJP ticket from Harapanahalli in Vijayanagara district. His brother Gali Somashekar Reddy is seeking to be re-elected from Bellary city on a BJP ticket. Gali Janardhan Reddy this time is contesting on a KRPP ticket from Gangavati constituency. KRPP is his newly launched party.
I know every street and every look and corner of the city. I know how to win.
I have my own ideas, dreams, which I can do as per my promises.
As all three brothers hope to be elected to power, this election is crucial for the Bellary brothers.
Yeah.
Yes, Danya? We are live. We are back.
Got here.
Hi, we are back live. The Congress leaders that I spoke to just now has said that their MLAs are being moved to Bengaluru. There's no danger for the Congress now. They are very comfortably placed to form the government. But still, it's a costly tale here in Karnataka all the time. Therefore, all the MLAs are being moved to Bengaluru. And after that, the next big question for the Congress, who becomes the Chief Minister? Professor Narayana, what do you think about how it will play out the DK Shivkumar Siddaramaiah dynamics?
Thanks, Anya. So there are 2 points. One, what is a comfortable number in the given situation is still an open question. We have to wait for that. Second, with regard to the question of who is going to become the chief minister, in case there is a contest in the CFLP, then my information is that Siddaramaiah is going to have more votes than Shivkumar. And therefore, how they are going to manage that kind of contest, we have to wait and see.
You bet.
Rahul, do you want to weigh in on the 2018? I see Mr. Priyank Kharge has joined us. I see him on live. I want to go to Mr. Priyank Kharge. Mr. Kharge, congratulations first on your own seat. And of course, can you hear me, Mr. Kharge? I can see him moving, but perhaps he has low internet because he's in a counting center. Mr. Kharge, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, Rahul, could you tell us about the post-poll surveys in 2018, which looked at a certain trend, and what the exit polls were saying about how Karnataka is voting in 2023? Did you see any significant changes?
No, I think most good pollsters suggest. So first there was a convergence across exit polls that Congress is going to be the single largest party and BJP will be far behind. Second, there were at least 3 or 4 pollsters who suggested that Congress is going to go above than 25 marks. So that
Rahul, go on, speak.
yeah. Definitely shrunk. So that's on the overall numbers. Secondly, seem to have worked in Congress' favor, and at least the exit polls, which basically went into analyzing different demographics and other things, is that from the bottom half of the society, there seems to be a consolidation, or at least a larger number of people from the bottom half of the society are voting for the party. Lower middle class and poor in sort of like terms, and a consolidation of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe voters, lower OBC, Kurba, and Muslims. That's, I think, if you want to see in the demographic caste terms, that's what seems to be happening. Third, in terms of what has happened, that BJP seems to be only holding on to, not holding on to, but is doing only sort of like, holding on to some of its space in coastal Karnataka and the Bombay Karnataka in north. Other than that, it has not been able to hold on to its space in either Hyderabad Karnataka or central Karnataka, and has made no inroads in the old Mysore region. So that would be sort of like broad picture. And when I'm saying holding on to, basically, this is where they are getting most of their seats. There is, of course, decline in their seat share compared to 2018. And final point, which is what, I think some of us, some analysts would go overboard in interpreting this mandate. And we need to be cautious here that BJP is still at 35-36% vote share mark, which is what their vote share was in 2018, right? So BJP is not losing a lot of votes, but because JDS is shrinking, is basically giving Congress an additional advantage in ability to convert votes into seats. Of course, Congress vote share has also gone by 5-6 percentage points.
Rahul, taking from where you have made a point, I now want to introduce Narayana, Professor of Policy and Governance at Azim Premji University. Narayana, swagata nimge. And how is it, if you are in Bangalore, how has the excitement been, or what are you hearing from your circles, first of all? What's the mood like?
Okay, thanks, Vasanthi. So, as Rahul has already said, this was not totally unexpected, and there was a kind of convergence in all exit polls that this is going to be the outcome. But the numbers are interesting in case it is going to be about 125 or so. We have to note one thing, which is that the only time when any party got this kind of number was in 2013. So under Siddaramaiah, Congress got 122 or something, 120 initially. And that was a time when the BJP stood totally divided. And Congress could get the numbers because of that split in the BJP. Right. Whereas now, with the BJP intact, if the Congress is going to get this kind of numbers, then it shows us the intensity of anti-incumbency. And again, as Rahul put it, the incumbency, anti-incumbency was coming from the lower strata of society. It was virtually a class war. I'm sure other speakers would have already said this. This was a vote against the BJP on the kind of economic policies and anti-welfarist policies that the BJP government followed. I'll give you a simple example. In Bangalore, because you wanted to know what was the talk in Bangalore like. Right. So if you were to speak to auto drivers, they would say this. The BJP government closed down most of the Indira canteens, right? And, the auto drivers were so angry that they closed it at a time when the prices were spiraling. And they said, they used to say that we needed this canteen more than when Indira opened it. And on the one hand, prices are going up, and whatever outlets we had, the people are closing down. So this kind of story, this kind of personal anecdotes, you could have gathered across the state when we traveled before the elections. I'm sure this was the example. This was the experience of other friends who have traveled too. So the intensity was, can be seen now in numbers.
Can I just come in here, Vasanthi? And this is a question both for Narayana, you and Rahul, because when I look at the numbers, I seem to read something else. You have Congress at 40 to 43%, which is where it's been steady from the first hour or so. The BJP is at 36%. It's the JDS, which is at 13%. The BJP has retained its vote share, maybe 0.2, 0.3%. The Congress has gained at the expense of the JDS. It can hardly be the case that anti-incumbency has hit the JDS, or the poor have come from the JDS, but the poor from the BJP are not moving. It seems to me to suggest that minority votes, caste votes, SC/ST votes have consolidated with the Congress. It's not as if the BJP seems to have lost anything from the last elections. If it was anti-incumbency, it was economics, you should have seen a desertion across the state. It should have hit the BJP. So I'm reading something else from these results entirely. How do you guys both sort of parse this?
Okay, I think Rahul will be able to answer this better, but my take is this. I'm not too sure whether I got your question properly, but from what I have heard, this is my response. And I think you would agree with me that in India, class and caste coincide, right? So if there was a consolidation of minorities, if there was consolidation of SC/ST in favor of the Congress, it is in a way class speaking rather than caste speaking, right? So it may be both in a way.
Yeah, Hartosh, I have an answer to your question. You are assuming that BJP's 35% vote share is intact. Is constituted by the same castes as before and the same class. The poor are still with BJP, but it's possible that some poor left the BJP and BJP instead that has been substituted by some other better off economically better off class. That possibility exists.
That is what seems to be happening. So I don't want to use the term class war because that puts a lot of burden conceptually what might be happening. But certainly in sort of like demographic sense, BJP seems to be gaining among general caste, so upper caste. BJP seems to be gaining among upper OBC, though minor gains, but among Vokaligga, among Marathas. So across the upper strata, BJP seems to be gaining, and it's losing in the lower strata. So while 36 remains the same, the composition of BJP vote is undergoing a change.
So if I may come in, because it still sort of perplexes me, who are the people who've deserted the JDS? They have obviously come to the Congress. We are doing simple mathematics. And if that is the case, I think we need to focus far more on the kind of community and caste analysis instead of just merely making it about gas cylinders, because there are lessons in this election going forward for the Congress, that if you have an umbrella coalition which is not just focusing on gas cylinders, but taking along the kind of people the Congress had always worked with, that is what is working for the Congress. It used to work with, and it has left them alone in the north entirely, basically.
I have a comment here, if I may.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't realize you were there. I guess, please.
Yes, please.
I just have a comment on one thing that my friend Rahul said, which I think is mistaken. He mentioned that the Congress party had not gained much in Bombay, Karnataka, that is, Kittur, Karnataka. And actually, my understanding is that the Congress has made significant gains there. Now, the reason this is crucial, because elections in Karnataka have always been won and lost in the rural constituencies of northern and central Karnataka. And Bombay, Karnataka, or Kittur, Karnataka, is a major part. It's about half of northern Karnataka. If Congress has gained 15 seats there, and the BJP has lost 15 seats there, as was suggested in an earlier report elsewhere, this is hugely important because it means that in the area where you must win to gain power, the BJP is losing. And the pollsters need to look very carefully at the districts of Bombay, Karnataka, or Kittur, Karnataka. No doubt, CSDS and Lokniti and Rahul's colleagues will be able to dig into the detail here and explain why this happened. But it's very important.
I think with you, Narayana, how you saw the Congress, let's say, from the, we've mentioned 1985 in the past in the past half hour, in fact, the verdict there, and now the numbers that we are seeing of Congress. How do you see the comparison of past performance versus now, Narayana?
Yeah, so one of the arguments made here is this, which is in the past, after, let us say, 2004, Karnataka had no, not 2004. If you start from 1999, in the Karnataka elections, a party got a majority only when the opposition stood divided, right? So only on two occasions the Congress got majority. That was in 1999 when Janata stood divided and stood split, and then in 2013 when the BJP was in a similar position. Now this victory to the Congress is coming, when the opposition remained quite strong, and the 36% that BJP seems to have as its vote share that Rahul and Ashutosh are referring to. Now, where is this coming from? One explanation there is that it is coming from Old Mysore region, right? And then what explains the erosion of JDS base? This is the question. And my reading is this. If you study the pattern of pattern of voting there in that region, Vokaliggas keep shifting their allegiance from Congress to JDS and JDS to Congress almost every election, right?
Yes.
They keep alternating. But in the last two elections, they largely went with the JDS, and then possibly in those constituencies, the anti-incumbency was against the sitting MLAs, and that's the reason possibly many of them got defeated. That's one. Second, most of the candidates fielded by the BJP in that region are ex-JDS functionaries, right?
Yeah.
So actually, in that region, one thing is party, another thing is the candidate. Individuals have their own networks, and actually mobilization happens at the candidate's level more than the party level.
But how
And
much?
therefore-
Sorry. But how much does it really say about what one was hearing about, let's say, the decreasing power and say of the senior Gowda, Mr. Deve Gowda?
Yeah. So the signals that were going from the Gowdas were not very helpful to the party. It appeared that the party is getting too family centric. That was not liked by the cadre. That's one. Second, in the run-up to this election, there were far too many problems within the party out in the public, right? On the question of fielding somebody in Assam constituency. Eventually, they have won it. That's a different thing. But certainly the kind of signals that went out from the family was not working in favor of the party. So because of all that, at a macro level, this was happening. The vibes were not very good for the party, and at the micro level, many of them were deserting with the anti-incumbency. At the ground level, which I mentioned earlier, I think JDS suffered.
I want to add something, Vasanthi, to what Narayana is saying. We were in Mysore where we met a very senior leader who was president of JDS, and his name is H. Vishwanath, and he was responsible for the big split. He took
Operation Kamal.
Where they formed a government with BJP, and he said after that he was very unhappy with Kumaraswamy because when he made that government with BJP, he got 12 ministerial berth, of which he filled 8 with family members, and that angered him so much and others in JDS that people left JDS in a big way at that time.
Right.
And then, of course, that Vishwanathan, H. Vishwanathan, he joined BJP and then he left BJP also.
Yeah.
And this time he was saying that he was working against both BJP and JDS when we met him in Mysore.
Wouldn't that explain, and if I can again throw this back to James and to Rahul. So what I'm hearing is this, and tell me if this makes sense, is that what the BJP lost in northern and central Karnataka, it made up from the desertion from the JDS in Old Mysuru without gaining seats. So the real loss to the Congress happened up north. Would that be a fair analysis, James, of sort of just an initial reading of what we are seeing right now?
Yes, something like that. See, let me make 2 points. One, Professor Menon, my apologies. I wasn't making that Congress hasn't gained whatever seats BJP is getting in this election is largely still coming from North Karnataka and coastal Karnataka. Of course, they have lost seats in North Karnataka and they're losing its Congress, which is gaining. Second point, see, what's happening in Old Mysore. So JDS is basically facing 2 kinds of troubles in last decade. First, whatever seats it used to get outside Old Mysuru region, now it doesn't get, right? It used to get some seats in Hyderabad, Karnataka, Central Karnataka regions. So there it has basically got wiped out. Now it is basically a party based in 4 districts of Old Mysuru region. So that's the first long time erosion that has happened. Second, it's of course, there was family fluid going on. Within the family, there was a fight. And so this time, JDS basically losing some vote share, which went to BJP, but because BJP was starting with a low base, Congress to actually convert seat. Now, why did this happen? It actually happened because of the 2019 election in which JDS and Congress combined. So once JDS and Congress became alliance partner, it allowed BJP an entry point in the Old Mysuru region, and BJP became the second pole, right? So BJP is basically gaining some votes, but it's not enough to convert seats. And basically the nature of competition allowed Congress to actually convert seats in the Old Mysuru region at a much higher rate than what it was doing earlier.
So basically, Rahul, what you're saying is BJP might have lost, say, 2-3 percentage points in North Karnataka and gained that in Old Mysore, which did not convert into seats. They lost seats in from 2018. They lost seats in North Karnataka.
So if you are a BJP supporter, you have a reason to rejoice that BJP, which was not a party in 60 seats of old Mysuru region, has now entered that region. So from elections, everyone can basically take some positives, right? Like it's a kaleidoscope. And so BJP will have one reason to rejoice that it has now become a pan-Karnataka party than what it was earlier. And also that they managed to hold on to its vote share, especially the Lingayat vote share, despite cutting the old guard. Right? Think of it from BJP's perspective. They have allowed a lot of people to leave without shedding a tear. And so now the regeneration within the BJP with this election in Karnataka has begun.
Well,
James, I think
James, I had one question because there is one factor which we haven't tackled yet or in detail, which is the money. You have in the past argued that money has seldom won elections in India. There are parties which give routinely, all parties are guilty of this, routinely giving tickets to crorepati candidates. But, coming to where we are, how is that linkage? How are you seeing that now?
Are you asking?
Well, we know.
James.
We know. Sorry, we know that the BJP at the last parliamentary election had 18 times more money to spend than all of the other parties put together. And since then, the inequality has grown worse because of electoral bonds.
Yeah.
So at this state election, there's no doubt that the BJP had vastly more money to spend, oceans more money to spend than all of the other parties put together. But it didn't win. And this follows a pattern that if we look back to 1980 and we look at state elections since 1980 all over India, about 70% of the time, those elections have been won by parties who have less money, not parties who have more. So money does not win Indian elections, and this state election in Karnataka shows again that this is true. Now, that doesn't mean that life is wonderful, because in fact the inequality that we see, 18 times more money for the BJP than everybody else, the inequality that we see is deeply subversive of democracy. It means that the playing field is not level. But that doesn't mean that the moneyed party will always win.
Just to substantiate this point, one of the viral tweets that one saw was of the senior citizen in Bangalore, a Kannadiga gentleman, who was demanding to know how is the Prime Minister able to come so often? And why should he come so often? This gentleman kept saying that, well, I have seen from Gulzari Nanda's time, you can come once or twice, but why is he coming so often to our city? Who is funding it, and what's the... So that kind of accountability, and at one level, that probably that anger as well, saying that, okay, here we are countering price rise, life is hard. And so where is all this money truly coming from?
I must say, I tweeted that if you just take the cost of all the expensive flowers that are showered on Prime Minister during his road show, 10-20 kilometers, I mean, the cost of those flowers itself would educate some thousands of children,
Which will bring us to, one of the crucial points, and I think again we'll need some numbers on that, but what is clear is that Narendra Modi has not expended so much effort in a single state election in a long, long time. And there was this considerable fear built up in the opposition of what Modi will do and what he will sweep away and what he will exploit. And I think these elections are at least an example that this fear need not always materialize into something. There should be a way to counter it. Modi will come and put on his show. He will do cartwheels if necessary over the last 10 days. It does not mean elections get won or lost on that. What impact in terms of pollsters or observers could say? James, if you would start, and then we could go around and ask what impact or non-impact did you feel Modi have on these elections? It may be early to gauge, but still.
It's difficult to say because we don't have polling that tells us about before and after the Prime Minister's visits. However, I think if we look carefully at the Prime Minister's speeches and the things that he emphasizes, I think we can begin to suspect that he was mistaken in his choice of words. for example, I don't think accusing the Congress Party of consorting with terrorism had much impact, because voters in Karnataka have long experience of the Congress Party. They may like it, they may find it boring, they may dislike it, but they don't really believe, I think. They're not crazy, they're not sheep, the people of Karnataka. They don't believe that Congress is consorting with terrorism, and they certainly don't believe another thing that the Prime Minister emphasized, and that is that Congress was going to take Karnataka out of India. This is a crazy idea. Nobody has said this for 53 years, when I've been studying Karnataka. This is a truly nutty idea, and no one in Karnataka is going to swallow this idea. I'm not too sure the Prime Minister's campaigning was that constructive for BJP.
One of the things which, after James has mentioned, there's a thought is of Rahul Gandhi, and I want to bring in Professor Narayana here, if you can hear us. One aspect which I was noticing was that the Bharat Jodo Abhiyan, which Congress made much of, never found a mention in any of the campaigns, so to speak. One can also say that it meant that the local Congress leadership, as one has often, and people have said that on this debate before, kept it very, very local. But now this Congress win, is this going to be taken by the centre? Because that was a party which initially used to get told about the high command culture, but this time round, we have seen much localized Congress campaigns. So Narayana, if you can hear us, how does that pan out for the Congress and the high command, so to speak?
Yeah, so the BJP made it appear like a national election, and the Congress made it look like a real estate level election this time. Okay, so that is one. And with regard to Bharat Jodo Yatra, so I have some figures here. I don't know whether you have already had a chance to look at them.
Please go ahead.
So Bharat Jodo Yatra passed through 21 assembly constituencies. In 2018, Congress won only 5. And this time the Congress is likely to win 17 in that belt, if that is going to give us any sort of an idea about the impact. You are right that there was no link at any point in time in Rahul Gandhi's campaign or in Congress campaign to Bharat Jodo Yatra. But the larger messages that emanated from Bharat Jodo Yatra were working on the ground, in the sense this entire campaign of Decoding the Karnataka was a sequel to that in a way. Right? So Decoding the Karnataka was a campaign which brought together a large number of civil society organizations, which very silently worked on the ground to help the Congress.
Tanya,
I just
against the BJP, not.
I want to add to what he's saying. I also found it during my Karnataka election trip. I found that there was near 100% decentralization in the way the election was being fought. And then this thought suddenly struck me that the old Congress high command culture, centralized, everything being run from Delhi, has now kind of shifted to BJP. You see election, it's not just Karnataka. You see Haryana, you see Gujarat, you see Himachal, everything being directed by Amit Shah, and no local leader is visible, and it's as a matter of deliberate strategy. And they were trying that in Karnataka also, and that's the reason why they don't like leaders like Yediyurappa, etc. So I think this centralized political management, which used to be a Congress part of Congress culture, is now moved to BJP, and Congress increasingly, whether you take Kerala, Karnataka or other states, even Rajasthan, Himachal, I don't think either of the Gandhi family members made any big sort of personal intervention in Himachal. They allowed the the local party structure to work.
No, and as Narayana was saying, that the civil society organizations, the way they have come under Yediyurappa, Karnataka. So is it possible, therefore, that I think Rahul Gandhi or the central Congress leadership will now, of course, own this Karnataka victory, though they may not have had much of a role to play in the thing as much as the local leadership did. So which means we are also seeing a different Congress as far as the centre is concerned. So Rahul, can we come to you on that?
Oh, it's the nature of power. No one becomes decentralized because they want to, or they centralize because they can. right? BJP, you are seeing centralizing tendency because BJP is at the power in the national level, and so those who are running the show, they will call shots. Congress at the moment can't act like BJP because they have not been winning elections. Had they been winning elections, Gandhi family would have been calling shots. Even now, given that there is going to be a leadership tussle, both leaders, and you might have seen DK Shivakumar saying that I had promised Sonia Gandhi to deliver Congress, Karnataka, and I have delivered it. And so both would basically try to align with the family so that they might get the top job. And Rahul Gandhi is definitely going to be given credit for it. And naturally, like this happens in all parties. When party loses, then it's basically the failure of state leadership, and when party wins, then it's basically.
But I have Rahul, I have one point to make to you. If you look at the longer, if you look at the Congress culture in a longer time frame, from say Indira Gandhi to say Sonia Gandhi, Indira Gandhi was completely centralized, and we heard stories about chief ministers waiting outside for hours and all. Those things actually steadily declined. They declined.
Congress vote share also steadily declined.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm saying that Congress vote share is nowhere going back to 42%, right? Which she got in 1971. So I'm saying that this culture might come to stay at the current level of Congress vote share.
But so even given that, and you travel there,
Can I make just a small comment here on this point? The declining influence of the national leadership of Congress in Karnataka's politics is very good for the party in Karnataka, because the Congress national leaders have many times in the last 25 years imposed on Karnataka incompetent managers of elections and incompetent presidents of the Congress, of the Pradesh Congress Committee.
Spot on.
And these imposed leaders from New Delhi have done huge damage to Congress in Karnataka. And Karnataka congressmen will tell you privately that they have constantly had to resist prevent the influence of these incompetent leaders from New Delhi in order to do well in state elections. And on a couple of occasions, the Congress incompetents have been reappointed by the national leaders in Karnataka because the national leaders did not see that they were incompetent. Now, today things are different, partly because the national leaders don't have quite so much power as before, but also because of one other change. And that is that Mr. Karge is now the president of the Indian National Congress.
Right.
And that means that Mr. Karge, who understands about these incompetents being imposed, Mr. Karge can prevent destructive Congress leaders from the national level being imposed in Karnataka. And that did not happen this time, and that's partly why Congress did well in this campaign.
So the immediate question is, what will Mr. Karge do about the battle that is about to break out now? I know the Congress is comfortable, it has the numbers, but Mr. Shiv Kumar is not going to give up his claim to the post easily. How do you see that panning out?
Well, I don't know about the inner workings of this circle, but I think Mr. Karge will certainly seek to have a peaceful process that leads to some kind of consensus and perhaps a significant role in the party at the national level or in the state for the person who does not become chief minister. I should just say that we have one really quite reliable survey from CSDS Lokniti, which indicates that the popular preference for chief minister is strongly in favor of Mr. Siddharamaiah. And this may make a difference. I'm
sorry, people. I just need to pause at this point to see the leads. Of course, very, very few rounds remain. BJP at 66, Congress 132, the JDS at 22, and others at 4. Yeah. So now we have.
I just want to add to what James just said. So, James, I when I was in Karnataka, some group of journalists, we met both Siddharamaiah and DK Shivkumar, and this question was put to both. If Congress wins by a good majority, how will the chief minister, who will be the CM candidate, and how will CM be chosen? And both said, very interestingly, both said MLAs will decide and opinion of Gandhis will be taken on board in that order. It's very interesting, So I don't believe that if the MLAs decide by majority that Siddaramaiah should be CM, today Gandhis will have the power to reverse it. I don't think that can happen.
We have Neela who joins us from Gulbarga, Kalburgi. Neela, namaskaram. Are you able to hear us? Mr. N. Ram is also, I can see he's online. Dhanya has also joined us. But first to you, Neela, because you're having internet issues in the district. Neela is somebody who works in the grassroots, especially with Manrega. I met her during the 2018 elections when I was touring North Karnataka. So Neela, ನೀವು ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? आप क्या मतलब in Hindi, that's more comfortable. आप क्या बता सकते हैं कि अब कैसा दिख रहा है?
देखिए वासंती, मैं सबको सलाम करती हूँ और मैं थोड़ा खुशी से बात कर रही हूँ आपके साथ, क्योंकि कर्नाटका दक्षिण भारत का एक बहुत बड़ा, क्या है कन्नड़ में कहते हैं हेब्बागी लोग, बड़ा डोर समझते थे कि मोहन भागवत यहाँ आकर 5 दिन का वर्कशॉप करे थे कि 5 स्टेट्स का, और बीजेपी समझते थे कि कर्नाटका में इतना बड़ा रैली करे थे, रोड शो करे थे, मोदी जी आए थे, अमित शाह आए थे, सब लोग आए थे और लोग वोट डालते हैं। मगर वासंती, मैं कहती हूँ कर्नाटक में 2 मेजर इशू इधर, एक है रूरल एरिया में और सिटी में भी, स्लम एरिया और जहाँ डाउन टोडन लोग रहते हैं वहाँ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, बेरोजगारी बहुत है। जहाँ मैं रहती हूँ इस इलाके में 5-6 जिला है इधर, यहाँ से बहुत बड़ा माइग्रेशन है और यहाँ मनरेगा का काम बहुत जरूरी है। कि आपको मालूम है, आप जब इधर आए थे बहुत सारे लोग इधर काम कर रहे थे, मगर इस 2-3 साल में लोगों को काम ज्यादा नहीं दे रहे हैं। मैंडेट्स तो अंक की संख्या में, मतलब पेपर में बहुत अच्छा है, मगर लोकल में जो वास्तव में लोगों को काम नहीं मिल रही है, इससे लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा है। बात एक है। दूसरा बात यह है, पूरा कर्नाटक में सिटी से लेकर देहात तक अगर आप जाते तो वहां प्राइस राइज का बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा बन गया। इतना रोड शो होने के बाद भी लोगों को गुस्सा बहुत है। इसीलिए जो लिंगायत कम्युनिटी का लोग ज्यादा वोट डाल ऐसा समझे थे, वो थोड़ा परसेंटेज यहाँ वर्कआउट हो गया। जब बीदर जिला में और गुलबर्गा में 1-2 सीट में वर्कआउट हो गया, मगर ज्यादा इलाके में, ज्यादा एरिया में कि बीजेपी का ये जो स्ट्रेटेजी था ये वर्कआउट नहीं हुआ।
तो नीला, मैं आपको उनके नीला, मैं आपको यहाँ 1 मिनट के लिए रोक रही हूँ, क्योंकि फिर से आपसे मैं बात करूंगी। आपने ये बहुत अच्छा एक मतलब माहौल क्या था वहां पर आपने हमें बताया, you described for us. I'm also going to come back to Neela to to bring up something which we haven't spoken about, which is farmer angst. And Neela knows that firsthand, especially the tur dal crop failing, tur dal, togri bele, or the main the region being considered the tur bowl of Karnataka. Farmers have not been either a vote bank nor has much spoken about them, but we'll quickly come back to you on that. But I want to now go across to Dhanya. Have you heard from more leaders, winners, or the other Congress party, Dhanya?
Hi. Yes, Vasanti, we have been constantly speaking to the Congress, but I just want to tell the viewers that DK Shivkumar spoke to the media. He broke down, he had tears of joy. He kept saying that I promised Karnataka to the Gandhis and I've delivered it. He recounted how he had been in jail. He said this was an election which we could not lose. And I've actually never seen DK Shivkumar this emotional, even during 2013, etc. But he really broke down. His supporters outside, of course, shouting slogans that he should be the next chief minister. Siddaramaiah is holding a longish press conference at Varuna, where he is currently. Siddaramaiah also saying that no matter what, we stuck together. He's been asked questions about the whole Bajrangal promise, everything. He said, see, we made these promises, but Karnataka had been watching what happened in 2019, that when we had the government, the BJP took away our MLAs. And that's not something a Karnataka voter would agree with, or any voter in Karnataka for that matter, which is why the BJP has lost, is what Siddaramaiah was pinning this down to. So both leaders holding press meets, speaking to the media. The action will, of course, completely shift to Bengaluru now, Vasanti. Everybody is coming here. And then, of course, the big meetings will happen as to who will become the chief minister.
So, Dhanya, to add to what you were saying, that you have never seen DKS or DKshi, as he is locally called in Karnataka. So, DKshi in the emotional side. I recently watched one of his speeches made to people of his constituency, saying that, will you not make me the chief minister? And this was played up by some of the Kannada channels. But going by the demand or the clamour now for from his people or faction, so to speak, for him to be the chief minister, that's something I think to watch out as well, because till now the balance and equation between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah had been kept under control in some sense. So one will have to see how that plays out, whether the Ahinda vote, the fact that Siddaramaiah has such a backing and is seen as an absolute tall leader when it comes to backward classes and castes. So that part, I think, will be seen.
It will all depend on, see, the Congress, if it is winning more than 130 seats, it does look like it is going to win 130 seats. The breakup of how this will happen is the seats which DK Shivkumar was in charge of, there were seats that Siddaramaiah was in charge of, who has won more, which region has brought in more seats. All these are equations that they will bring to the table. And of course, both will argue who brought in money, who brought in muscle power, who brought in winning candidates. So keeping all this, both sides will argue for themselves, but eventually the decision will be taken by the High Command. And Venu and Hartosh can perhaps weigh in here, because what I have been told by leaders here and in Delhi confidently is that DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah are not problem makers. The Congress will solve this. This is not a huge issue for the Congress. It is something that they can solve. Is that really so? What does Delhi think?
Yeah, I was just telling Vasanti and Hartosh a while ago. We spoke to Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar both when we were in Karnataka, and both said that the MLAs will decide if they get a majority. The MLAs will determine who the CM will be by, and I think Congress has now more or less is establishing that tradition from the High Command's perspective, from the Gandhi families. I think the same thing will happen this time also, and I feel that Siddaramaiah will have majority MLA support, because by far the sentiment there is that he's the most popular leader.
So the leads, one more time, just putting, these are the latest Election Commission website numbers. BJP 64 leads, 1 win that's been declared, 35.9% vote share is what it's saying. Congress 129 leads and 4 wins declared, 43% vote share. JDS at 22 leads, 13.3% vote share. Before we wrap this session, Neela, आप जो कह रही थी, वहाँ पर ज़मीनी तौर पे गुलबर्गा, कलबुर्गी, कल्याण कर्नाटका, because we haven't heard enough about that part, तो आप जो कह रही थी उस बात को रखिए. नीला, आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. Is there an audio problem? Can you unmute yourself?
Okay. ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ವಸಂತಿ?
ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹೇಳಿ.
ओके वसंती ಅವರೇ, ನಾನು ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. देखिए, ये जो जमीन पे कई मुद्दे थे, उसमें एक मेन मुद्दा था तुअर दाल का कि लास्ट टाइम उसका एक नया डिसीज आया था तुअर दाल. जब इसमें आया था, बहुत बड़ा बरसात हुआ था, पानी आया था, उसमें तुअर दाल पूरा खत्म हो गया था. 85 to 90% तुअर दाल पूरा खत्म हो गया था. और उस समय है ना, जो छोटे फार्मर्स था और पूरे फार्मर्स है ना, पूरा वो क्या है, कर्जा में उनका क्या तुअर दाल का पूरा लॉस हो गया, और कोई उनका हेल्प करने के लिए नहीं आए, और बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट पूरा इग्नोर करे, और उन्हें एकड़ को 25,000 परिहार देने के लिए उन्होंने डिमांड रखे थे, मगर बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट 2500 रुपया भी नहीं दिया. देखो, बहुत बड़ा इश्यू है ये गुलबर्गा, बीदर और यादगीर जिला का. और कहते हैं कन्नड़ में इसका तुअर दाल एक मेन इकोनॉमिक क्रॉप है इधर. तुअर दाल का मतलब तोगरी कणजा आप कह सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा यहाँ से ट्रांसपोर्ट होता है बाहर बाहर बहुत अच्छा क्वालिटी का तुअर, प्रोटीन युक्त तुअर यहाँ हमारे किसान उगाते हैं, मगर तुअर पूरा खत्म हो गया, मगर गवर्नमेंट हेल्प नहीं किया। इस समय कांग्रेस को वो प्लस पॉइंट हो गया। ये तो सच है, जब दिल्ली में बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रगल हो रहा था किसानों का, वो स्ट्रगल के साथ साथ तुअर दाल का जो उगाते हैं किसान, वो भी जोड़ के यहाँ स्ट्रगल करें, मगर कांग्रेस ने ये पॉइंट उन्होंने हाथ में लिए और वो भी थोड़ा स्ट्रगल करे, इसीलिए इस समय किसानों ने कांग्रेस को वोट दिया। मगर तुअर का प्रॉब्लम हमेशा रहता, कौन इसको ये प्रॉब्लम को हल करते हैं कि उनको है ना हमारे किसान सपोर्ट देते, इस समय बीजेपी को ये लॉस हो गया।
धन्यवाद नीला, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट। आई डोंट थिंक इट इवन मेड इट टू स्टेट मीडिया, मतलब ये तो भूल जाइए कि नेशनल ये मुद्दा बना, नॉट इवन इन बैंगलोर और इवन द अदर सोशल मीडिया, सो टू स्पीक, दिस बिकेम सच एन इश्यू। सो नीला, आपने एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट बात रखी है कि व्हाट माइट हैव आल्सो वर्कड अगेंस्ट द बीजेपी इन द सेंस ऑफ द फार्मर थिंग which is not documented. Thank you, Neela, for joining us. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ.
Thank you. Vasanthi Mathiel.
Thank you. With that, we are going to be wrapping this particular segment. So we've had James, Rahul, and Professor Narayana. So any closing comments here that you wish to make? Also open to Hartosh and Venu. Professor Narayana.
So going by the latest numbers, it appears that this is the biggest victory for the Congress since 1989. So, certainly something has changed in Karnataka politics in favor of the Congress.
Yes, it has changed, and the change is very, very evident. I don't think there's any lack of clarity on that. Rahul, what about you? Your closing comments? James, do we still have you here?
Yes, I'm still here, and I want to thank you all for this fascinating encounter on a subject with which I've been obsessed for a long time. I don't have any new insights, but I'm very grateful for the chance to hear all of these intelligent commentaries.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hartosh and Venu, before this particular thing wraps, did you expect when you were coming into the studios this morning, because one side the exit polls said what they did, but there is always that element of we should take this with a pinch of salt. Oh, exit polls are, I mean, in the past we've seen what exit polls have looked like. So when you were walking in, what was the feeling like? Because you actually went there, you met the leaders, you had discussions.
Actually, I can tell you, the group that went there, some 15, 16 journalists and analysts, when this was about 10 days, 12 days ago, we put our numbers at that time. This was before the, even before Modi had started his...
So numbers at time as in internally for yourself? Or?
Internally, yeah.
Right.
And most of us gave Congress a decent lead, and in fact, one of us gave a number which is almost like 130, and for Congress. And I was convinced that Congress is leading comfortably, but I had apprehensions about not getting that safe majority.
Right.
To use Siddaramaia's term, simple majority possibly, but not safe. There I was clearly, I've been surprised, and I think this result, it's psychologically, this result, I can feel it. It'll make a lot of people, including media, which is trying to survive, breathe a little better, Anyway.
So, that is, I guess, precisely the point. I think the election results today, I mean, things are pointing in this direction because the numbers are a surprise, and I say a pleasant surprise. We are not supposed to express this, but quite frankly, we are in that situation in the country. It's not so much the Congress winning. I think any party in power is a problem as far as journalists are concerned, but it is that there is an opposition that has strengthened itself, and there is the possibility of breathing in a country where the BJP and the Narendra Modi administration was breathing down everybody's neck. Maybe some space has been granted, which is why I think today is a great result.
So, the latest EC numbers it almost seems like, okay, there's just more of the same at this point, but we would like to wrap this because I can see my other colleagues, Manisha, if you are, we're going to be having a break at the moment and come back.
Out of the last 5 elections, Karnataka has delivered a split verdict in 3. It was only in 1999 and 2013 that the Congress won an outright majority. If 2023 throws up another hung assembly, Karnataka's regional party, the JDS, is likely to play kingmaker yet again. In 2004, JDS supported the Congress. They later pulled down the government, and in 2006, JDS went with the BJP. In 2018, the Congress and the JDS came together to form a coalition government, though the BJP had emerged the single largest party. But this government too did not survive a full term. During the 2023 poll campaigning, the BJP and the Congress called the JDS the B team of the other. In the 224-member assembly, if neither the BJP nor the Congress can cross the halfway mark, that is 112, then to use the cliche, H.D. Kumaraswamy and Deva Gowda will play kingmaker again and hold the cards to decide who and how the next government will be formed. Could they go with the BJP? Listen to what journalist and author Sugata Srinivas Raju, who wrote a biography on Deva Gowda, had to say.
I think 2024 is in front of them. And if the 2024 narrative is to be looked at, I think and look at their friends. Mamata Banerjee is their friend. She's very close to the JDS. KCR is close to them. Nitish, I know, is constantly talking to Deve Gowda because he's the patriarch of the old Janata Parivar. And they have a line with Stalin. So if you look at that, I have reasons to believe that they will be far more cautious.
You're live. Good afternoon and welcome again to another session on Elections Online, where 5 independent news organizations have got together to try and get you a gist of what's happening in Karnataka as the results have rolled out. And it's a privilege for my colleague, the executive editor of The Caravan, Hartosh Bal, and me, Seema Chishti, from The Wire, to be speaking to Mr. N. Ram. He actually doesn't need an introduction, and certainly not on a show like this, but I will proceed to introduce him. Eminent journalist, a senior who's still a reporter at heart, very curious, and a source of great and deep inspiration for all of us. And I can tell you, he never lets a cricket score go unrecorded, or never fails to interrupt even the grimmest of proceedings if something big has happened on the cricket pitch. So very warm welcome, N. Ram, to our show. Ram, if I may. And Hartosh, do you want to kick off the conversation with Ram?
I guess I'll start with the score for today, Ram, and we'll come back to you with...
Sorry.
Yeah. And I guess the latest numbers from the Election Commission website, I'll just read that out to you and get your reactions. It's 129 leading, the Bharatiya Janata Party 63, a total of 133 seats where, including the wins, where the Congress is ahead 65 for the BJP, a 43 to 35.8 vote share difference. Your reactions?
Yes, the TV channels show even better for the Congress, 134, 64 for BJP, JDS 22 and others 4. And in terms of share of the vote, the difference between the Congress and the BJP is upward of 7 percentage points, which is, I think, a very big win. So I think it's a huge win. It's a decisive win, well earned. I think the Congress party showed unusual political wisdom in uniting the various factions, in containing the rivalries for the top job and so on. And I think they ran a very good campaign. And the BJP fought hard, but I think they were beaten virtually across the state, barring the coastal Karnataka, where also the fight was quite tough, and Bangalore to some extent, where the BJP put up a big fight, possibly helped by the Prime Minister's campaign, personal appearance and so on. But barring that, it's right across, which is what makes it a very impressive and decisive win. So one poll predicted it. I think we must give them credit. The India Today Axis My India poll got it dead right, I think. 122 to 140 was what they predicted for the Congress. Various others, they got the trend right, about the exit polls. So I think there'll be more faith in the reliability of exit polls when they're done seriously, when they're not being used for political propaganda or to raise morale before the results come out, because some of them do that. But by and large, I think it's been a very good election for the main political parties and for also those who watch elections closely, including both of you and the others who appeared earlier on this. But let me first, if I may, commend 5 independent media organizations. I think the operative word here is independent, because that has to be stressed again and again. I didn't expect it, and the other day when Seema sent me a message, and then we talked about it, saying that 5 of you, in no particular order, the Caravan, the Wire, the Scroll, News Minute, and Newslaundry got together. What a fine idea to present an alternative and independent view from what is being offered in the so-called mainstream media. And I really commend this initiative, whoever thought about it, overcoming your perhaps some competitive instincts, come together. It's really a very fine initiative on the part of the media. So let me congratulate every person there who is participating in this offering. A very good effort at political education, I should say.
Thank you, Ram. And I think we wanted to just focus our discussion around, it's quite clear what the result is in Karnataka. There will be some immediate calculations. They'll wait for the Congress meetings between Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. But if we look beyond this now to something that is now looming up not very far away, the national election, the national scenario, what do you see as the impact of these results?
I think it will raise morale. There'll be a psychological impact. But as somebody who lives and works in the south of India, in Chennai in particular, I see the south again putting up a big wall against what looked like an unstoppable tide, because the BJP made very serious efforts, undertook real campaigns. They really worked hard, even in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana. But Karnataka seemed a little different. But I think we must give, this has a special importance because Karnataka, I would say, has come back, if I may use the word, to its political senses, not allowing highly divisive politics to dominate. A wonderful state with diversity, with wonderful resources, Bangalore being, the pride of India in many ways. And I think for this state to fall victim to divisive politics, majoritarian politics, communal politics, to put up this kind of resistance, I think is important. Although all the pundits said that this election was decided on local issues. That is true. I visited Bangalore at that time and we met some of the leaders, because I didn't go all over like Venu and others. But suddenly we got the sense that this time people were much more vigilant about what they wanted. So local issues matter, but also I think the larger issues mattered. So while we can't be complacent about it, I'm delighted with the fact that communal politics has been checked. And in a sense, the whole of the South is now a different political territory from what you see elsewhere.
So, Ram, there is this interesting thing that my colleague, Hartosh's colleague, Sushant Singh mentioned up in the green room, and he said, well, you know, the BJP's president, JP Nadda, lost his state recently, and the Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, won his. So, you know, I mean, we're just trying to piece up what other messages. That was interesting. But, you know, Mr. Modi is a very astute politician, a very adroit, you know, he has remarkable political skills and instincts. And after losing state elections, he takes messages quickly and changes things. Like even something like the Soot Boot Ki Sarkar, you know, lent to a withdrawal of the land bill, losing the elections in Bihar in 2015 did that. Also, after losing polls in 2018, in the Hindi belt, as it were, when it seemed as if the national mood was changing, there was these 6,000 rupees were given. There was a whole switch to whatever the BJP likes to call welfareism. What do you think this would suggest in terms of the core ideological project of the BJP? Will it double down on Hindutva? I mean, is it just being seen as a blip as it turns into a BL Santosh land, as, you know, it gets de-Yediyurappaized, as it were? Or will there be a break on that? Will he borrow elements from other things and learn? What's your sense?
I think while they'll keep they are committed to Hindutva. That's the long-term project, and wherever that message is well received by their constituencies, they will play that very strongly. And you know, all of us know this. And where it's alien territory, so to speak, and that applies particularly to the South. I know from Tamil Nadu that when Prime Minister Modi campaigned the last Lok Sabha election, he was definitely a liability. You can't say it about any other place, because Modi has huge popular appeal. When he goes somewhere and campaigns, it does make a difference. And I think even in this election, in Karnataka, it made some kind of difference in favor of the BJP. It's just that the territory is different, the soil is different, the political culture is different. What people want seems to be different, the issues that play. So I think they will still play the older game, where you speak different languages to different constituencies, project issues very astutely, because they've done their research and they've got people on the ground who will say, but that's not enough, because sooner or later this brand of politics is going to suffer many setbacks. We can't predict when. We also know that in the Lok Sabha election, particularly Karnataka, votes very differently from the way it votes in assembly elections. It happened in the last time, and it may happen again. But it strengthens states. The importance of states politically gets strengthened here. We know that state rights are being breached. They ride roughshod wherever they can. But I think if enough states put up a resistance like this, that's going to be qualitatively, I think it'll bring about a change. And that's the real meaning of this election. Apart from the South being alien territory by and large for the BJP, despite its best efforts, despite a very talented politician or set of politicians. Yeah, I'm just using the word in a neutral sense. Not that we admire that. People who are very astute, who work hard, and that applies to Prime Minister Modi and perhaps even Amit Shah. But, India can't be taken for granted. This doesn't necessarily mean that in the Lok Sabha election, you'll get the same kind of result, even in Karnataka. We don't know that. But it certainly is very encouraging and even inspiring that despite all the factions within the Congress, the different, I hope we'll have a chance to discuss the role of caste, because I have certain views on it, but I'll just flag that for the moment and move on. despite caste differences and all that pundits say about it. The fact that the Congress ran a coherent campaign, sticking to what they thought would work, local issues or issues concerning the people, unemployment, the price rise, corruption, and so on, and not take on issues where majoritarianism may have an advantage at the moment, at this juncture. I think it is an exemplary political campaign by the Congress, which often fails to get it right these days.
So, Ram, when you mentioned that the role of caste, so maybe if I could throw this back at you, that, unlike the North, Karnataka, for all the strength the BJP had here, the BJP is still very much an upper caste party. It does not have the same hold among the large swathe of what was once the Congress constituency in the North, which it has totally lost. And the BJP in the North is no longer an upper caste party. The same kind of coalition cannot be easily built against it. But should not the Congress be learning some lessons from Karnataka in terms of trying to revive the kind of politics that once had succeeded in the North? What it is doing in Uttar Pradesh at the moment is trying to fight for the Brahmin vote in MP or in other states. It wants to clash for the upper caste vote. Well, its core support was always from elsewhere. This is what gave it success. And in Karnataka, it seems to have recovered it.
Yes, I fully agree with you on that. And I think in Siddaramaiah, it has a tall leader who is extremely popular. He's a rationalist. You know that he came from the JDS camp originally. He's got experience. And in DK Shivakumar, they have an absolutely brilliant strategist. So, and he also is a very resourceful person. He's gutsy. And I think the two working together, somehow they managed to keep them working together. In fact, we as part of this group which went, I went to Bangalore, and when we met Mr. Shivakumar, he said that people asked him very specific questions. How often do you meet Mr. Siddaramaiah? Clearly his main political rival for the job of chief minister. And he said every other day. And he also got the numbers fairly right. He said, I think he'll get at least 140, over 140. And I now see from the TV screen 135 already. And I think it's going to get a bit of a bump, it appears later. So it was very, very impressive. But coming back to your point, I think that's the lesson the Congress must learn. Not just ape the BJP. Of course, the Bajrang issue figured, and there was all kinds of speculation on, because the election, the manifesto, the Congress demanded, promised a ban on the Bajrang Dal, and they then conflated Bajrang Dal with Hanuman temples and so on. So there's a bit of a discussion on it, but it didn't seem to make any impact. But Mr. Shivakumar promised to open Hanuman temples in every part of Karnataka and so on. So instead of doing that kind of thing, you focus on people's issues, democratic issues, progressive issues, opposing the undermining of the institutions, constitutional institutions, democratic institutions. And in this connection, Hartosh, we can also note, I think it's relevant to note, that in the most recent period, the Supreme Court of India has come out with some very important decisions, which, whether it's on Maharashtra or, several other things about how the behavior of the Election Commission. I think these are hopeful. These may look like straws in the wind, but I think these add up to putting together a more hopeful picture than the dismal period we've been through over the last 10 years.
Yeah. So just a small point to note before I ask you the next question, Ram, is that it's a great tribute to the people of India that we had a Prime Minister who gave a completely unconstitutional call, asked the citizens of India, the voters, to go and press the EVM by saying Jai Bajrang Bali, by linking religion directly into electoral choices and putting himself firmly in that. And that was comprehensively rejected, clearly, because the Congress seems to have got more than twice the number of seats that the BJP does. Which brings me to to my next question of the huge vote share that the Congress has got. It always has traditionally enjoyed a higher vote share in Karnataka, certainly in this millennium, actually ever, over the BJP. But it actually had to cross the hoop and cross 40%. It's like 42% now, which betters its 1999 record also, in order to trump the BJP, really, you know. So what does that tell us about national elections? In larger terms, you know, will the opposition be in any position to be able to... the BJP has now really upped the game, you know, as in like we see in Uttar Pradesh or elsewhere or in urban India. You need to really get high percentages of votes to even do the first past the post system. So what does that portend for a national thing? Can you see the opposition doing anything like 40% of the votes nationally?
Yes, I think they can do it, but much depends on the Congress, and this is where they often fall short. I think if you look at the UPA period, I think you'd give a lot of credit to Sonia Gandhi as Congress president for being very accommodating and quite far-sighted in putting together a coalition. Then things went wrong, and the left moved away, and said that was the beginning of the decline, even in policies, I think. But that approach to coalition building, I think, is going to be very, very important. Whereas, I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi has different views on this. He still believes in the potential primacy of the Congress party in states where they are far below the threshold. Take Uttar Pradesh as an example. I think what the Congress should do, if they really want to spearhead or lead secular democratic politics, is to do what was decided in Tamil Nadu a long time ago. In fact, it goes back to 1969, 1970, where they accepted junior party status. Never did the Congress after that assert its primacy or seek to assert it. I'm not saying it should happen in every state. There are many states where the Congress is the leading opposition party or even the leading party. And there they have every right to assert their primacy. But if in Uttar Pradesh, you stand in the way of what you're saying, building a coalition and getting the vote share up to over 35, 38, 40%, then I think that's where they fall short. And if there's one lesson to be learned, of course, it won't be learned from Karnataka, where the Congress fought virtually on its own in this respect. But if they really learn from Sonia Gandhi's approach to coalition building and stay there for the next several months before the 2024 Lok Sabha election, who can predict it? They should try. I mean, I suppose they would first try to reduce the BJP to maybe the single largest party, but short of a majority. But that's the way they should approach it. And who knows, there could be a qualitative change. Unlikely in the short term, if you ask anyone. But that's the direction that they should take. They can certainly go above 40% if they work to build and keep this coalition together. It's easy to say for us because there are many conflicts of interest, factional politics, the lure of money, the defections, but they should do their best in that respect. And I think that it is eminently possible to build an effective coalition, whether it can win an election or deny the juggernaut majority in the Lok Sabha. Who can say? But that's what they should do. And I think any Congress president, because Congress is still the main opposition party at the All India level. Nobody's going to dispute that. But where you are below the threshold and the others are clearly ahead, and the best example would be, I suppose, Tamil Nadu or even Andhra Pradesh, where they are nowhere in the picture. You can say, treated in terms of A division, first league, second division, third division, and so on, and see where they fit. In Tamil Nadu, the Congress would be hardly in the second division. It would be probably below that. The DMK and the AIDMK would be at the top, and then there's a huge gap, and Congress may be only two rungs below that.
Yeah,
And
there's
state, I think,
there's a colloquial thing that the Congress could be a bit like salt in the food, and very little quantity is required. So it plays a key role, but it doesn't, you don't put a bucket full of salt in your lentils.
That's what's required.
Yeah.
Sometimes in some states that won't be so easy, and that's why I just wanted to bring in one election result that has barely been discussed today, but up north there's another state where Narendra Modi has no electoral traction. This my state of Punjab, where there has been a parliamentary by-election where the AAP has actually seems to have retained, it seems to have won the Jalandhar by-election, which is actually quite important. The AAP has been facing a number of setbacks. They lost a parliamentary by-election. There has been turmoil in Punjab. There has been all attempts to sort of foment trouble. There have been all sorts of reactions. The Congress came in second. This is a state where the Congress won almost 9 parliamentary seats the last time around. It hasn't revived itself here. But over a period of time, it would mean that the Congress, when it tries to build in a coalition, will have to take opposition leaders along who are in direct conflict in states which are very important to the Congress. Where does that leave parties which are strong, which may want to come along with the opposition? What is the Congress's approach? Is there a signaling they could start? What, for example, should the Congress be doing with the JDS here in Karnataka at this stage when they have this majority?
I think they should have very friendly relations with the JDS. In fact, we met Mr. Devegowda and Mr. Kumarasamy also for quite a detailed discussion. They were very open. This answered every question, including the difference between father and son earlier on when aligning with the BJP. And when this group, MK Venu was also there, and I happened to be in that meeting. He clearly said, we won't ally with communal parties. Devegowda, and we asked Mr. Kumarasamy, do you agree with your father? And he said yes. So I think they should have friendly relations with them and treat them as allies, as allies, whatever be your rivalry in old Mysuru mainly. Where I heard many pundits say that it's becoming increasingly bipolar. I'm not sure about that because the JDS still has strongholds, still retains its base. When two big parties clash, the smaller one gets squeezed out, but they're able to hold their strength to some extent. So I think that party has to be treated decently, in a friendly way as potential allies. Had the Congress fallen short, surely it's the JDS they would have allied with. It would have enabled them to form a government.
Yes.
So I think that's another lesson the Congress should learn. Don't be arrogant when you win big like this.
Yes, so I think that's like a real challenge to the Congress to kind of court frenemies. And so, that's a delicious and a tantalizing note to leave us on. Ram, thank you so much for your time and your thoughtful attention and your good wishes for us. And thank you so much for being with us. And we'll just go to Dhanya Rajendran, folks, to see what the News Minute has up for us on the latest, the roundup. Dhanya, may we ask you what's happening?
Well, Seema, the numbers look, of course, more and more clear. The BJP's, in fact, I was watching a discussion the other day where they talked about what an honorable loss will be. So if you go by the numbers, and the anchor sort of decided that 70 to 80 would be an honorable loss. So it seems the BJP is not having an honorable loss. So the BJP going back to the drawing table, looking at what went wrong with them. In fact, our reporters from the BJP offices have come back because the BJP offices have a desolate look now. There's absolutely no one there. Celebrations have broken out in the Congress office. DK Shivkumar has gone to his constituency, Ramanagara, where he has won for more than 1 lakh votes. I have my colleague Pooja here. Pooja, just give us a quick update of what is happening and are the Congress MLAs coming to Bengaluru soon?
Yes, many of them are on their way already. And, just a couple of hours ago, there was a video conference that the Congress leadership held.
Pooja, can I just interrupt you and tell you to just disconnect and connect your mic again? So there was a video call, that's what Pooja was saying, a couple of, I think half an hour, 1 hour ago between Congress leaders. All the top Congress leaders were in the meeting. Now, Pooja, your audio is still not working properly. Yes, okay.
Should I?
Yeah.
Well, so what we're hearing is they've all been asked to come to Bengaluru. They will be here by the end of the day. Also, some of them are in faraway constituencies, so it will take more than 5, 6, 7 hours to travel by road and get here. But one more, warning that the Congress leadership has given: do not stay back in your constituencies to celebrate. You come back here, and then we will have a discussion. They are looking at possible resort options, and we heard that Rajasthan was one of the destinations. But I don't know if that has changed in the last 1 hour, Dhanya, because Congress is inching more towards that 140 number that they've all been talking about, right? So that means that BJP will have to get 20, 30, 40 MLAs from the Congress to form an alliance, or to form a government rather. So it looks like
I don't think there is any discussion now about anybody else forming the government than the Congress. The Congress merely wants to bring all its MLAs together in Bengaluru. That's about it. There is absolutely no doubt about who's forming the government. The other thing is that DK Shivkumar, like I said, has gone to Ramnagara. Siddaramaiah will be coming to Varuna. The meetings will happen now, but remember, it is not from Karnataka that the decision will be taken as to who will be the chief minister. That will come from Delhi. Jairam Ramesh, Randeep Singh Surjewala are here. They will be leading these discussions. Manisha, are you guys on or?
Yes, we're on. Can you see us?
And you stay there,
Yes,
Dhanya.
yes,
Don't
we
go.
can. Yes, Dhanya, stay there because we're going to wrap up now. So we shall need you. Okay, final counting. I think you guys forgot the big breaking news, which is that BJP is cruising to a landslide victory in Uttar Pradesh. Municipal
Is that
elections.
this is very good to know.
Okay,
What are the numbers like? Do we know? No.
Well, the numbers are 16 of the 17 corporation seats.
All right.
I've heard there are a lot of channels are cutting to that.
That will be the lead tonight, I assume, isn't it? With a photo of Modi for the UP municipal
Finally,
elections.
they can use the photo. But, okay, final numbers. What we have on the ECI website, Bharatiya Janata Party at 60. Indian National Congress at 126 and JDS at 19, and the vote share for Congress remains 43 and 35 for the BJP. Thank you so much, guys, for staying with us for these 5 hours. There have been a lot of issues. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Internet went off, audio went off. A lot of you were complaining about mic issues. A lot of you were saying there are lots of audio issues. So really, really sorry about this. But we have to tell you that we cobbled up this alliance in a week.
A week to 10 days.
A week to 10 days.
And it was a pre-election alliance.
Yeah, it was a pre-election alliance, we must say that. And we have a lovely production team here that worked really hard day and night to do this. We have really little resources. We don't have the resources of legacy media or big television news channels. So it has been very hard for us to put all of this together. So things did go wrong. Sorry about that. But this is an experiment and hopefully it was refreshing. And we hope to do this better and bigger next time.
Yeah.
We hope that we can learn from everything that went wrong this time and not repeat the mistakes. But thank you so much for being here. We'll get the last thoughts, I think, from everyone. Maybe Dhanya has just spoken too much, I think, so maybe she wants a breather.
No, I don't think so. I think you've given me very less time.
About a journalist.
No, I just want to say that, okay, fine, the Congress has got this big victory, but I would want that party to really reflect on some of their own takeaways, in the sense, till around 2 weeks ago, the Congress kept saying that that corruption we don't think is a big issue. Our survey said corruption is not a big issue. They really need to figure out how their surveys are being done, because some of the big issues that the party did not identify, I feel, everything altogether worked out for them, yes. Sometimes the vote is not for a party, it is against the government in power, right? So that also has worked a lot for the Congress, but they have to really go back to the drawing table and figure out if the pulse is come correct. I mean, they are looking at the pulse correctly, and a lot of challenges ahead for the Congress. I just want to let them know that we will be watching out.
Yes.
We have said the caste census will be published. We will keep a watch out for that. So with good media out here in Karnataka, the Congress will have a tough time. And yes, we'll
and
keep
that's
reporting.
exactly how it should be. The Congress should have a tough time. And Dhanya, do you want to just quickly do a little plug for the News Minute and all the work that you guys have been doing?
Anytime. You call me morning, early morning, late night,
Right
anytime.
now. Do it
Yes,
right
right
now.
now. Yes, but so there is a petition going on the internet that Manisha and Vasanti should perhaps dance because that is what is happening on television. I'm not insisting, but there is a petition. However, to everyone watching, a few days ago, Seema and Siddharth sent a message saying, "Come for this meeting," and I had no clue for what it was. So I went for the meeting, and they had this idea that all five will come together. And I was taken aback. I was not sure, but as long as Delhi, the studio was there and they were doing the bulk of the work, we were very agreeable to it. But it's been a very great experience. It is important in our country that independent media comes together. And that's what we have done. Thank you to everyone who stayed back, who wrote comments, who criticized, who applauded. Thanks to everyone. So do tune in next time. This is just one of our first experiments.
Yeah.
And yes, do become a member of the News Minute.
Yeah, and we promise to be bigger and better next time. And really, thank you. We've had like a steady audience staying with us for 5 hours from 8 o'clock.
I want to correct Manisha. It's 6 hours.
6 hours, 2 o'clock. So thank you so much. That's really, really special. And really thank you for your engagement. See my last thoughts.
So, I mean, it felt a bit like, this like we congratulating ourselves, but it really felt like a bit like the Lagan team, putting together all kinds of people against a very formidable sort of mainstream media, which increasingly is saying things that are not necessarily either free, independent, objective, or of making any sense. So our endeavor was to actually cut this business of cutthroat competition, that we should all be rivals and act against. And we just wanted a platform where we could have good thinking, good discussion, and good information. Because a democracy is in the end only as good as its media and its information for its people. So it's like a public service, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. I think tomorrow is going to be a sad day without every one of you, without all of you and our various meetings.
Hartosh, some thoughts on the Punjab by-election also?
No, I think I just expressed my thoughts before you came in while we were talking to Ram. So I really just want to echo the thoughts and just repeat that. I mean, for us to stay together for whatever 5 elections, we need to survive individually, which does mean the usual plug that I think all of us are supported by the people who are watching us. We need people subscribing, donating, becoming members, whatever it is. I mean, so let's make that plug, because that is the only thing that will ensure independence of the media in this country.
Exactly.
It's not going to come from legacy media. It is not going to come from the government. So this is it.
Yeah.
Well, again, just to say pretty much the same thing here, that we're of course not as well resourced as TV, and I know that we didn't put up those fancy graphics that viewers get to watch on TV.
Even though we did plan, but then we just realized that maybe next time.
Next time we'll do better with our graphics and numbers. But I think the feedback that we're getting is that a lot of viewers want good analysis. They want good on-the-ground reporting. The News Minutes team was out there, outside all the big party offices. We had excellent guests throughout these 6 hours, political scientists, the leading commentators, and of course, like our own strength, Ben's strength, which is quite remarkable. So we do hope to be back the next time with sorting out all the glitches that we this was like teething trouble. So yeah, no audio glitches, better graphics, more data.
Yes. Vasanti, thank you so much for hosting this for us. Last thoughts for you.
First of all, about the poster making, where both of us were in this kind of mode. So I think, Dhanya, I hope that is good enough, because at one point of time, Manisha and I were speaking whether we should have our posters, like, our backs facing each other. So all kinds of things. Ultimately, we settled for a very Neta kind of pose with the Vidhana Sauda right behind us, a beautiful part of Bengaluru. But since we are also on the BTS, the behind the scenes, I must say that I was equally surprised when I got a out of the blue text from Dhanya saying, like, hey, listen, will you host the Karnataka elections for us from Delhi? And of course, then as it unfolded, and then Siddharth Siddharth called, and pretty, it was quite hitting the ground running, because this was just about 9 days back. Hopefully this will get better. So all the best to all of you. And since we are on a season of plugs here, please watch and listen to Pickle Jar Media. I won't say listen, because at Pickle Jar Media, we make podcasts on social issues. We've made some things on sexual harassment at the workplace, the POSH legislation, mind health, etc. And thank you for having Namma Bengaluru representation right here.
Yes,
so thank
absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
And also, sorry, one last appreciation to many people who almost acted like our B team. because I think your the mic isn't working on Hartosh's thing. So they very constructive. Then
That's
somebody.
right, yeah.
Journalists Kalpana Sharma and Amu Joseph, in fact, they were also sending the latest EC figures. And so it was very good to actually not just have an audience which is watching us, but almost like a...
We had our own Swayam Sevaks actually, and we're very grateful for that. So thank you so much for, volunteering to help us and to help us get better. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the production team. You guys are an awesome
You were
team.
absolute stars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All those that people can't see. Thank
The
you.
real people, whom we can't see.
And
Thank
remember,
you.
guys, democracy isn't just about free and fair elections. It is about that. That is essential to democracy. But it's also about electoral, people making credible choices, people making informed choices, and those choices are often have to be informed by media, by journalists, and you can only get that when you have a free and independent media. So subscribe to Newslaundry, subscribe to Wire, subscribe to Caravan, Scroll, listen to Pickle Jar, support independent media, support good journalism, because it is really fundamental to a democracy, because that is really what helps people make informed choices. So do that. Stay tuned. Don't stay tuned. Now we're going.
After all the profound things that Manisha has said, I must say that behind the scenes, idli was happening. Yeah. So what a representation of
also had chole bhature for you.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank
Yes,
you
I'll
so
never
much
forget
for
that. Thank
staying
you.
with us. We'll be back next time.
Bye.